Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter neglected and manifested Necrosoul ability? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description too. Support the original author for this beautiful creation. Relentless scorn of the Dursleys. He was 8 years old, but if anyone outside the household were to look upon him, they would swear he was a frail child of 4, thin-limbed, face hollowed by hunger, clothes hanging off him like rags, and a perpetual wariness in his wide, green eyes too bright, too old for such a young face. It was the 31st of October, 1988, Halloween night. Not that Harry Potter had any reason to celebrate the holiday. For him, it was a day like all the others he'd known in his short, weary life. A day that began before sunrise and ended long after the sun dipped below the horizon, filled with chores, sharp words, and the Petunia, and Cousin Dudley, never the Dursleys, Uncle Vernon, Aunt. Long as he could remember that he was worthless, he had learned to hide, and Harry, small and battered, believed every word he had been told, for as his tiny heart whenever something unexplainable occurred. More than anything else, panic-gripping. Meek and obedient. All for the so-called greater good, which, in truth, was just a cloak for Dumbledore's own thirst for control, fame, and legacy. Raw magical power that overshadowed even his own, and had arranged for Harry's life to be shaped by misery, to break him down, and sure he was secretly thumbing through old newspapers to understand math problems no one expected him to solve, but even that solace was slipping away. He tried to count the stars or remember something nice, like drawing shapes in the dust behind the school playground, or heart sank. Dudley was on his way, footsteps on the grass. Heavy, plodding. Harry's. Dudley never gave up a chance to make Harry's life a nightmare. Harry tried to shrink himself smaller. Maybe Dudley would give up. No. Spring releasing. A ripple in the air around him, and then, silence. A surge of something rose in him, like a coiled. Instead, his nostrils filled with an odd, sterile smell, a hint of metal and something musty. The night air of Little Whinging, so familiar and cold, was replaced by a strange stillness. He didn't notice it immediately. He lay there, curled on a patch of grass, trembling, expecting the next blow. But it didn't come. The smell of earth and roses was gone. Dursley's neatly trimmed lawn, the dark shape of the house, it had all. Harry opened his eyes. The rosebush was gone. Dudley was gone. The were houses that seemed off. They looked like something from old picture books he once glimpsed in discarded library pamphlets. Small American suburban homes vanished. Instead, he found himself lying on what seemed like a patch of synthetic turf. The grass too green, too uniform, around him. Beneath the dome, and the light felt dim and unnatural, even though it appeared to be daytime, with picket fences and pastel walls. The sky above had a faint gray cast, as if trapped. Recognize anyone? He was completely alone. But they weren't here. He didn't. Oversized. No one approached him at first. He residents of this strange street went about their business. It was as though he were invisible. He took a hesitant step forward, knees shaking. He noticed now he wasn't barefoot on the grass. He wore old clothes still, ragged and by a white fence. She tilted her head, regarding him curiously. Harry met her eyes and looked away quickly, terrified of causing offense. But the girl smiled gently and waved him over. Yet, not everyone ignored him. A small figure across the street watched him intently. A young girl with blonde hair in neat curls, wearing a patterned dress with a wide collar, stood. Her apparent age suggested, and there was something in the curve of her smile, something that did not fit the sugary sweet setting. He tried to speak, but only a faint squeak emerged. When he reached the fence, the girl leaned forward. Up close, her eyes were a peculiar shade of blue-green and held a keen intelligence that made Harry squirm. She seemed older than. But Harry couldn't place it. It didn't sound exactly British, nor American. It was, "Hello there," said the girl in a friendly tone. Her accent was crisp. "Haven't seen you around before. Are you new here?" Clipped, measured, and had a faint scholarly lilt. "You do look lost." She glanced up and down the street. Where are your parents? The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. She seemed amused, yet curious. This is our neighborhood, but... Or his mum and dad who he knew were dead. He shook his head, mutely. Harry flinched at the mention of parents. He didn't want to talk about the Dursleys. Out onto the sidewalk. My name is Jennifer, she said. Jennifer Braun. The girl's expression softened into concern. She opened the gate and stepped. She extended a small hand. Perhaps I can help you. Sore and frightened. He reached out and took her hand timidly. Her skin felt normal, warm, just like any person's. Somehow, this reassured him. Harry hesitated. He knew nothing of this Jennifer Braun. He knew nothing of this place. But what else could he do? He was hungry. Whisper. I don't know how I got here. See, can you help me? He asked, voice barely above a, maybe give you something to eat. You look like you've been through a terrible ordeal. Jennifer smiled again, more gently this time. Come inside. Let's get you cleaned up. A vintage style that Harry recognized only from television glimpses. Floral wallpaper, wooden furniture, lace curtains. Modest home with a porch swing and flower boxes. It was quiet, warm inside, decorated in. Chair at a round wooden table. She moved with confidence and assurance that. Jennifer guided him to a small kitchen. Sit, she said, gesturing to a. How self-possessed this little girl was. Yet he clung to the kindness like a belonged here and was used to making decisions. It struck Harry as odd. A piece of driftwood. Drowning child clutching. Softly, noticing his hesitation. Eat. Go on, Jennifer encouraged. The flavors almost overwhelmed him. He couldn't stop a tear from sliding down his cheek as he chewed slowly, savoring it. This must be a dream, he thought. A strange, wonderful dream. Harry picked up half the sandwich. It was ham and cheese. He had never had so. Nothing so nice just handed to him like this. Usually, he got scraps. He took a small bite. Concern in her gaze, but also Jennifer watched him quietly. There was. You remember anything? She asked gently. Your name. Where you come from. Curiosity. After a few moments, she cleared her throat. So, do. Up the courage to say more. He sipped the water, cool and refreshing. Harry P. Potter. Harry, he managed. His voice trembled. He took another bite of the sandwich, working. On the table, closer now, her posture almost maternal despite her youthful. Jennifer nodded. That's a lovely name, Harry. She leaned her elbows. Very well cared for, Harry. Your appearance. You don't look it. If he told, would he get in trouble? Would he be sent back? Harry swallowed hard. He nodded, tears welling again. But he couldn't speak of. There's such a place where he could be safe. Safe. The word sounded strange to Harry. Was. I'm here to help you. A curious choice of words, but Harry didn't question it. He had no reference point to understand what she meant. Jennifer let him eat in peace for a few minutes before continuing. Now, Harry, she said, voice low and soothing, I'm not like other girls. Face was that of a young girl. There was something about her eyes that suggested a different age. An older soul, a wisdom that didn't fit. He had no words to describe it. When he finished the sandwich, Jennifer took his hand again. Her hand felt a bit different this time, warmer, more reassuring. Harry looked at her, noticing for the first time that, although her a large, calm want to ask you some questions, if that's all right. I want to understand how you got here and what you need. Come with me, Harry, Jennifer said gently. She led him through a hallway and into a small sitting room. She gestured for him to sit on. Had fed him. That alone placed her leagues above the Dursleys. Harry nodded. He was too overwhelmed to argue. Besides, she. What happened right before you came here? Harry, Jennifer began softly. Do you remember? Fraction. You wished, and then, you appeared here. Jennifer leaned forward, her eyes narrowing just a. She murmured. She tapped her lip with a finger. Tell me. Harry, has anything like this happened before? Something you can't explain. Harry nodded, miserable and scared. He could see the gears turning behind Jennifer's eyes. She looked intrigued, even fascinated. That's unusual. Face. He tried to curl into himself, sobbing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. IW won't do it again. Please don't be mad. Panic washed over him, so sudden and intense he felt dizzy. And no. I'm sorry, he wailed, tears streaming down his. Her voice was soft and calm near his ear. Shush, Harry, it's all right. I'm not angry. I'm just curious. I've never seen something like this. You're not in trouble. It's okay. Jennifer's eyes widened in alarm. She reached out and gathered Harry into a careful embrace. He stiffened at the contact, not knowing how to respond. No one ever comforted him like this. Sleeve as though it were a lifeline. He dared to lift his eyes and saw no condemnation there, only interest and compassion. Her words, and the gentle, rhythmic pat on his back, slowly eased the panic. Harry hiccuped and sniffled, clinging to her dress. No reason to trust me yet. But please understand, I'm here to help you. This place you're in, it's special. Jennifer pulled back slightly, still keeping one arm around his shoulder. I know this must be frightening, Harry. You have. She an adult. She looked like a child, yet acted like someone much older. Ari's mind couldn't quite piece it together, but he felt too exhausted to question it further. Harry rubbed at his eyes. He managed a weak nod. He was still frightened, but Jennifer's calm demeanor was helping. She seemed different from any adult he'd known. Well, was you into better shape? You need rest, proper food, and clean clothes. Doesn't that sound nice? Now, Jennifer continued, releasing him gently. I think the first thing we should do is get. Harry nodded silently. It sounded heavenly. I'm very interested in learning how you managed to do what you did. She smiled wryly. I know, magic is a bit of a stretch as a term. But it's all I can think of right now. Good, I'll set up a room for you, and you can rest. In a day or two, we'll talk more, maybe do a few tests. Just simple things. I'm a sort of scientist, you might say, and okay. She placed a finger to her lips, winking conspiratorially. For now, just think of me as your friend. Jennifer chuckled, a warm sound. Yes, in a manner of speaking. I'm Drive. Jennifer Braun. But that's a secret. House with its old-fashioned decor, and then out the window at the perfect suburban street. Something about all this Dr. Jennifer Braun. Harry would remember that name. It sounded important. He glanced around again, at the neat. To walk straight, but Jennifer caught him by the elbow. She opened a door to a small bedroom that looked like it belonged to a child. A single bed with a Jennifer guided him upstairs. The hallway was lined with framed photographs, though oddly, the people in them sometimes looked slightly off focus, their faces generic and bland. He almost tripped once, too tired. Small desk, and a bookshelf. Patchwork quilt, a dresser, You like. Tomorrow, we'll talk more. For now, you're safe, Harry. You can stay here, Jennifer said softly. Rest as long as. The quilt, amazed at its softness. He turned back. Thank you, he whispered. Harry nodded mutely, stepping into the room. He ran a hand over his chest. I don't know why you're being nice to me. Gratitude and confusion welled inside him, mixing into a not in. Want to help you understand that. You're special, Harry, and I. Attempts to hide his intelligence, his talents. He only nodded again and looked down at his feet. Harry blushed, not used to compliments. He felt strangely exposed, as though she could see through his. Out and closed the door quietly behind her. Sleep well, Jennifer said softly. She stepped. The foot of the bed. He hadn't noticed it before, but there it was. He slipped it on. It fit reasonably well, alone in the quiet room. Harry struggled out of his oversized shirt and trousers. He found a simple nightshirt folded at. The mattress was like a cloud compared to his cupboard floor. Too tired to question anything further, he climbed into bed. Think of old movie sets. He got up, wincing slightly at his bruises, and ventured downstairs. The house was quiet, but the kitchen table held a bowl of porridge and fruit, along with a note. But it wasn't a dream. When Harry woke the next morning, he was still in that cozy little room. The sunlight streaming through the window was subdued, filtered in a way that made him be back soon. Jennifer eat up. I'll ventured into the living room. The neighborhood outside the window looked the same as yesterday. People strolling, watering lawns, children playing hopscotch. Everything calm and perfect. Harry slowly ate, still expecting some catch, some trick. But the food was good and no one appeared to shout at him. After breakfast, But too perfect, maybe. A perfect life. Hallway. Straightening a skirt that Harry didn't recall her wearing before. The air smelled faintly of ozone, making Harry wrinkle his nose. Around midday, Jennifer returned. She didn't tear through the front door. One moment he was alone, the next she was in the. To see you up. How are you feeling today? Good afternoon, Harry, she said brightly. I'm glad. Honestly. Oh okay, he replied softly. Thank you for the food. Harry shrugged, unsure how to answer such a question. We might spend a little time talking about you and running a few tests. Jennifer beamed. You're very welcome. Now, if you feel up to it. I thought. Nothing scary, I promise. Of 288, far beyond genius level. But the Dursleys had scolded him severely for drawing attention to himself, and Harry had learned to keep his intellect hidden after that. Still, he couldn't. Harry nodded, apprehension gnawing at him. Tests. He remembered IQ tests at school. He had taken one without understanding what it was, and the result had shocked the teacher. An IQ. Was really a scientist. Could he hide it from Jennifer if she tests? He whispered, voice trembling. Got here and how you performed that displacement. I want to understand if there's some energy at work. Just some questions, perhaps some puzzles, maybe a few scans, Jennifer said casually. I'm curious about how you. Harry's eyes widened. Energy. On a table. Devices Harry didn't recognize, with blinking lights and humming wires. Jennifer pulled up a chair and gestured for him to sit. He did so, heart pounding. Harry nodded again, reluctantly. He followed her into a back room he hadn't noticed before. It looked like a small study or laboratory. There were odd instruments. Can you tell me more about where you came from? The year, for instance. First, Harry, she began kindly. I want you to relax. Let's just talk. He answered. That was something everyone knew. The why year? Harry asked, confused. It's 1988. Pen on the desk. Harry, this might sound strange. But the current date here is the 31st of October 2188. Jennifer's eyebrows rose slightly. She made a note on a small pad. 1988, interesting. She tapped her. In the future. That couldn't be right. He must have misheard. 200 years, he stuttered. How? Harry blinked, the numbers making his head spin. He tried to understand. That was 200 years. You somehow moved through space, and maybe time. Or at least that's how it appears. Jennifer leaned forward, intrigued. That's what I want to FW. Even that old headmaster, Dumbledore, who he barely remembered as a distant figure who left him at Harry's heart pounded. 200 years in the future. The Dursleys, they would be long gone. Everyone he stirred something deep within him. If it was true, then, he was free. Forever away from them. The Dursleys' doorstep. Harry knew nothing of the wizarding world, but the mention of time passing. You tell me. You say it's 1988 where you're from. But this enviro. Meant. She gestured around vaguely, as far removed from that time. It's all right, Harry, she said gently. If it helps, I don't know much about where you came from, only what. To get away, he offered lamely. I didn't mean to time travel. Harry sniffled, nodding. He didn't know what to say. Just wanted. Do a few simple tests. I want to see how you think. No pressure, Harry. Just answer as best you can. Jennifer nodded. Thoughtful. Sometimes extraordinary things happen when people are pushed to their limits. She took a deep breath. Let's. Small device that made a soft clicking sound. When Harry provided a solution that soared beyond what she expected, she smiled broadly. Soon, Harry was solving complex mathematical puzzles, ones that should have stumped adults. Jennifer watched with rapt attention. Occasionally adjusting he blushed, averting his eyes. I don't know, he mumbled. Incredible, she murmured. Harry, you are very clever, aren't you? Don't hide it. Intelligence is a gift. You are. Jennifer insisted, patting his hand. Sign of cleverness. He felt a lump in his throat. Maybe here, it was safe to be smart. Her words echoed in his mind. Intelligence is a gift. So different from the Dursleys, who punished any, even himself. He was out of practice at showing his true capability, yet the answers flowed like water. Jennifer switched to a different set of tests: pattern recognition, logic puzzles, spatial reasoning. Harry breezed through them, surprising that he liked to draw and cook. Jennifer's eyebrows shot up. Cook? At your age? Next, she asked him about what he enjoyed doing. Harry hesitated, then mentioned quietly the humiliation, the insults, but also the joy of mixing ingredients, making something that smelled good, rare moments of stolen pleasure in his bleak life. I had to cook for my relatives, Harry said softly. They said IW was bad at it, but I liked it anyway, he remembered. Let it pass and returned to her questions. Could you cook something for me someday? She asked gently. I'd love to try your cooking. Jennifer's expression clouded, anger flickering briefly in her eyes. She didn't like the sound of Harry's home life, that much was clear. Taste his cooking filled him with a shy warmth. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. Harry nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. The idea that someone actually wanted to. Across it, she tapped her lip again. She said under her breath. I don't see any familiar patterns. Harry eyed it nervously but nodded. The device pulsed softly. Jennifer watched a screen intently as lines scrolled. Here, focus on that feeling you had when you left your old life. She looked at Harry. Could you try remembering the moment you got? Is remarkable. Your body, or your mind, rather, amidst some kind of energy fluctuation I've never seen. The device beeped and Jennifer's eyebrows soared. Fascinating, she breathed. She pressed a few buttons. Harry, this. Frightened. Is that bad? He opened his eyes. Understand it. But it's certainly not bad, Harry. If anything, it proves how. No, Jennifer said quickly. Just unexpected. It might take me some time to. Special you are. Shrank back, afraid he'd angered her. Hardened at these revelations, and Harry. Calm, though Harry could sense the tension. I'm sorry you had to endure that, Harry, she said softly. No child should. But Jennifer wasn't angry at him. She was furious at what had been done to him. She kept her voice. Are we? This street, it doesn't look normal. At some point, Harry asked timidly, where? You might think of it as a bubble in time and space. A simulation, perhaps. Jennifer paused. She considered her words carefully. This is a protected place, she said slowly. Recone. IZED it from a science magazine he once glimpsed. Like a dream. Harry frowned. Simulation wasn't a word he fully understood, but a dream. A place where everything is controlled and safe. Jennifer smiled gently. Something like that. But more real than weeks, as October 2188 turned into they continued like this for several. Encouraged him to cook a meal. He made a simple stew, and Jennifer iced it so lavishly he almost cried with joy. She found him November. Each day, Jennifer introduced small variations to Harry's routine. She taught him simple science experiments, showed him how to read odd instruments. Concentration. While she studied him and her mysterious instruments. Paper and pencils, and he drew quietly, lost in. Though he remained shy and stuttered sometimes, he was still frightened of the idea of magic. But Jennifer reassured him that no one would punish him for it. Slowly, Harry blossomed under this attention. He gained a little weight from the regular meals. Though he still looked younger than his 8 years, he learned not to jump at every sudden sound. Believe her. 2188. Was this truly time travel or something else entirely? She ran subtle tests behind the scenes. Scanning the simulations. Jennifer, for her part, grew more intrigued. Who was this child, really? How did he come from 1988 to? Who were trapped in her simulations? They had become her playthings over centuries. Their memories erased and minds reshaped at her whim. She had been Dr. Braun once, the genius who parameters. She was Dr. Jennifer Braun, overseer of Vault 112's experiment. And absolute mistress of this virtual reality world. She had long since grown bored of the hapless occupants. Within this simulation, she could be whomever she liked. Usually, she found new ways to torment the Vault's inhabitants. resurrecting them in different utopias turned nightmares. Designed the Garden of Eden creation kit and oversaw Project Tranquility Lane. She had changed her identity, her appearance, and her mannerisms countless times. After all time, she appeared now not as a little girl, but as a woman in her 30s with kind eyes and a warm smile, explaining to Harry that she could change how she looked in this place. As November progressed, Jennifer began adopting a form closer to her own age. Her real age, or at least the age she had been when she first entered He Vault centuries ago, was long lost too. Had learned that normal rules didn't apply here. Harry accepted this with surprising calm. By now, he hyperventilate. Jennifer would hug him, reassure him, stroke his hair, and say, "It's all right. Harry, you're safe." Gradually, he believed her. Harry's panic attacks became less frequent. Whenever he did something unexplainable, like making a dropped pencil reappear on the table, he would freeze and who sought knowledge about farmers who rebuilt lands after disasters, about families who cared for one another. Harry listened, wide-eyed, absorbing these gentle tales that contrasted sharply with the hostility of his past. In the quiet evenings, Jennifer told Harry stories, not ones from any known world, but anecdotes of her life before, carefully edited to omit the darker truths. She told him about scientists and explorers to go back to. Here, there was kindness, learning, and the first taste of affection he had ever known. He never asked about leaving this place. He wasn't sure if he wanted to. He had no life. His years. She tested his artistic abilities, giving him charcoal and sketchbooks. His drawings were meticulous and Jennifer studied him closely during these talks, noting how quick he was to understand concepts beyond. More secure. He smiled shyly at Jennifer, trusted her to guide him, and even asked timid questions about the strange future they lived in. By the end of November 2188, after a month of careful nurturing child, still small and timid, yes, but nuclear war, but relieved that they were safe inside. Peace. Harry listened, horrified at the idea of. But for Harry, who had never known kindness in the real world, this was they both knew this safety was artificial, that this was not the real world. Reality he could imagine. Better than any grand schemes would never come to destiny. The manipulative old wizards remain an unrealized fantasy. Harry would never even know how close he had come to being used as a tool for someone else's ambition. Fruition now. Harry's death at Voldemort's hands would never occur, and Dumbledore's heroic reappearance to slay the Dark Lord and bask in glory would mark the occasion. She prepared a small feast within the simulation, roasted as November approached its end. On the 30th, Jennifer decided to small apple pie. She called Harry to the dining table. Chicken, mashed potatoes, vegetables, freshly baked bread, and food meant just for him and Jennifer. He looked at her, heart full, unsure what to say. When Harry saw the spread, he froze, eyes wide. He had never seen so much good. "Harry," she said softly, "this last month, I've come to care a great deal about you. Your strength, your intellect, your kindness, even after all you've been through, you amaze me." Jennifer smiled warmly. She wore a simple green dress today, her brown hair tied back. She placed a hand on his shoulder and guided him to a chair. He didn't know what to say. Words stuck in his throat. Harry flushed, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. I will help you. I'll protect you. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Jennifer continued, voice gentle. "I know we don't understand everything yet, but I promise." Thank you," he whispered, voice choked with emotion. Harry's lower lip trembled. He nodded slowly. Then chatting softly about nothing, and they ate together, quietly at first, noting how perfectly baked it was. Particular. Harry complimented the bread. She made it. He suggested slight. Jennifer encouraged him to guess how. Laughed and admitted he was right. Variations in temperature and yeast. She sat in an armchair, studying a clipboard of data. She glanced up at the boy, her ward now, and wondered what the future held. Later that evening, Harry sat by the window in the living room, watching the simulated sunset over the roofs of the perfect houses. Jennifer, her long monotony, and brought genuine affection back into her existence. She was supposed to be some grand amo. Nth had passed since he arrived here on October 31, 2188. He had changed her routine, disrupted. Like a mother, or a mentor, to this extraordinary child. Overseer, playing with human minds, but now she felt more. Her eye, smiling shyly. Jennifer smiled. Harry turned his head and caught. Ancient scientist and a misplaced boy genius with strange powers, was something special. Back. Words were unnecessary. Both understood that this odd arrangement, drew to a close. Dr. Jennifer Braun in that quiet moment, as November. Never be used as a pawn. As far as she was concerned, he was hers to protect now. Vowed silently that she would never let anyone harm Harry again. He would never return to misery. Time in his life that maybe, just maybe, he could be happy and safe. And Harry, still uncertain, but slowly daring to believe, felt for the first, only witness, as new chapter of their strange new life came to a gentle close. They stayed like that for a long time, the hum of the simulation there. Notes. Access before I post it here. https:// my Patreon will guarantee 2 weeks of crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter Neon Shadows of Fate. Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patra. On Chapter 3 will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter Beyond the Boundaries of Time. On the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time. 4. Users with Reader Plus Chapter 3, Snowfall in the City of Dreams will be available. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, crossover. 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Chapter 3, Restoration's Promise will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at Reader Plus will cost you $5. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. The 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Chapter 3, A Day of Knights and Queens will be available on Reader Plus will cost you $5. Fanfic Yo! You are familiar with Harry and the Wolf. The 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Chapter 5, Howl of Power in a Snowbound World will be available on Reader Plus will cost you $5. Fanfic You are familiar with Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. At 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Chapter 5, Quiet Rebellion and Deeper Bonds will be available on the 1st of February 2025. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Child Called Violet Chapter 2, A. Harry Potter or Fallout Disclaimer. I don't own. Bathed in gentle, simulated sunlight, the quaint houses awash in soft pastel hues. Children laughed somewhere down the lane, and the rustle of a digital breeze drifted through meticulously crafted. It was the 31st of July, 2189, a quiet, warm morning within the carefully nurtured bubble of Vault 112's virtual reality. The suburban street outside Dr. Jennifer Braun's home was appeared in this place. And much had changed since that fateful arrival. Oak trees. It marked exactly 1 year since Harry Potter had stirred. The child on the armchair had in the living room, a small figure. Bodies and appearances could be adjusted subtly. Now Harry had softer facial features, long, silky dark hair tied back with a lavender ribbon, and a few floral patterns stitched into the hem of a neat shirt. These small, gentle changes made her feel more comfortable, more like herself. And everyone around her accepted it without question, celebrating little Violet, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Grown over the past 12 months. Harry, no, Violet, now, as man. Why called the young one? Sat perched with knees drawn up, intently focused on a mechanical puzzle Dr. Braun had given her. With each passing month, Harry's desire to present in a more feminine manner had become clearer. Expressed in shy whispers and hesitant requests. Jennifer, who had grown into a loving maternal presence, had honored every request. Within the simulation. The color of the ribbon Harry favored and the gentle, flower-like aura of the child's presence. Another occupant had blurted out, "Little that name, Violet, came about months ago. One of the vault's other residents, awakened T. Oh, the truth of their existence and history, had commented on. Addressed her as Violet. Harry flushed a delighted shade of red, feeling both cherished Violet, and the rest of them took it up fondly, every time someone, and suppressed back in 1988, could be embraced with warmth and kindness, and seen. She had never imagined that her identity, so scorned, and in doing so, opened herself to forgiveness and understanding. It was Harry's gentle heart that stopped the killing cycle forever. Beyond measure by Harry's trust and affection, had chosen to change. She confessed her boredom, her centuries of isolation and madness. His Haddon said, "Good morning, little Violet." Mrs. Fitzgerald, watering her roses, offered a wave. "Hello, dear Violet." The children might invite her to play hopscotch. Each residence admired her more. Some days, as Harry strolled down the manicured street, neighbors would greet her warmly. Mr. Anderson, who once was reset countless times, tipped embarrassment and pleasure. She felt seen, loved, and valued. Affectionate greetings still turned Harry's cheeks pink with Harry's intellect and supported her questioning spirit. She tested Harry's mind regularly, not as a schoolmaster might, but as a curious mentor eager to learn from her own pupil. Together, they explored mathematics, science, literature, engineering, and the perplexing phenomenon once called magic. Rye excelled in every fear's own inside the cozy house at the end of the lane. Jennifer Braun, now Mum, to Harry, stood by the kitchen doorway, looking into the living room. She watched Harry work on the puzzle with affectionate pride. Over the last year, Harry's growth had been extraordinary, if sometimes bittersweet. Jennifer had carefully nurtured pages, waiting for Harry's brilliant sketches and complex diagrams. Jennifer had even arranged a small celebration in the community park later that afternoon, where a few neighbors would gather to sing a tune and bring simple gifts, books, pencils. And on this special day, Harry's birthday, Jennifer prepared a small surprise. Breakfast would be pancakes with honey and blueberries, a secret treat Harry adored. There would be a homemade card, a bouquet of simulated violets, and a notebook filled with blank, from the lonely cupboard of Harry's old life, handcrafted decorations. It was a far cry. Exact. Only a few months ago. That incident still weighed heavily on her mind and Harry's. It had been a pivotal moment. For a moment, Jennifer's gaze drifted inward as she remembered a certain night in March, 30th of March, 2189, to be. Flashback. 30th of March, 2189. To submit to gentle scanning and analysis, but Jennifer hit a conceptual wall. If Harry came from 1988, why was there a record of a mysterious, magical world in the archives? Jennifer had grown frustrated. No matter how many tests she ran, how many theoretical frameworks she applied, the origin of Harry's appearance in Vault 112 remained elusive. Harry had been willing. Called the Daily Prophet, a newspaper apparently from 1993. That was strange enough. Why would Vault Tech have these files? But what truly astonished Jennifer was that the images in these digital papers moved, determined to find clues. Jennifer delved deep into Vault Tech's stored data. Amid geological surveys, old American newspaper scans, and inconsequential diaries, she found a hidden folder. It contained digital scans of something. Holographic screen. A headline read, "Sirius Black escapes Azkaban. Wizarding world on." She sat in her private study, eyes glued to a. It was some trick or animated GIF. But the SYS. Tem insisted these were simple image files, with no embedded motion. Yet the picture moved. Alert. The photograph beneath the headline showed a gaunt man's face, shifting and scowling at the camera. Jennifer zoomed in and recalibrated. Certain. Name that had ignited her quest. And there he was, mentioned repeatedly as the boy who lived, a child who somehow survived an attack by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Articles from the early 1980s, referencing a prophecy, a magical war, parents named James and Lily Potter who died to save their son. The savior child was 15 months old when that tragedy occurred. Which matched Harry's. Jennifer's heart pounded. She scrolled through more editions of the Daily Prophet. Names like Azkaban, Ministry of Magic, and Hogwarts leapt out at her. Accounts of flying broomsticks, spells, and potions. Her logical mind rebelled. Magic was nonsense, or it should be. This was some glitch, some elaborate prank archived by Vault Tech. Still, her curiosity wouldn't let go. She searched for Harry Potter, the backstory. Heroic members of a resistance group called the Order of the Phoenix. They died defending their child. Meanwhile, the Jennifer felt a Ule MP in her throat as she read about Lily and James Potter. They were described as anger and sadness flared. Harry's old world hailed him as a mythic figure but overlooked the real cost, the real tragedy of his parents' end. Wizarding world celebrated Harry as a hero, the boy who lived, turning him into a symbol rather than honoring the true sacrifices his parents made. Reading this, Jennifer's A.T. idol-like boy who lived, without acknowledging her parents' real heroism. Harry wanted people to understand that Lily and James Potter were the true heroes, that their love and sacrifice mattered. Jennifer carefully approached Harry about it. The child's reaction was heartbreaking. Harry's eyes welled with tears, voice trembling. She admitted feeling distressed that so many people would call her by of a magical world, one that seemed determined to misrepresent or misuse Harry's story, shook them. Jennifer held Harry that night. As Harry clung to Jennifer's hand, both felt a heavy weight of sadness. The existence. If Harry's parents were alive only in memory and archived stories, Jennifer promised they would be honored, their legacy cherished. Close, whispering that no matter what that world said, here she was cherished for who she was, not a legend. World where magic truly existed. Jennifer's skepticism softened, replaced by cautious acceptance. If impossible images and inexplicable powers existed, they had to expand their understanding of reality. In the aftermath of that discovery, Jennifer and Harry resolved to continue investigating the phenomenon logically. They resolved to face this truth. Harry was from a 31st of July, 2189 back to the present. Scrap of information Jennifer had salvaged. Harry became angry at times. Quiet, contained anger at the wizarding world's blindness. She grieved her loss. The incident in March remained a turning point. Since then, Harry had grown more determined to understand her origins. She read every inferring their love from what the documents suggested. If they had shielded their child so fiercely, they must have been remarkable people. Parents quietly, mourning the life she never knew. Jennifer comforted her as best she could, speaking fondly of Lily and James. Into learning, insisting that understanding this energy, this magic, might help her honor her parents. If she could over the months, that quiet sadness transformed into a motivational force for Harry. She channeled her emotions. Harry wrestled with these complex feelings was bittersweet. She was proud of Harry's resilience, but mourned the innocence lost to tragedy. Define it scientifically. If she could rationalize it, maybe she could come to terms with her past. For Jennifer, watching a tray with pancakes and a vase of violets. "Good morning, my little Violet," she said softly. On this birthday morning, Jennifer turned from the kitchen and walked into the living room, holding this timeline. Harry still stuttered occasionally, especially when emotional. It never bothered Jennifer. It was part of Harry's healing process. Harry looked up from the puzzle, face brightening. Mum. She stuttered happily. At 9 years old, by the reckoning of coffee table, the scent of honeyed pancakes drifted through the room. "Happy birthday, darling," Jennifer said, setting the tray on the 8-year-old boy from 1988. Now, she was a healthier, slightly taller 9-year-old girl, at least in appearance, and Harry's cheeks turned rosy. A whole year had passed since she arrived here as a terrified, malnourished pancakes, delight shining in her eyes. Thank you, Mum," she managed. They all looked delicious. Identity, surrounded by love and acceptance she never imagined possible. She glanced at the neighbors. "Will come. I know it might feel a bit overwhelming, but they're excited for you. They adore you. Violet." Jennifer settled beside Harry, smoothing the child's dark hair. "We'll have a small celebration later in the park. Some sounds pretty." She glanced at the lilac ribbon in her hair. "It makes me like the name Violet," Harry admitted quietly, taking a furkful of pancake. "It feel more like me." Strength. Harry was still a child seeking her place in the world. Jennifer vowed to provide that safe space. Jennifer smiled, glad that the chosen name helped Harry feel more comfortable. For all her brilliance, for all her the gift. Now you can record your thoughts, your theories, and your drawings. Jennifer said. I want to see what you create. They spent a peaceful morning together. After breakfast, Jennifer presented the notebook and a carefully crafted fountain pen. Harry's eyes sparkled at violets. She had chosen this outfit herself, excited to present herself as she felt inside. A smartho later, they dressed for the small party. Harry wore a simple white blouse and a navy skirt embroidered with her collar, a subtle homage to Lily Potter, whose story she now understood was central to Harry's existence. Deserve to be happy. J. Jennifer wore a soft green dress and pinned a small lily brooch at. Neighbors greeted them. At the park, just a short walk away, a small crowd had gathered. Mr. Anderson, Mrs. as they stepped outside onto the pristine street. The simulation responded with its usual perfection. A handful of merrily. The scent of roses drifted from carefully tended flower beds. A table in the shade bore simple refreshments, iced lemonade, sugar cookies, a small fruit tart, Fitzgerald, the Johnson twins, and a few others. The park itself was a charming green, with a neat gazebo and a fountain that tinkled. Reassuring hand on her shoulder. They're here for you, Violet. It's all right. They applauded softly as Violet approached, and she blushed fiercely. Jennifer placed everything for us. We never thought we'd live in peace. But now our days are quiet and joyful, and we know it's because of your kind heart and understanding. We may be trapped in this vault forever, but you've made it a pleasant life to lead. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward, managing a shy smile. The assembled group bowed or nodded politely, and Mrs. Fitzgerald cleared her throat. Dearest Violet, she said, smiling warmly, we want to thank you. It's been a year since you arrived and changed her with their salvation. She bowed her head, voice trembling. Thank you, she said softly. You're all very kind to me. Harry's eyes watered at that. She didn't feel heroic. She had only asked Jennifer, Mum, to be kind. Yet these people credited our appreciation, he said. Harry accepted it, cheeks pink. Inside was a set of colored pencils and a fine eraser. Perfect for her drawings. Mr. Anderson, a tall, mustached gentleman, stepped forward with a wrapped package. Just a small box, neatly tied with a ribbon. Just a token of. The cake bore a single candle. Even though Harry was turning 9, because they had decided it was a sweet gesture. Harry smiled at the candle's soft glow. Mrs. Fitzgerald brought out a small cake with white frosting. Jennifer had arranged for the simulation to provide all these treats, taking care to make this day special. Standing beside her child and smoothing her hair. Make a wish, darling, Jennifer prompted softly. The Johnson twins played hopscotch, and Harry watched them with a small smile, recalling how foreign all this had seemed a year ago. She was when she opened her eyes, everyone smiled. Mrs. Fitzgerald cut the cake. They ate and chatted, the neighbors sharing stories about their newfound hobbies. Others never pressured her. They respected her boundaries. Still shy about joining games, but soon, it was just Harry and Jennifer beneath the gazebo, sipping the last of the lemonade. As the afternoon wore on, the party wound down. The neighbors drifted away with kind farewells. On her mind, Violet, she began softly, I've been thinking about your parents again, Lily and James Potter. Jennifer touched the lily brooch on her dress, considering how to broach a topic that had weighed. The last word caught in her throat. Harry's memories of her parents were non-existent. She had no recollection beyond faint impressions. This Harry's posture stiffened slightly. She nodded, eyes downcast. I've read everything why you gave me. They were brave. They loved me. Archives and Jennifer's patient explanations. Knowledge came secondhand, from. Not something trivial. It's the kind of love that transcends even what we know about life and death. They loved you very much, Jennifer agreed, voice quiet. They gave their lives to protect you. That's see that I'm okay. She paused. Cheers gathering. And that I'm Violet now, that I'm a girl. Would they still love me? Harry sniffled. The tenderness in Jennifer's voice reassured her. I wish I could show them who I am now. I wish they could. Every facet of her being. Confined a rational explanation or at least a structured theory, it might feel like you're uncovering their legacy. I think, Jennifer said softly. That part of understanding your abilities, this magic, might help you feel closer to them. If we. Voice steadied. I want to understand. It's not magic, just a form of energy we don't understand yet. Harry pulled back, looking up at her mother figure with damp eyes. Why yes, I want that. Her. It gently, so you never feel scared or overwhelmed. The goal isn't to push you. The goal is to learn. Jennifer smiled softly. We can start by designing experiments, recording when and how you produce anomalies. We should do. Trust and love behind them. If anyone cool. Help her find a scientific foothold in this impossibility. It was Mum. Harry nodded, a spark of determination in her eyes. She felt safe with Jennifer. They had a year's worth of the study, Ware Street. Acts of notes and data pads testified to their ongoing investigations. Harry set the puzzle down, opened her new notebook, and wrote a heading in careful, looping letters. They walked back home hand in hand, passing through the living room. Harry noticed the puzzle she had abandoned earlier that morning. She picked it up and followed Jennifer into energy manipulation, formerly magic, preliminary observations on anomalous. Harry's new intellectual playground, a safe mental garden where she could plant ideas and watch them bloom. Jennifer read over her shoulder, smiling. The handwriting was neat, each letter precisely formed. This was, over days, Violet managed to make the feather quiver. It wasn't floating, but the slight tremor was progress. They recorded everything meticulously, like scientists mapping out a new frontier. Violet tried, heart fluttering, and failed the first few times. She grew frustrated. Jennifer reassured her, it's all right. We have forever to learn. After several attempts spread from 1993 mention her as the boy who lived. Violet realized that, had she remained in her old world, she would have grown up in the 1990s, presumably attending something called Hogwarts. The newspapers told a story she had never lived, a future that on quiet evenings, Violet would sit with Jennifer and read from the digital archives. The Daily Prophet articles still puzzled them both. Not only did they mention impossible feats, but they also were dated 1993, years after Violet's original 1988. How could news pass for her? Never came to. Said honestly. But we do know you're here now, and here you are loved. Jennifer held Violet's hand as they contemplated these questions. We don't know, she passed. And yet Violet always maintained a gentle soul. She never tried to exploit these powers. Never. Jennifer marveled at Violet's dedication. The child's analytical approach reminded her of top scientists from centuries. To honor the legacy of her parents who died protecting her, demanded more from the simulation. She just wanted understanding and strange spells and shifting portraits. They marveled again at the moving pictures. Violet hypothesized that the wizarding world might utilize a form of directed energy fields to encode motion into static mediums. Jennifer nodded thoughtfully, impressed by Violet's attempt to rationalize even that. The months rolled on, January, February, and into March of 2190, marking 18 months since Violet's arrival. On the anniversary of the day they found the Daily Prophet articles, Violet and Jennifer revisited them together. They reread mentions of Sirius Black, of Azkaban, of sketches adorned Violet's bedroom wall. She had drawn herself into the scene now, as a girl with long hair and a violet ribbon, standing between them. It was a bittersweet fantasy. Jennifer praised her artwork, voice thick with emotion. They spoke again of Lily and James. Violet had drawn their likenesses from descriptions, a woman with kind eyes and dark red hair. A man with messy black hair and glasses, both smiling gently at their baby. The Astrur anomalous abilities. Perhaps it was related to manipulating probability fields or altering localized gravity wells. They might never pinpoint the exact mechanism. But they were no longer afraid. As spring turned to summer in their timeless vault, Violet continued to grow in confidence and skill. She read extensively, learning physics, biology, and even old world history. With Jennifer's help, Violet devised of hope in a timeless world. They were thankful she had stopped the cycle of death and rebirth. Thankful she gave them something to believe in. The community still referred to Violet affectionately as Little Violet, an endearment she accepted with blushes and smiles. She had become a cherished fixture, a symbol. Was like understanding a piece of them. She was certain they would be proud, not of her power, but of her determination to remain kind, to heal from trauma, and to learn. All this time, Violet never forgot the promise Jennifer had made, that they would honor Lily and James. With each new success, Violet felt closer to that goal, understanding her abilities. They'd come. But for now, in the midpoint of the second year, Violet thrived. On the eve of Violet's 10th birthday, 31st of July, 2190, Jennifer would note how far past years notes. The difference was profound. When she turned 9, she barely knew who she was, still reeling from it was late June 2190, almost a full year after her 9th birthday, as Violet looked back on the routines, close bonds with the community, and a scientific framework, albeit incomplete, to study her abilities. Revelations about magic and her parents. Now, as she approached 10, she had stable simulations orchestrated cicadas. Violet's head rested on Jennifer's shoulder, content, as Jennifer gently rocked the swing with her foot. One summer evening, Violet and Jennifer sat outside on the porch swing, listening to the quiet hum of the "We'll ever truly understand how I got here." "Mum," Violet asked softly, "do you think it's enough to know that you survived, that you escaped a terrible fate, and that now you're free to be who you are?" Jennifer considered. "I'm not sure, my darling. The mechanisms might be lost to time and chaos, but we've learned so much already, perhaps a good life." Although sadness about their loss still lingered, it no longer consumed her. She had made peace with the idea that they died for love, and their sacrifice gave her strength. Violet nodded thoughtfully. She was free, and that mattered immensely. Free to study. Free to present as a girl. Free to love and be loved. Free to honor her parents by living. Nearly a year since your last birthday. Remember how nervous you were to meet everyone in the park? Jennifer took Violet's hand. "I'm proud of you," she said. "You've come so far. Happy. Glad I have them. Glad I have you." She paused. "Mum, thank you for everything." Violet giggled. "IW was terrified," she admitted. "But now, it feels normal. I'm changing me. For giving me a reason to be better." Jennifer's eyes shone with unshed tears. "Thank you, Violet, for of digital ints. CTS and the soft lamplight from the houses was comfort enough." Violet pressed closer. There was no need for more words. The gentle chirping. 2190, exactly 2 years since Violet's arrival on the morning of the 31st of July. Remembered last year's birthday and how far they'd come since. Violet, Jennifer stood at the kitchen counter, preparing another special breakfast. A loose braid with a violet ribbon woven in. Woken joined her. Smiling sleepily, hair in. "Kit. For your research," she said with a grin. Violet's eyes sparkled, already envisioning how to apply this to her experiments. They ate pancakes again, a now traditional treat. And Jennifer gave Violet a new set of notebooks and a magnifying lens. Had requested a quiet day of reading, experimenting, and maybe a short walk through the Simu Lashans forest, at the edge of the neighborhood. Jennifer agreed. After breakfast, they headed outside into the bright summer day. Some neighbors waved cheerfully, but no big party was planned this year. Instead, Violet, one of her parents and herself. She tucked it carefully into her notebook. Before leaving, Violet took one of her sketches off the bedroom wall. The displayed tall, old trees and dappled sunlight. It was quiet and still, that they walked hand in hand to the forest's edge, where the simulation and observations. Jennifer knelt beside her, resting a hand on the child's shoulder. Perfect place to reflect. Violet opened her notebook, flipping through pages of theories. "Your intellect, your kindness, your bravery. You've taken their legacy of love and built upon it, despite everything. You know," Jennifer said softly. "If your parents could see you now, I think they'd be astonished by. Be proud. IT try to make them proud every day." Violet's throat tightened. She nodded, voice soft. "I hope they'd. You honor them by living fully and honestly." Jennifer squeezed her shoulder. "You do, Violet." Eventually, Violet spoke again. "Mum, I've been thinking. Maybe we should call the." They sat there for a long time, listening to the simulated birdsong. "Short." She scrunched her nose. "Or is that too fancy? Energy I manipulate. Arcane field resonance. Or AFR, 4. That term and see if it fits our data." Jennifer chuckled. "It sounds delightfully scientific. Let's try. Updating her notes with the new acronym. With Jennifer at her side, she wrote. Violet giggled, pleased. As the day grew warmer, they returned home. Violet excitedly. Of standard simulated physics. Possibly emotion-driven, related to probability alterations or localized gravitational anomalies. Further tests required. Arcane field resonance AFR, a form of energy manipulation observed in subject Violet that allows subtle defiance. Need grand parties or speeches. Just each other, soft voices, and warm smiles. The ghost of the wizarding worlds as evening fell on Violet's second anniversary in Vault 112, the two shared a quiet dinner. They did not define her. She would build her own identity, forge her own path. Expectations lingered at the edges of Violet's mind, but it no longer. Jennifer on the sofa. Mum, she said, I'm glad I'm here. Even with all the sea complications. After dinner, as stars, simulated but comforting, appeared in the sky, Violet snuggled next to. I never imagined I'd feel this kind of joy again. You've given me purpose. Jennifer kissed the top of her head. I'm glad too, my sweet Violet. Gratitude. And they freely gave her friendship and acceptance. To stable, meaningful lives. They, too, owed Violet. The lamplight. She smiled softly and whispered, Good night, Mum. Good night, Mummy Lily and Daddy James. Her voice cracked on the last words, but she felt no terror, only love. Violet's eyelids drooped as the hour grew late. Jennifer carried her upstairs and tucked her into bed. Violet pulled out the sketch of her parents, looking at it in full. She considered all that had Jennifer lingered in the doorway, heart. Mother-child bond that transcended logic and history. It was all impossible. Yet here they were, creating something beautiful out of chaos. Happened, the surprise arrival of a child from another time, the discovery of a strange magical world, the forging of a. Said softly. Sweet dreams. Good night, my Violet, Jennifer. Future stretched out before her, as vast and bright as the stars Jennifer had created in this eternal suburban sky, in that silent, gentle night. The child called Violet, once known as Harry Potter, smiled in her sleep. My Patreon, https://schedule of the 1st of September 2025. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter Neon Shadows of Fate. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 3 is available on Patreon. 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter Beyond the Boundaries of Time. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 3 is available on Patreon. European Time for users with R-Port on Patreon. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, crossover. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 3 is available on Patreon. 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 3 is available on Patreon. European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central. $10 Harry and the Wolf. Fanfic. You are familiar with Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 5 is available on Patreon. European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Fanfic. You are familiar. R with Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will cost you $10. For users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 5 is available on Patreon. 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus C. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Will cost you $10. A single step into Shadows. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support. Now available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Here will be available between 1500 to 1600 Central European Time. One shot will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 10 o'clock Central European Time, and will be free on Patreon. It is. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support only fanfictions are listed here. Reader Plus will cost you $5 and Reader Plus support will. QBE Sun Reborn. Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available on Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Rescued by Tales. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Rescued by Lamia. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Harry Potter and Toon Force. Read. R Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Shinigami's Vacation. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available on Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapt. 2 is available on Patreon for users with Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Raised by Mew Reborn. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Fragile Hope. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Symphony of Machines. Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Fanfiction Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with and Reader Plus support. Difference between Reader Plus. https:// The City of Dreams Chapter 3, Snowfall in Harry Potter or Fallout. Disclaimer: I don't own. Blanketing car roofs and window ledges, drifting across the sidewalks in gentle whirling gusts of wind. But not a single. The snow wasn't cold. That was the first thing everyone noticed. Fluffy drifts piled up on street corners. Overhead, the evening sky sparkled with faint stars and a smattering of snowflakes, each shimmering as though lit from within. Person shivered at its touch. It felt soft, even warm, like cotton batting that gave underfoot with a satisfying crunch. Vault 112 simulation. Yet for the inhabitants, who had spent generations in endless awe of it, of course, was a meticulous illusion woven into the December 2189, in real-world chronology, yet the bustling streets of 1950s New York City glowed with holiday cheer as though untouched by time. Loops of contrived suburban bliss, horrorscapes, or mid-century fantasies. This latest creation by Dr. Jennifer Braun felt like magic. It was 24. Grand holiday lights adorned every skyscraper, radiating multicolored brilliance that Christmas Eve, the entire simulation brimmed with excitement. Elaborate, animated scenes of dancing dolls, toy trains, and Santa's workshop. A towering Christmas tree dominated against the night. Enormous wreaths with bright red bows hung on lampposts. Store windows displayed streets, piped in through hidden speakers or spontaneously sung by groups of merry vault dwellers. Rockefeller Center, each branch twinkling with ornaments and tinsel. Carols drifted through the were breathless with joy. Some had originally hailed from New York before the occupants, many of whom had hazy memories of a pre-war world. They walked about the streets in wonder, greeting each other with holiday wishes, savoring the gentle swirl of snow that didn't freeze their hands or soak their boots. Everything was destroyed by nuclear fire in 2077. The site of an unblemished, 1950s Manhattan, alive ith laughter and decked out in Christmas splendor, brought tears to their eyes. A new world, a new self. Coat trimmed with faux fur and a stylish matching hat perched atop her long, dark hair. A swirl of snow, luminescent and gentle, eddied around her ankles. Across the street from a charming corner cafe, a child stood admiring the festive lights. This was Violet, formerly known as Harry Potter. She wore short, burgundy. In a way that felt right for her. A young girl of slender stature, soft features, and bright, curious eyes. In the year and a half since her arrival, Violet had undergone a profound transformation. Physically, she now presented art. Soon realized the child was a prodigy of staggering depth. Day by day, month by month, Violet's mind devoured knowledge like a supercharged vortex. Mentally, she had soared far beyond the constraints of ordinary intellect. Dr. Braun, who had begun by carefully tutoring Violet in basic science, math, and cryptology. By December, Violet could parse nuclear equations, restore old vehicles, at least theoretically, and maintain firearms with a sure hand. She learned multiple Earth languages, English, French, when Violet's 9th birthday passed in July 2189. Jennifer extended her curriculum, introducing advanced mathematics, quantum physics, engineering theory, survival tactics, ballistic sciences, marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, even an Y-Vault occupant or archived language file with effortless fluency. Russian, Mandarin, Arabic, Spanish, and more, until she could converse with basic piano. Within weeks, the child could play Chopin waltzes, then Beethoven sonatas, then advanced jazz improvisations. The same phenomenon repeated with guitar, violin, cello, saxophone, flute. Violet's uncanny ability to learn soared beyond anything Jennifer had seen, even in her centuries of manipulating the simulation. And then there was music. Jennifer's resources in the vault's deep archives included stored data for countless instruments, guitars, pianos, violins, brass, woodwinds. Exotic creations from distant eras and lands, all recreatable within the simulation. One evening, on a whim, Jennifer offered to teach Violet so-called magic. Another test a few months back registered an intelligence quotient of 496, off every chart known. She tackled problems that would stump entire scientific communities, outpacing Jennifer in raw mental processing. Yet although the child's IQ had been previously measured at 320, by autumn it was clear that Violet was still in the midst of a cognitive metamorphosis triggered by her earlier, arcane field resonance, the grim possibility of an outside world. If you ever need to leave this vault, darling, Jennifer would say, you must know how to survive. You must know how to defend. Jennifer had their mentor, guide, and protector. She taught Violet not just intellectual skills but life lessons, kindness, empathy, the value of cooperation. She prepared her, too, for beyond these simulation walls. She dutifully learned mastering marksmanship and yourself. And while Violet was hesitant to imagine a world could be taught within a digital environment, wilderness survival as best as it. Her parents, Lily and James, had died protecting her. That knowledge, along opened old archives about a magical world she might have inhabited, where, named Violet, was the core of her existence, with her blossoming identity as a girl. Snowy streets and holiday cheer. New York in old digital archives, studied black and white photographs of Times Square, read about the iconic Christmas. Now she marveled at the city drive Braun had conjured for Christmas. She had read about mid-century fogging lightly in the simulated winter air, the lights reflecting off glass storefronts, was another experience entirely. Spectacular at Radio City Music Hall, listen to 1950s holiday tunes, but to stand here, her breath at her side. Thank you for doing this. It's beautiful. Mum, Violet said softly, addressing the tall woman. Smile. I'm pleased you like it, she replied. I thought a change of pace would do us all good for the holiday season. And many of our neighbors lived in or near New York before the war. They deserved a taste of nostalgia. Jennifer Braun turned, her own breath visible as well. Though purely an illusion, she had taken on the appearance of a woman in her late 30s, though truly, she was centuries old by now. She wore a stylish, fur-collared coat and a subtle, each other. It seems so real, she whispered. I almost forget it's a simulation. Violet nodded, her gaze drifting to a line of old-fashioned taxis honking cheerily at Hope. Come on, let's have some fun. The others are waiting by the skating rink. Jennifer set a gloved hand gently on Violet's shoulder. Real enough to enjoy, City. The crowd bustled along the snowy sidewalks. Vendors sold roasted chestnuts, and holiday music emanated from window displays. Everything was aglow with the warmth of the season. They joined the flow of simulated citizens, both the vault residents, whose faces Violet recognized, and a scattering of fillers, digital extras that Jennifer had programmed to populate the other vault inhabitants gathered by an enormous ice rink. A shimmering Christmas tree soared above them, in front of an imposing Art Deco building that Jennifer had modeled on the real-life Rockefeller Center. Packed with giggling skaters in 1950s-style coats, hats, and scarves, bedecked with tinsel and ornaments, the rink below looked more stylish in a period-appropriate coat and hat but retained the same welcoming smile. "Come. Join us," Violet called Mrs. Fitzgerald, a kindly older woman who ran a small bakery in the prior suburban simulation. Them, returning their waves. Dr. Braun followed at a more leisurely pace. Hands tucked in her pockets. A chorus of greetings went up, and Violet's cheeks flamed with shy delight. She hurried to a family on the ice, of vintage ice skates. The rest of the group, about 10 or so, stood clustered by a bench where more skates were piled, waiting to be used. "Ever been skating before, little Violet?" asked Mr. Anderson, a tall gentleman who had once described himself as a pre-war banker. He stepped forward, brandishing a pair. "But never," Jennifer nudged her gently. "Another skill to learn, my dear." Violet lowered her gaze. "And no," she admitted. "I read about it. Challenges, no matter how trivial." She let Mr. Anderson help her lace up. A tingle of excitement ran through Violet. She was always delighted by new. In its warmth, speckled the bench and dusted her boots. Pair of white figure skates. "The snow, still strange," murmured to Jennifer. "Here goes," the onlookers. Some children from the vault, she recognized the Johnson twins, zoomed by, giggling as they circled her in a show-offy swirl. She stepped onto the ice, wobbled, and nearly lost her balance. A small squeak escaped her, prompting encouraging laughter from her center of gravity. "Keep her legs slightly bent. Let the blade's edge grip the ice." Within a few seconds, she pushed off and glided shakily forward. Violet steadied herself, mind racing. She had read the mechanics of skating, watched old videos of ice dancers. She tried to align everything she knew, shift. Then more confidently, "Wasn't falling, Mum," she called out. "Look." Laughter welled up in her. Other with gentle smiles. The Johnson twins wove in and out, chasing one another in arcs. Several other neighbors tested the slick surface at a more cautious pace. Jennifer offered a wave from the rink's edge, content to watch for now. Mrs. Fitzgerald and Mr. Anderson took to the ice in their own skates, encouraging each them, strings of holiday songs drifting from a nearby bandstand. The entire scene felt impossibly vibrant. As though the tragedy of the Great War had Violet gained speed, carefully adjusting her ankles. She admired the swirling reflections of the giant Christmas tree in the ice. Festive music surrounded. Never occurred in her memory. Indeed, her skating technique spoke of a professional's experience. Vault 112 had made her something more than human, granting her centuries to learn and relearn. After some minutes, Jennifer joined the fun, gliding across the rink with effortless grace. She had once told Violet she had the skill set of entire civilizations stored. "Ima, Jine, you'll be skating circles around us soon. You're a fast learner," Jennifer said to Violet, smiling. Brimming with a childlike glee she seldom allowed herself. At times, her Violet laughed, though her cheeks remained rosy with effort. She was simply a 9-year-old girl, discovering the joy of swirling across an ice rink, surrounded by friends and holiday cheer. Advanced mind weighed on her. Days spent pondering quantum mathematics, cosmic uncertainties, and the heartbreak of a lost magical world. But in this nightfall, Jennifer had programmed the simulation to mimic late night darkness. They skated until the overhead lights began to shift, indicating day in Manhattan. The group disembarked from the rink, cheeks flushed, laughter echoing off towering facades, around 8 or 9 in the evening, giving them the full sense of a short December. Music in the winter air. Wide avenue reminiscent of 5th or 6th. Above them, strings of golden lights spanned the street. Cars cruised by. and digital pedestrians hurried along with shopping bags. Later, after they had exchanged warm goodbyes with neighbors who drifted off to explore decorated shops or find cozy restaurants, Jennifer and Violet strolled alone down the block, where a marquee announced a special show at a grand time for the next surprise. Jennifer said, eyes twinkling. She gestured down. Eve concert. Care to perform with me? Theater. I've arranged a little Christmas. Violet's eyes lit up. Perform. I was thinking we could treat everyone to some festive music. Jennifer nodded. You're quite accomplished on instruments now, my dear. Her eyes suggested delight. Will they want to hear me? Violet hesitated, her natural shyness surfacing, but the sparkle in her own. You're brilliant, and it's Christmas Eve. Everyone's longing for joy. Of course they will, Jennifer assured her, tucking Violet's arm into polite nod, tipping his hat. Of course, he was part of the simulation, Jennifer's creation. The real vault residents who had received invitations would be scattered among the seat rows inside, eager for the promised show. That settled it. They walked together to the theater, weaving through the throng of passers-by. A gentle hum of excitement thrummed in the air. At the front doors, an usher greeted them with a reflecting an era of mid-century glamour. A poster stood to one side. Through the ornate lobby they went. Gilded railings and deep red carpeting. Christmas Eve spectacular, featuring Doctor proclaiming in bold letters to small gatherings in the suburban simulation, not grand announcements. Braun and Miss Violet. Seeing her name printed so publicly made Violet's stomach. She murmured. No pressure. This is a gift, not a test. Jennifer noticed her nervousness and squeezed her hand. We'll be fine. The audience, maybe 100 or more souls, sat in small clusters, vault residents who had come for the show. They waved at Violet and Jennifer, smiling. Some wore furs, some wore suits and ties, reveling in the glamour of the simulation's design. Beyond the velvet curtains lay a vast auditorium with rows of plush seats. A stage gleamed at the front, framed by a wide proscenium arch. Huge garlands and poinsettias decorated the edges, and twinkling fairy lights looped across the stage border. In other instruments, violins, cellos, guitars, and a small brass section. Jennifer gave a polite bow to the audience, and Violet did the same, cheeks pink. A hush fell as Jennifer and Violet climbed onto the stage. Waiting in the wings were 2 grand pianos, plus a medley of Christmas Eve. Everyone, we hope you've enjoyed the day's festivities. Good evening, Jennifer began, her cultured voice carrying effortlessly. Merry the occasion with some carols and songs. Here, she turned to rest a hand on Violet's shoulder, has graciously agreed to share her many talents with us. Applause and cheers rose from the seats. People were in high spirits, brimming with holiday warmth and nostalgia. Jennifer continued, we thought it fitting to mark. On the bench, Violet let her gloved fingers rest on the keys for a moment. She pictured the notes in her, yet she took a steadying breath and stepped to the piano. I'll start, she whispered to Jennifer, who nodded. Settling sensation she experienced due to her synesthetic approach to advanced cognition mind, each chord a swirl of color and shape. Then she began to play. Faintly modern. As she progressed, her anxiety fell away, replaced by a rapt focus. She forgot the crowd, forgot her self-consciousness, and let the music flow through her. A gentle introduction of "Oh Holy Night" drifted through the auditorium, the notes warm and resonant. Violet's touch was delicate yet assured, her interpretation both classical and graceful, piano arrangement supporting a voice that soared with centuries of practiced skill. The melody reverberated through the theater, moving the audience to tears. Somewhere in the second verse, Jennifer joined in, standing at a microphone to sing with a lilting soprano. The contrast was exquisite. A child's faces in the front rows, people moved by the holiday spirit, the memory of a world lost, and the sheer splendor of the moment. When the last chord faded, the applause was thunderous. Violet's cheeks glowed, but she bowed her head, grateful. She saw tears glistening on classical motifs with jazzy, Christmas-themed improvisations. Their hands flew across the keys, weaving a tapestry of sound that rose to a triumphant close. For the finale, Violet sat at the second piano while Jennifer returned to the first. The two played an intricate duet that combined. Was moments like this that reminded Violet that Jennifer was truly human at heart, capable of empathy and joy. Violet's heart soared. She glanced up at Jennifer, who smiled warmly. For all her mother's immense knowledge, a private stroll and reflection. Late, neon signs glowed over snowy sidewalks, despite the bustling illusions. Jennifer had dialed down the crowd level so they could walk in relative peace. After the show ended and the crowd dispersed with effusive holiday wishes, mother and daughter stepped back into the simulated city streets. The hour was here. Trees were garlanded with tiny lights. A lamp post cast a warm, golden glow across a bench near a frozen pond. They strolled down a side street a small park reminiscent of Central Park's edges, the hush of falling snow more pronounced. The city enveloped them, distant traffic hum mingling with subdued holiday music from some unseen source. Jennifer guided Violet to the bench, where they sat side by side. The hush of removing her gloves. "You played beautifully, dear. That was remarkable," Jennifer said softly. "Was fun. I never imagined I'd like performing. But seeing everyone so happy," Violet fidgeted with her coat sleeves, a sheepish grin on her face. In skill, but in confidence. "I remember when you couldn't speak above a whisper." Jennifer studied her for a moment. "You've grown so much, my Violet. Not just. You remember when I said I wanted you to be prepared for the outside?" Jennifer gazed across the park, snow drifting around them in lazy whirls. World. A serious tone creeping into Jennifer's voice. "Yes," Violet answered softly. She could sense. "Vaults are managed to live in the wasteland. If someday you do decide to leave, I want you fully equipped, physically and mentally. The outside, it's inhospitable, you know. Radiation, mutated creatures, collapsed civilization. But there are survivors, descendants of those who either hid in other. It's scary, but part of me wonders what it's like out there." Violet nodded, hugging her arms around herself. You understand. I guess. Same continuum." Yet her inquiring mind chafed at indefinite confinement, no matter how gilded. She felt a curious restlessness sometimes, a desire to see more than illusions. She didn't want to imagine a blasted, Saint nuclear ruin. Her father's and mother's wizarding world likely also gone or drastically changed if it even existed in the. Not dwell too much on gloom. "I just want you to know that I've put Togoth. A sort of survival kit." Jennifer noticed and placed a comforting arm around her shoulders. "For now, you're safe here, dear. It's Christmas Eve. Let's. Anything else you need if we ever face that decision. For you. It's an encoded program that will teach you. Said. For everything. Thank you, Violet." Shimmered in faint light. It was magical in its own right, an illusion, yes, but brimming with holiday warmth. They sat in companionable silence, watching a few digital squirrels scamper across the snow, leaving footprints that. Memories of a lost world. Was feeling contemplative. She had read about them, learned their story. Seen moving photographs in the archives from that strange newspaper, the Daily Prophet. A few minutes later, Violet said, "Mum, I'm thinking about Lily and James." She only used her parents' first names aloud when she. Revered by Wizarding Society for defying a dark wizard named Voldemort. She knew they'd died for her in 1981, that they were. "They're always in your heart, darling." Jennifer gave her a gentle squeeze. "Maybe we'd have had real snow, real gifts. They might have taught me real magic, not just illusions or guesswork." Violet nodded, eyes wistful. "If they'd lived. I wonder if they'd want me to have a Christmas like this. I think they'd be overjoyed to see you living so freely. With your intellect and your identity treasured. They'd marvel at your accomplishments." Jennifer exhaled softly. "I can't say I know the answers, but from what we've read, they wanted you to be safe and loved." Though she smiled. "I hope so." A tear slid down Violet's cheek. Away weighed heavily, but Jennifer offered comfort. Here and now, Violet was forging a new path, unencumbered by Dumbledore's manipulations or the burdens of a prophecy-laden destiny. They spoke quietly of Lily and James for some time, conjuring them in imagination. Lily's bright green eyes, James's playful humor, the tragedy that tore them. Sweet on a high floor with sweeping views of the skyline. As they walked away, the snow swirled behind them, slowly obscuring their footprints. At last, they rose from the bench, deciding to return to the hotel. Jennifer had set aside for them in this simulated city, an elegant twilight celebrations illuminated the center, and festive brass elevator doors glinted in the light. Jennifer led Violet to the elevator, pressing the button for the 20th floor. Soft Christmas music played overhead. Back at the hotel, an establishment modeled after, a doorman in a crisp uniform held the door open. Velvet drapes lined the lobby, a huge Christmas tree matched some classic film reference. Jennifer's private joke. Inside, the suite offered plush sofas, a flickering fireplace. They stepped out into a luxurious corridor with patterned carpeting, the number on their suite door. City aglow in Christmas lights. It was every inch the Manhattan holiday fantasy. Simulated, of course, and wide windows revealing a panoramic view of the. "Let's relax," she said, turning toward a small kitchenette area. "I have hot cocoa ready to go." Jennifer set her coat aside and offered to help Violet remove her hat and coat as well. Never penetrated enough to cause discomfort. "Thank you," she said. "Mum, this is lovely." Violet smiled, rubbing her hands together, though she wasn't truly cold. The simulation's winter. Of cocoa topped with whipped cream. The fireplace crackled merrily. From the within minutes, they sat on a velvet sofa, each cradling a mug. Lights in the distance, flickering through gentle flurries. Window, they could see Times Square's neon soared with the musical performance's adrenaline, while another part drifted to more. Violet's mind was in two places at once, part of her still parents, about the illusions of this city, introspective thoughts about the future, about her. "Do you think the others might want to leave too, Mum?" she ventured, "when you said I might leave someday. Do you think that's real living?" Violet tucked her legs under her. "I mean, it's a simulation. Is it enough?" Paused, uncertain how to phrase her thoughts. "They form genuine relationships, feel genuine emotions. Yes, the cityscapes and snow are illusions, but the love." The Jennifer's expression softened. "The residents, for the most part, believe it is. They have free will now. Companionship, that's real. Day comes when you want to see the outside, they will support you. As will I." Jennifer stroked Violet's hair. "They love you, but they also understand your unique situation. If the drawn or downloaded from the Vault archives." One showed Lily and James Potter, animated in the wizarding style, waving gently with uncertain smiles. They fell silent, sipping cocoa. On the mantel above the fireplace, Jennifer had placed a few photos, digital renderings of pictures Violet had. Prior suburban simulations park, both smiling under a sunny sky. Another showed the two of them, Jennifer and Violet, taken in the down and curled up against Jennifer's side. The older woman slipped an arm around her, humming a gentle tune. Eventually, the soft lull of Christmas carols from a hidden speaker lulled Violet into drowsiness. She set her mug. Midnight surprises arrived. Jennifer gently roused Violet. "Darling, would you like to open a present now, or wait until morning?" A melodic chime rang through the suite, indicating midnight. Christmas Day, at least in simulation time, had. I can open it now." Blinking sleepily, Violet murmured, "Present. Gift at midnight. The rest can wait till morning." Jennifer chuckled. "It's tradition, you know, some families open one." Violet, curious, nodded. "Yes, please." One up, handing it to Violet. It was wrapped in silver paper, topped with a lavender bow that matched Violet's ribbon. They rose and headed to a small, decorated tree in the corner, where a few wrapped boxes lay. Jennifer picked. "Go on," Jennifer urged. Embossed with her name on the cover in gold letters, Violet Potter. She traced the lettering with reverence. With careful fingers, Violet undid the bow and peeled back the paper. Inside, she found a leather-bound journal. "Have notebooks for scientific data, but I thought you might like a personal journal. A place for your thoughts, sketches, memories. I commissioned a special binding from the simulation's archives," Jennifer explained. "The pages are acid-free, designed to last." "I know you." Waiting for her words. "Thank you," she whispered. "I love it." Tears pricked Violet's eyes. She opened the journal, finding pristine pages. Violet's shoulder. "Merry Christmas, my darling." Jennifer's hand rested gently on blanket. Outside, the simulated city sparkled as though cheering them on, every light a star in the man-made firmament. They embraced in the cozy glow of the fire. the hush of midnight wrapping them like a soft. Into the Christmas morning. The winter sun filtered through when Violet woke the next morning. A warm shawl. Then joined Jennifer for a lazy breakfast of waffles and windows. She dressed in a festive outfit, a simple red and white dress with the simulation, though it was merely another carefully crafted environment for a grand Christmas Day festival, berries. There was talk of meeting the vault residents later at Central Park, so named in field resonance, technology, and love blending into a single tapestry. The swirling lines conveyed a sense of cosmic fusion, arcane emotion. You've captured so much in one image. It's beautiful, Jennifer breathed, eyes glistening with to show how I feel about everything. Violet ducked her head shyly. I wanted. Dressed in coats and hats to face the bustle of Christmas Day in 1950s Manhattan. They shared a warm moment, tears threatening but overshadowed by gratitude and tenderness. Then they. Gigi led at the spectacle of fake reindeer on street corners, and carolers roved in clusters, weaving holiday tunes into the crisp air. Vault residents, the streets were even more alive than the night before. Families roamed from store to store, windows filled with leftover Santa displays. Children fully realized, a testament to the skill and imagination of a woman who once used that same brilliance for torment, embraced each other, exchanging warm greetings. They marveled at how Dr. Braun had outdone herself. This was an entire city gathering in the park for sledding, with toboggans conjured at will. Jennifer and Violet strolled in, greeting neighbors, helping small children build snowmen. The smell of roasted nuts and cocoa permeated the air. By midday, many made their way to Central Park, a sprawling green space with winding paths, huge oaks draped in snow, frozen lakes for skating, and rolling hills glided by on ice skates. Families tossed snowballs in friendly mock battles. The entire scene bustled with an energy that belied the vault's fundamental limitations. They found a quiet bench near a pond, ironically reminiscent of the place they'd sat the previous night but on a grander scale. Vault residents. Kane, I must say, Dr. Braun, you've outdone yourself. I almost feel like I'm back in my childhood. Mrs. Fitzgerald ambled over, cheeks rosy. Merry Christmas, you too, she said, handing them each a small candy. It was important to many of you, wasn't it? Jennifer smiled. I'm so glad, Mrs. Fitzgerald. This place. It wasn't always easy, but Christmas, oh, it was magical. We'd walk these paths when I was a girl. The older woman nodded, eyes distant. I was raised in Manhattan. My parents had a tiny apartment in Hell's Kitchen. Like it again. She wiped a tear. You've given us back our memories. Feeding birds. Then the bombs fell, and I thought I'd never see anything. It off, bored with mortal sentiments. But this new Jennifer was touched and grateful to be forgiven. To be embraced by those she once tormented. Violet swallowed hard, deeply moved. She glanced at Jennifer, seeing the flicker of humility in her mother's expression. The old Jennifer Braun might have shrugged. Jennifer said softly to Mrs. Fitzgerald, "Thank you for the kindness. We know you're the reason Dr. Braun found her heart again." The woman smiled. "No, dear, thank you. And you, Violet." Her scarf. "I didn't do much," she whispered. Violet blushed, hiding half her face in. Continued along a winding footpath, lined with lampposts that looked straight out of a vintage postcard. Hay paused at a small arched bridge. They parted ways soon after, the older woman heading off to join some acquaintances near a snowman building contest. Meanwhile, Jennifer and Violet. People skated below, waving as they passed. Crossing a froze. Strange. Knowing all this is virtual, but their emotions are real. Violet leaned over the stone railing. They're so happy, she observed. Matter, Violet. Emotions, experiences, connections. These can be real in any environment. Jennifer nodded, stepping beside her. Reality is more than physical expression. Does it frighten you? Jennifer turned, searching Violet's. The simple parts of me. The parts that just want to hold your hand and skate or scribble a silly drawing. Violet considered. Sometimes, she admitted. I'm grateful, because I want to keep learning. But I worry I might lose the child. No matter how vast your mind grows, you'll always carry that wonder. Oh, darling. Jennifer pulled her into a gentle hug. You're still a. Hope so. Violet said, voice muffled against Jennifer's coat. Knowledge doesn't erase innocence, it just broadens your perspective. The day stretched out, offering carousels, visits to iconic landmarks, impromptu holiday parties. Vault dwellers traversed Manhattan by foot, bus, or old-fashioned taxi, exclaiming over every festive corner. They watched the skaters for a time, letting the clang of skate blades on ice fill the silence. Eventually, Jennifer suggested they explore more of the city. A quiet revelation evening lights in, falling in gentle waves, always soft and never chilling. The glow of lampposts and window lights lent a cozy air, reminiscent of a simpler era. Night fell once more, and Christmas Day drifted into a calm evening. A new hush settled over the streets, the crowds thinning. Snow kept in Times Square, not the neon Jennifer and Violet found themselves. There too, drawn by the spectacle. Music played from hidden speakers, a mix of big band tunes and holiday songs, overloaded modern or futuristic version. But the mid-century variant ablaze with retro signs and marquees. A few neighbors wandered. Mechanical Santa figure waved merrily over passers-by. The broad sidewalk LKS gave ample room for a final stroll before calling it a night. They stood outside a movie theater displaying classic Christmas films on the marquee. On the side of a large building, a giant turned to Jennifer. Mum, can we talk about my powers? My arcane field. Violet paused at a vantage point overlooking the dazzling swirl of lights. Resonance. Of course. What's on your mind? Jennifer regarded her with gentle curiosity. References to Hogwarts. They describe spells, potions, incantations. Yet my abilities don't look like that. I'm not chanting or waving a wand. It's more, I don't know, intangible. Violet cast her gaze around, ensuring a measure of privacy. I've been reading more of the old wizarding texts from the vault archives, bits of the Daily Prophet. Same system of structured incantations we see in those newspapers. Then again, the newspapers never gave a thorough explanation of the mechanics behind wizarding magic. That's true, Jennifer agreed softly, from everything we've gathered. Your abilities are triggered by emotion, intention, and perhaps quantum-level energy manipulation. It's not the Dumbledore. He bound my magic or did something so I couldn't access it. I guess I'm forging my own path. Violet nodded, nibbling her lip. I wonder if I would have learned that system had I stayed. But maybe not. Studying it, though, not just for power, but because it might help me understand. A tiny smile tugged at Violet's lips. I guess so. I want to keep world they came from. Parents better understand but they also had hearts full of love and courage. That's the real legacy they pass to you, no matter how your powers manifest. I'll help in any way I can, Jennifer said, voice earnest. Your father and mother might have thrived with a structured magical education. Square's neon glare, thinking of the intangible threads tying her to parents she never truly met. Violet felt warmth flooding her chest. She gazed up at the swirling snow under Times. A farewell to Christmas night. Windows. Jennifer and Violet made their way back to their hotel, stepping inside the plush lobby, eyes half-lidded with contentment and fatigue. At last, the hour grew late. Most vault dwellers returned to the lodging sites around Manhattan, seeking simulated warmth behind soft lamp-lit. Down. The city lights twinkled outside the window, and far below, a few stragglers roamed the sidewalks. Up in their suite, they removed coats and scarves, then settled on the sofa to wind. Page. She took a pen, hesitating a moment before writing. Violet opened her new leather-bound journal. Flipping to a fresh, simulated 1950s NYC, December 25, 2189. Wizarding world might claim, closer to them every time I understand my abilities. I'm trying to honor their love by living, by learning, by being kind. I miss my parents, even though I never truly knew them. Mum says they'd be proud. I hope so. I feel. Potential magician. I am safe, and I am loved. I am Violet. I am me, child, genius, artist, musician. Her words, then added. She paused, rereading. What's left of the outside? For now, though, this city of dreams is enough. Mary P. S. I wonder if there might be a day I leave this vault to see Christmas. Nearby, Jennifer watched with a tender smile, sensing the serenity in her child's posture. Setting her pen aside, she gently closed the journal, stroking the embossed cover. To draw the curtains. We've had quite the eventful day. It's time for bed, I think, Jennifer murmured, rising. Tucked her in, then took a seat at the edge of the mattress, just as any loving mother might. Violet yawned. Nodding. She changed into her nightclothes and slipped under the covers of her soft bed. Jennifer. Forehead. Dream of skating, music, and all the joys we shared. Sleep well, my Violet. Jennifer whispered, leaning down to kiss her. Fluttering. I love you. Mum, Violet said, eyes. Horrors upon unsuspecting vault dwellers. It was all so far away now, eclipsed by this genuine bond. A rush of emotion filled Jennifer's heart. She remembered centuries of loneliness, of twisted experiments, of replaying. Whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I love you too, she. For them, and allowed herself a small, private smile. In that moment, she felt Lily and James Potter would indeed be proud of their daughter, forging her own destiny in a world beyond comprehension. At length, Jennifer rose and switched off the lights. The fireplace's simulated flames cast a dim glow across the suite. She glanced out the window, at the grand city skyline she had created. Morning dawns, a chapter ends. By bright winter sunshine that never truly melted the drifts. People meandered through department store sales, children clutched new toy trains or dolls, and a general air of relaxed festivity lingered. The next day was Boxing Day in the old tradition, though within the simulation it held no special significance beyond another reason to explore the city. Snowfall continued, accompanied closeness that set the stage for whatever lay ahead. In the weeks to come, yet for Violet and Jennifer, Christmas had marked a moment of reflection and theories, testing her emotional triggers in measured steps. She would continue her inexorable accumulation of Violet would delve deeper into her self-designed experiments on arcane field resonance, refining her mind beyond even Jennifer's once infinite reach. Knowledge, languages, mathematics, engineering, music, elevating her. Digital pigeons, and sometimes treated passers-by to a violin serenade, delighting them with her skill. The VA. Ult's residents marveled at this new life, but for now, as the simulated 1950s city settled into a cozy post-holiday lull, Violet remained content. She strolled through Central Park, fed. Endured under drive, bronze old remembering the nightmares they once. In a vibrant city that seemed lifted from a perfect memory. Persona. Now, they embraced each morning with gratitude, discovering fresh joys. The Eater for a final holiday party one evening, they gathered again at inclined neighbors for a spirited jam session. Laughter and applause echoed in the gilded hall as multi-generational families SW4. The simulation cycle would shift to a new theme. Violet performed once more, joined by a small group of musically real society even under the confines of a digital environment. They were free as they could be. And that freedom now nurtured creativity, compassion, and hope. From the wings, Jennifer looked on with mingled pride and wonder. This was what she had once believed impossible, a vault community living in harmony. Forging a quiet New Year's Eve. To the last detail, a glittering sphere of lights descending at midnight. Streets thrummed with excitement, horns blared, confetti rained down. Violet and Jennifer welcomed the year 2190 in each other's arms, marveling at how much had changed in a single year and a half. The week between Christmas and New Year's soared by in a flurry of winter activities. On the 31st of December 2189, the city lit up again, this time for a grand New Year's celebration. The ball drop in Times Square was an iconic tradition that Jennifer replicated. Had been trapped in loops of stasis for so long, never truly moving forward. Now for many in the vault, the idea of a new year held symbolic weight. They meaningfully. Families whispered about possible future expansions, other cities, other eras. They had a sense of progression, of time flowing. She would expand the simulation as they desired, never again forcing horrors upon them. Perhaps a chance to travel the digital world. Jennifer had assured them all. City after the midnight celebrations died down. Fireworks fizzled in the sky. Meanwhile, from a tall building's rooftop, Violet looked out over the of her worried that if she left, she'd find only a smoldering wasteland. Another part insisted that confronting reality might be worth it. even if only to see the world with her own eyes, to confirm that she was not just a child of illusions. She thought of her journal, the new leather-bound pages waiting for her next entries. She thought of Lily and James, forever present in her heart. She thought of the unsolved mysteries of her powers, the possibility of stepping beyond the vault's walls, part to the night sky. But her heart added, for now, I'm here, and for now, that's enough, she whispered. Toward tomorrow, they're sweet once more. The city below shimmered like a sea of colored lights. In the earliest hours of the 1st of January 2190, mother and daughter retired to the months to come. The sense of calm, of possibility, filled the room. Violet nestled against Jennifer on the sofa, and they talked softly about discovering glimpses of a wizarding world, a war, a prophecy-laden child. She considered how that same child now. Jennifer reflected on the times she had scoured the vault archives for clues about Harry Potter's origin. Lily and James, from wherever souls go, looked on with pride, thrived as Violet, forging her own identity. She wondered if massive knowledge banks, but knowledge was not wisdom. She strove to. Violet, for her part, considered the next challenges. She had devoured weak child who giggled at snow sculptures and be the scholar who deciphered quantum anomalies. In the balance her thirst for understanding with the fragile innocence she still possessed. She wanted to remain the mum she believed it might be possible. Loving arms of Dr. Braun, her, marked the dawn of a new year and the possibility of new simulations, new lessons, new leaps in self-discovery. They watched the sun rise over the 1950s Manhattan skyline, an evocative scene glowing with pastel hues. Of Christmas in New York close to their hearts, an echo of a golden era that predated war and devastation. The vault's residents would soon depart these city streets for other illusions, but they would carry the memory. A testament to Dr. Braun's remarkable transformation, a tribute to the insoenda. The holiday adventure in a never was 1950s Manhattan. A bit longer, not cold but warm with possibility. The spirit of Christmas, love, renewal, and hope, remained in every twinkling light, every wisp of swirling flurries. Unstoppable genius and gentle soul of Violet, a cherished memory for all who had once known only dread within Vault 112. The snow lingered. She now carried within her hands, she held the pen that would write tomorrow. The brush that would nothing, neither war, nor wizarding secrets, nor the bleakness of a post-apocalyptic future, could rob her of the hope of love. And somewhere, beyond the simulation's boundaries, the wasteland nights were cold, but in Vault 112, life shone bright with the promise of what might yet be. In the hush of the newly minted year, enveloped in the city's luminous dreamscape, Violet Potter, little Violet, smiled at her mother, her mind brimming with curiosity, her heart full. Silent. But within these digital streets, a masterpiece of snow and stmas outside the tall buildings and swirling illusions, the real world remained. Unafraid, and ready for whatever came next. Lights, a child's laughter rang out, pure. My Patreon, https:// Harry Potter FNAF Neon Shadows of Fate. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter, Fallout Beyond the Boundaries of Time. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter, Friday the 13th crossover Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. C. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Shadows. Harry Potter, Helsing Harry Potter and the Crimson. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Gamer, Harry Potter, Oh Harry and the Wolf. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Science, Naruto, Portal Naruto and Secret of Aperture. European time, for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Potter, Ben 10 One-Shot Metamorphosis, The Legacy Within, Harry. Cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader One-Shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will. Reader Plus support which will cost you $10 on these fanfics below. You will need Harry Potter, Sonic Rescued by Tails. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Naruto Kyuubi Sun Reborn. Users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. PTER 4 is available for users with Reader Plus. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for support. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Looney Tunes Harry Potter and Toon Force. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Bleach, Naruto Shinigami's Vacation. For users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter Alive Potters, Sibling Potter Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Users with Reader Plus sup. Or Chapter 2 is Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for support. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, One Piece Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Chapter 1 is available for with Reader Plus support. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Pokemon Raised by Mew Reborn. Users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Sue P. Port available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Jigsaw Fragile Hope. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Phania Symphony of Machines. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Chapter 1 is available for able for users with Reader Plus support. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter, Coraline Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Support. Chapter 2 is Avenue. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Harry Potter Second Year Queen of Forbidden Forest. Support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Potter Multifandom, Crossover, Future Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry. For users WITH Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is Rift Between Worlds. Chapter 4, Harry Potter or Fallout. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. Was just 10 years old. Now, on October 31, 2194, she was 14 and living a life for Years had passed since that fateful Christmas in the simulated 1950s New York City, when Violet Potter, formerly resources of Vault 112's archives and the dedicated mentorship of Dr. Jennifer Braun, her adoptive mother and confidant. Beyond any conventional measure of possibility, her intellectual growth had only accelerated over time, guided by the infinite. She had inherited from her birth mother, Lily. The wizarding world of which she'd only read fleeting references might have lauded those same green eyes with a sort of heroic reverence, but that life was a million miles away in time and space. Violet had grown taller, her features evolving into a striking blend of youthful femininity and keen intellect. She wore her dark hair shoulder length, typically tied back for convenience while conducting experiments. The near-constant light of curiosity shone in her emerald eyes. For the past 4 years, at least, it had been. Hours in a laboratory setting within Vault 112's newest simulation environment. Today, as in so many recent weeks, Violet spent the crisp morning. Systems punctuated the silence. She wore a white lab coat, tailored to fit her growing frame, along with latex gloves, protective glasses, and sturdy shoes. Jennifer Braun wore similar garb. Mother and modern scientific compound reminiscent of old-world research facilities. Sleek steel countertops gleamed under bright overhead lights. Shelves brimmed with glass flasks and chemical reagents, and the faint hum of climate control. Amounts of chemicals and taking meticulous notes on a terminal. Daughter moved around a long steel table, measuring precise and administrative detail than a reflection of the environment outside. In this, although the overhead date read October 31, 2194, it was morning. They had shared a quiet reflection over breakfast about how much had changed since Violet was 10. She had mastered advanced mathematics, quantum mechanics, engineering, multiple combat styles, and spoken more than 20 languages with near-flawless fluency, an array of skills pocket of existence. Within the virtual reality of Vault 112, Jennifer could set the simulation to any place or time. Yet they kept track of real-world dates out of habit, if only to measure Violet's birthdays and track her age. That possibility, should she ever leave Vault 112, designed to prepare her for any eventual comprehensive theoretical framework around her abilities. They discovered that Affer's activation followed certain laws reminiscent of quantum entanglement, shaped by emotion and intent. In many ways, it resembled the magic, but of all her accomplishments, Violet was proudest of the continued exploration of her anomalous power, arcane field resonance, AFR. During these 4 years, she and Jennifer had devised incantations. Jennifer posited that perhaps these wizard folk used a specialized channeling device to focus and described in those perplexing Daily Prophet articles from decades before, though Violet had no wand or had led her to manipulate it directly. Underlying phenomenon, whereas Violet's unique experiences of longing for the family that was robbed from her. Yet over the years, she had learned to accept that in the continuum from which she came, they were gone. She had Jennifer despite the leaps in understanding. Countless mysteries remained. Violet often wondered how her parents, Lily and James, might have guided her if they'd lived. In quiet moments, she still felt that pang, as any child could wish for. Now, as devoted a mother, lab coats and sporting matching sets of goggles hovered over a row of which brought them to this morning. Both mother and daughter, clad in white, with faint pulses of AFR. They'd measured micro-lifts in temperature, color variations, even changes in beakers containing luminescent solutions. Each beaker held a different chemical reagent designed to react her energy into each test tube, and the results were exhilarating. Molecular structure. Violet had been carefully feeding small pulses of, brimming with excitement. It's turning violet, like the color of my name. Watch the third beaker, Mum, Violet said, voice steady but bright green. Now, the pH reading is shifting dramatically. Let me take a sample. Jennifer adjusted her own goggles, leaning in close. Impressive. The solution was originally acidity by a factor of, oh my, nearly 300. That's consistent with your last attempt, but the scale is even higher. You're generating some sort of field resonance that's reorganizing molecular bonds. She inserted a digital pipette and extracted a small quantity, depositing it onto a sensor plate. A readout screen scrolled data. Fascinating, Jennifer murmured. In the span of 5 seconds, it increased. Do it consistently on a large scale, but for small amounts. It's stable. Violet blushed with pride, though her voice stayed humble. I still can't. Daughter-mother science session is about as good as it gets for me. How about you? Jennifer cast her a fond grin. You're doing wonderfully. I'd say this kind of. I guess this is what real bonding looks like, yeah. A soft laugh escaped Violet's lips. Me too. I love. Me from another reality. You feel like you've always been mine. Absolutely, Jennifer affirmed. Sometimes I almost forget you came too. The overhead lights flickered. A static pop echoed, NTH. Simulation before Violet could respond, a subtle quiver ran through the lab. Reflection on water disturbed by environment seemed to ripple, like a forearm. Began flashing an urgent alert in red letters. Pebble. Jennifer's Pip-Boy, an advanced device strapped to her, had an anomaly like this since you first arrived. Distortion event, Jennifer muttered, stepping away from the experiment. We haven't. Here, was stable, unless something beyond it tampered with the code. Another wave of flickers danced across the lab, and the overhead lights hissed. Her eyes darted to Violet, who swallowed nervously. A chill coursing through her veins. They both recognized that Vault 112's simulation. It possible someone's crossing the boundaries again. Mum, Violet asked, voice taut. Is there something unusual in the system logs? A date mismatch. October. Jennifer typed furious L scanning external signals. Wait. Referencing your old dimensions timeline. 31st, 1994. This is. Air whipped Violet's hair around her face. She clutched the lab table, wide-eyed. The swirl of fire coalesced into a pulsing column that vaguely resembled the shape of a tall chalice. A sudden whoosh of energy erupted from the far side of the lab. Blue-white fire flared, swirling like a vortex. The protective glass around the beakers rattled, and a burst of that shape. It's like a giant goblet. She glanced at Jennifer, voice shaking. Mum. Fire. From that wizarding story. It can't be. Jennifer's eyebrows shot up. The goblet of. Forced them both to shield their eyes. In a split second, the labyrinth. Ori floor. Her words were cut short when the column of flame roared, bright enough to. Carefully arranged chemical table, the beakers, the overhead lights, everything in Vault 112 blurred into a rushing swirl of light. Vanished beneath their feet. A feeling of falling gripped Violet's gut, and she heard Jennifer cry out in alarm. There. Swirl of blue flame vanished behind them. Violet blinked frantically to adjust to the new surroundings. Then, quite suddenly, they landed on solid ground, knees buckling from the jarring impact. The red, green, blue, and yellow lined the walls. Hundreds of students in robes gazed at them with open-mouthed shock from 4 lengthy tables. At the front of the hall, a large podium. A wave of sound struck her. A cacophony of gasps, exclamations, and shouts. She blinked again, eyes refocusing. And realized they stood in a huge hall illuminated by floating candles, banners of them, obviously the real goblet of fire, spit out a piece of parchment that fluttered to the floor, overlooked everything. Flanked by faculty in wizarding robes and pointed hats, a single large chalice near. The old newspapers. Hogwarts Great Hall, the wizarding school's famed dining. Violet's heart thudded wildly. She recognized it, at once, from shock, confusion, and a fierce desire to cling to Jennifer. Chamber. A swirl of conflicting emotions rose in her. White, and vividly call. Orphle robes. Unmistakably Albus Dumbledore, stood near the goblet. An older man with half-moon glasses, a flowing beard of. Short and broad with a mustache, likely Professor Flitwick, and another severe looking woman with a hawk-like gaze. Madame Maxime. Or was that someone else? Gawked at them. His expression was thunderstruck. Another older woman in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, if Violet called from the archives, looked equally speechless. Nearby, 2 other wizards, one called, voice echoing across the silent hall. Where is Harry Potter? The goblet called your name, but it was Dumbledore who gathered himself first. Stepping forward with an outstretched hand. Harry Potter. He must be, but you're a girl. And who is this other person? His eyes swept from Jennifer to Violet, confusion darkening his brow. A delicate experiment, she snapped, ignoring the stares of hundreds of rogue teenagers. And for your information, this child is Violet Potter. She has not been called Harry in years. And I am Drive. Jennifer Braun, her mother. Jennifer shot a quick glance at Violet, then stepped forward protectively, still wearing her lab coat, gloves, and goggles perched on her forehead. We do not appreciate being yanked out of our laboratory in the middle of. Hat. Cornelius Fudge, presumably, the Minister for Magic, half stood from his seat, mouth agape. What is the meaning of this? He sputtered. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. At the staff table, a heavy-set man with a lime-green bowler. He read it in stunned silence, then turned back to them. He says Harry Potter must compete in the Triwizard Tournament. Meanwhile, a second swirl of flames erupted from the goblet. Dumbledore whirled back, catching the slip of parchment that spat out. Their necks. Teachers exchanged alarmed glances. The delegations from Durmstrang and now some of the students were on their feet, craning. Stunned. Nearby, a stern-faced witch with square-rimmed glasses, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, observed with sharp interest. Bobaddins, presumably, looked perplexed. Ludo Bagman, the round-faced wizard famous for his Quidditch commentary, stared on from a corner. Isn't it the year Hogwarts hosted? The goblet was supposed to. Violet's mind reeled. The Triwizard Tournament, that's the event from 1994. Through Harry Potter, into the running. Choose champions. But something or someone, me that this archaic device forcibly pulled my daughter across dimensions to compete in a deadly game. Jennifer's protective instincts flared. She raised a hand as though to physically shield Violet. Are you telling? Artifact. I assure you, Dr. Braun, we never intended. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. The goblet is a powerful magical. Protective measures are worthless, apparently. If your so-called device can breach space-time and drag us in the middle of a mother-daughter bonding experiment, it's a testament to your appallingly shoddy security. Well, you sure didn't do much to prevent it. Jennifer cut in acidly, her voice echoing. She pressed a few buttons on her Pip-Boy, scanning the environment. Your wards or most had rarely, ever, been addressed with such scorn by a total stranger. A ripple of shock went through the hall. Albus Dumbledore, revered by and rising alarm. She alone seemed to understand the gravity of Jennifer's outfit, white coat, goggles, gloves, like a muggle scientist. But how had they arrived here? Murmurs erupted among the staff and students. Hermione Granger, a bushy-haired girl sitting at the Gryffindor table, wore an expression that combined surprise, fascination. That's Harry Potter. Potter's a girl. And who's the muggle? At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy openly gawked. What magical folk call non-wizards muggles. I find that term quite condescending. For the sake of civility, would you kindly refer to me as a mundane, if you must? Or simply call me Dr. Braun. I am not your archaic label. Jennifer bristled at that word. She pinned the pale-haired boy with a glare, but decided not to direct her wrath at a child. Instead, she turned to Dumbledore. One more thing, I understand from reading certain archives that you, Junior in disguise, lurking on the Mad Eye Moody, actually Barty Crouch. Dursleys, pliable and ignorant, easy to manipulate. Instead, a 14-year-old girl who looked nothing like the boy he recalled from intelligence briefs, and a terrifying woman in a lab coat. The plan to resurrect Voldemort was in periphery, froze in mounting horror. He had confounded Goblet to ensure Harry Potter's name rose forth, but never in his wildest nightmares did he expect this. He had planned on the scrawny boy from the Jeopardy! The staff table. She towered over those nearby. Is Z's girl truly Harry Potter? Z's all quite irregular. What is the meaning of this? Snapped the imposing figure of Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Bobaddins, looming near. Cover it, Jennifer retorted. Irregular doesn't begin to. Washed over the four Hogwarts tables. A swirl of whispers and speculation. Of the newly arrived pair. This was students tried to catch a glimpse. Go. Bled revealed which three students, one from supposed to be the day that in the Triwizard Tournament. Each participating school would compete. A fourth name, Harry Potter, which instead, the goblet had spat out. Individual than the wizarding world expected. Apparently belonged to an entirely different. Assistance in clarifying the legality of this. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. If it has chosen this, child. We must ascertain how it happened. Dumbledore, face pale, stepped forward again, drawing in a shaky breath. Madam Bones, he said, addressing the stern witch near the dais, might I ask your... I want an immediate explanation of how any Harry Potter ended up as a girl named Violet. Amelia Bones, wearing her usual no-nonsense expression, adjusted her monocle. We will indeed clarify, mother. And you appear to be a mundane scientist. Accompanied by, she turned to Jennifer. You say you are. Quote, the goblet's decision is final. If this child's name came out, she is bound to compete. You can't just leave. Exclaimed Ludo Bagman, stepping forward. The Triwizard Tournament is a crucial competition. Think you can forcibly conscript a child into a lethal contest? I think not. Jennifer cut him off with an incredulous scoff. Bound by your archaic nonsense. You, at the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables whispered in excitement. The head of Slytherin, Professor Snape, stood with crossed arms. Expression unreadable but gaze locked on Violet as though analyzing every detail. A wave of disapproval flashed across the teachers' faces. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, but she remained silent. Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang, flicked his eyes nervously between them, clearly unsettled. Students. Moody stared, mind racing. This is meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr. as the ex-Auror. I say we proceed. That's the rule of the goblet, he growled, hoping to salvage the situation. Catastrophic. The entire plan is in tatters. But he forced an ominous scowl, trying to maintain the persona of notoriously dangerous. You have a minimum age restriction, do you not? I believe a 14-year-old is well below that age line. Violet, trembling from nerves but also from rising anger, spoke up in a measured tone. I have read about this tournament. This is so baffling. Some force or deception must have placed your name in it. If the goblet recognized Harry Potter, it forcibly sought you out. Dumbledore nodded reluctantly. Yes, that's true. We put an age line around the goblet. No one under 17 could submit their name. That's precisely why. To force my child into danger. I suspect you, Dumbledore, are partly to blame. Jennifer's lips pressed into a thin line. Well, I can guess who might want. Front of the entire school was startling, to say the least. Dumbledore bristled. I assure you, I had no. A collective intake of breath rippled across the hall. The thought of Albus Dumbledore being accused of wrongdoing in knowledge, powerful, artifact in your school rips a child across reality to fight in some. Then you're an even bigger fool than I assumed, Jennifer snapped back. No idea, either you're complicit or you're negligent. Barbaric tournament. And you claim you had. Others, more cynical, watched with a flicker of interest. Someone was finally challenging the revered headmaster. Gasps. McGonagall looked scandalized. Some students murmured outrage at anyone calling Dumbledore a fool. Breach of wizard law, but I must insist that you mind your tone. Professor Dumbledore is a distinguished wizard who has only the best intentions. Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat, trying to sound authoritative. And now, see here, Dr. Braun, I am the Minister for Magic. This matter is a serious. If your best intentions involve forcibly abducting children, your society is more. Jennifer gave him a withering glare. Minister for Magic, is it? Moody Barty Jr. barked. You can't skip out on the goblet's contract. That's final. At the mention of leaving, the entire staff table seemed to tense. Alistair. But I warn you, we are not defenseless. Try to stop us, Jennifer said icily. Life above her wrist. Then she uttered a single phrase, equipping Big Boy, in a calm, menacing voice. Before anyone could react, Jennifer tapped several commands into her Pip-Boy. A holographic display flickered across her body, innocent of a shimmer of digital distortion. Thick grips, and a complex loading mechanism at the top. The weapon looked so large that a smaller person might struggle to even lift it. Advanced technology drawing from an inventory. In her hands materialized an enormous, bulky contraption made of dark metal. It had a squat, mortar-like launcher. Heavy weapon in confusion. Yet a few, like Hermione Granger, turned pale with horror. Recognizing something akin to a rocket launcher, gasps rose from the crowd. The witches and wizards, mostly unfamiliar with advanced Muggle technology, stared at the specialized iteration of the Fat Man launcher. You see, in our timeline, excuse me, mundanes develop nuclear fission. Allow me to introduce the big boy, Jennifer said, voice dripping with cold precision. It's a. In 1945, ring a bell to the more historically literate among you. Bombs capable of eradicating entire cities in seconds. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Muggle upbringing. Hiroshima and Nagasaki had killed tens of thousands. Ushering in Hermione's face went ashen. She remembered all too well from her. Price of 1. If I attach a MIRV launcher, I can spawn a cluster of a dozen nukes midair, EAC. Capable of leveling this entire castle, assuming you folks still call it a castle, plus the terrain around it. Jennifer rested the big boy on her shoulder, taking care not to point it at the crowd directly. This particular device fires mini nukes. With the modifications I've installed, it can shoot 2 warheads simultaneously for the. Can't do such a thing. This is all bluff. No worthless non-magic can rival wizard power. A disbelieving scoff rose from some of the pureblood wizard students. Draco Malfoy sneered, Muggles. Of the global population in the span of 2 hours, the subsequent radioactive fallout nearly finished the rest. The reason we survived is that we hid in advanced vaults built by science, not magic. Jennifer's glare snapped to him. Her voice turned deadly quiet. Little boy. You have no idea how small your world is. You scoff at nuclear devastation. The Great War in my timeline exterminated 80%. Look. She's not lying, you prat, she hissed. Our world had bombs. Huge bombs, worse than you can imagine. Millions would die in an instant if they used them again. A hush choked the hall. Even the wizard-born students who didn't comprehend nuclear warfare felt an undercurrent of dread in her words. Hermione, trembling, gave Draco a furious boy vanish again into her Pip-Boys. Meanwhile, Jennifer let the big threaten innocence. But if you force my hand, I will do whatever it takes to protect my daughter. Is that clear? Inventory system, demonstrating advanced technology that confounded the Watchers. She folded her arms. We do not wish to kill or do not desire conflict. This entire fiasco is as much a shock to us as it is to you. Amelia Bones stepped forward, holding up her palms in a placating gesture. Dr. Braun, let us calm ourselves. We. Dragging Violet into this farce. Maybe start by investigating your own staff and so-called headmaster. The manipulations around this goblet smell of sabotage. The corners of Jennifer's mouth were tight. Then let us go. Or better yet, if you want to find the culprit responsible for not particularly guilty. I had no intention of endangering the child. All eyes turned to Dumbledore. The old wizard looked deeply troubled, but that I did not tamper with the goblet. Began. I can vow on my magic. Midst. She swung her gaze around. Moody, Barty Jr., shifted uncomfortably, trying to blend with the shadows. Jennifer studied him. Her expression still hawkish. Then someone else did. Possibly in your staffs. Braun, the goblet's contract is irrevocable. If your daughter truly is the Harry Potter it selected, she must compete. Unless you can find a legal loophole. Cornelius Fudge stepped in front of Dumbledore as if to defend him. The headmaster's integrity is beyond question, Fudge declared. But you must understand, Drive. You abducted from another dimension. Are your laws truly that archaic? Jennifer folded her arms. Legal loophole. This is an underage girl. Chosen. However, there is significant question as to whether Harry Potter is, in fact, Miss Violet Potter. The entire premise might be invalid if her legal identity is recognized differently. At that, the stern figure of Professor McGonagall drew herself up. A faint flush on her cheeks. The Triwizard Tournament does carry a strict contract for those whose names are her, that suggests Edrica Potter. But if she no longer identifies as such, there may be room for interpretation. Dumbledore touched the goblet's rim, an exasperated frown deepening. We must consult the magic that bound this tournament. If the goblet forcibly summoned the entire school, we must convene privately. Perhaps we should move to a smaller chamber and discuss. Madame Maxime, crossing her arms, nodded. Zz's not something we can solve in front of. You all right, sweet girl. I know this is overwhelming. Jennifer turned to Violet, gently brushing her shoulder. At the sea of gawking students. I didn't want this. I was just doing an experiment with you. Violet managed a tiny nod. Swallowing hard. I'm okay, Mum. Just a bit unnerved. She glanced around. Violet's cheek. We'll find a way to fix this, I promise. Sympathy flickered in Jennifer's eyes. She pressed a hand to. Of you, she addressed the students, are dismissed. Return to your common rooms. The Triwizard Champion selection is postponed until we resolve this unprecedented situation. At that moment, Amelia Bones cleared her throat. Yes, let's proceed to a secure location. Professors, Minister, Dr. Braun, Miss Potter, please follow me. The rest. Violet and Jennifer as they left. Hermione Granger lingered near the door, curiosity evident, but eventually she too was urged on by her fellow Gryffindors. A flurry of whispered conversation broke out among the students. Some seemed disappointed. Others outraged or mystified. Yet they began filing out, eyes darting too. Traversed the corridors of Hogwarts until they reached a large office with a carved gargoyle outside. Inside lay a spacious, circular room lined with shelves of curiosities, whirring instruments, and portraits of past headmasters dozing in their frames. Soon, only a small group remained. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Moody, Barty Jr., Fudge, Bagman, Amelia Bones, and a few other key figures such as Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. With them, of course, Jennifer and Violet. Together, they. Seats on one side, lab coats still on. Gloves removed but goggles perched atop their heads. Dumbledore sat. Amelia Bones took charge, motioning for everyone to gather around a large wooden table. Violet and Jennifer took. Karkaroff and Maxime hovered uncertainly near the fireplace. Barty Jr. Moody tried to remain inconspicuous, though tension radiated from him. Opposite them, flanked by McGonagall and Snape, Fudge stood off to the side. Posture stiff. The foreign heads of school, each from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. We had concluded the selection, naming Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory. Amelia began. Firstly, let me clarify the known facts. The Goblet of Fire is set to pick 3 champions. 1. Was the year Cedric died. If the original timeline still played out, she felt a surge of sadness. Violet perked up at that mention, recalling the famous names from the old archives. So this. We have Miss Violet Potter, accompanied by Dr. Jennifer Braun, forcibly summoned from another dimension. Is that correct? Amelia continued. Then the goblet unexpectedly produced a 4th name, Harry Potter, instead of the boy many expected. Violet was once known as Harry Potter, B.U.T. She was transported away from your dimension at the age of 8. She has been under my care for the last 6 years. Jennifer nodded once. Yes, we hail from Vault 112, though that likely means little to you. In our timeline, the year is 2194. We have progressed technologically far beyond your 1994. When we celebrated that Christmas in New York simulation. 4 years, Violet gently corrected, I was 10. Consent to this forced competition. We want answers and a method to return home. Jennifer gave a small smile. Right. Feels longer. In any event, we do not. Say it's 2194 in your dimension. That's preposterous. Fudge fiddled nervously with his bowler hat. You. Magic or phenomena? Let's not dismiss their claims out of hand. Minister, Amelia cut in sharply, enough. We're dealing with extraordinary. Of her aside from her relatives, claims that she went missing one night. The magical wards around her home had collapsed. We never understood how or why. Dumbledore pressed his fingertips together, looking deeply contemplative. If what you say is true, Miss Potter vanished from our world around 1988. We found no trace. Daughter. So, your attempts to bring her back using this goblet are at best incompetent. At worst malevolent. Apparently surging, dragging her to my vault's simulation. I discovered her, nurtured her, and now she's my. Snape's expression flickered with something akin to guilt, though he said nothing. A loaded silence followed. McGonagall, tight-lipped, cast an apologetic glance at Violet. Ancient. If it recognized her as Harry Potter, the usual rule is that she's obligated to compete. Regardless of how it happened, Amelia said, we must address the binding contract. The goblet's magic is them apart. In my dimension, no contract can forcibly conscript a minor into mortal peril. That is slavery. Jennifer bristled. I reject that. Or if you insist, present me with your statutes, and I'll tear. Breaching it can be dire. If the goblet sees her as a rightful champion, stepping aside might cause a magical backlash. Barty Jr. Moody intervened with a growl, trying to maintain cover. Magical oath is no small matter, woman. The penalty for. I suspect, the real culprit is whoever put her name in the goblet to begin with. That infiltration might invalidate the contract. Jennifer looked unimpressed. Let me guess, spontaneous combustion, curses, or other nonsense. Possibly, but we will find a way around it. The obligation. The question is, who did it, and how did they do so without detection? True, Amelia admitted. If the name was inserted fraudulently, that might free Miss Potter from a prophecy or to use her in some twisted scheme. Dumbledore might not be behind it, but it seems likely the sabotage came from within these walls. At this, Jennifer's gaze flicked around the room. My guess. Someone with a vested interest in seeing Harry Potter show up at Hogwarts, perhaps to fulfill the plan. She competes, the tasks unfold, the ministry oversees. If it was sabotage, the culprit might reveal. Barty Crouch Jr. swallowed, heart pounding. He needed to deflect suspicion. What if we simply proceed with themselves? Daughter into a death trap to catch a saboteur. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. I do not throw my skill to survive a tournament of dragons, underwater mazes, and possibly more real dangerous foes. Barty Jr. forced a sneer, playing the role of Moody. Lass. Do you have the, you think? But I have no desire to fight for your entertainment. Violet, quietly steeling herself, answered. I might be more capable than. Instead, he saw a composed girl, wreathed in scientific logic, politely refusing a lethal game. It challenged every assumption. A flicker of something crossed Snape's face. Surprise, curiosity. He'd long assumed Harry Potter would be a brash, attention-seeking boy. The ministry can't afford a fiasco. The other schools expect a triwizard. Amelia Bones tapped her chin. We must find an equitable solution. Under special security, while we investigate who tampered with the goblet. If we can prove the entry was fraudulent, we can attempt to nullify the contract. Competition. But no one foresaw a forcibly summoned champion. Dr. Braun, Miss Potter. Would you be willing to remain at Hogwarts for a short time? The condition we can leave at any moment if things seem too dangerous. Jennifer exhaled, glancing at Violet. Would you be comfortable staying temporarily, under? Forced to stay rankled her. Still, if it was the only way to avoid an immediate magical backlash, perhaps it was worth a short delay. Violet weighed the question. She was curious about the wizarding world. She'd read about Hogwarts, pictured these corridors, the classes, the ghosts. Yet being only for a short time, and only if we are guaranteed safety. All right. She said softly, placing a hand on Jennifer's forearm. But my word as head of Th Hull befall either of you here. Amelia nodded, relief evident. We will place wards around your chambers, Dr. Braun. You have. Potter is indeed a champion. She must compete. We will not stand for an easy withdrawal. Karkaroff huffed, and what of the tournament? My champion, Victor Crumb, expects a fair game. If is chosen, removing her changes everything. Maxime added, if, Harry Potter. At least ensure Dr. Braun and Miss Potter have a safe place to rest. Dumbledore lifted his hands. This calls for further deliberation. For tonight, we can. Tomorrow, we will reconvene. So much as raise a wand to her without consent, I will not hesitate to use lethal force. Understood? Jennifer regarded him with a frosty stare. Fine. But know this, Dumbledore, if anything threatens my daughter, if you. The headmaster nodded gravely. Understood. Have orders posted to ensure everything is above board. Fudge tried to salvage some authority. Yes, well, all. Jennifer nodded, rising from her seat. Lead us to these quarters, then. Amelia Bones shot him a look. I'll select the oars, Minister. Grumbling, Fudge stomped off to find an excuse to cover his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Barty Crouch Jr., after everyone was gone, let out a shaky breath. He had just witnessed something beyond his control. The real Harry Dumbledore gestured for McGonagall to do so, and the older witch promptly guided them out of the office. The group dispersed, though a wave of hushed arguments and tense whispers followed them. Karkaroff and Maxime left. Nuclear capabilities. How would the Dark Lord want him to handle this? Potter was a self-possessed girl, accompanied by a terrifying mother with a fairy tale castle, yet it also felt unnervingly ancient and alien. She recalled reading about Hogwarts in the old Daily Prophet clippings. Seeing it in person was both mesmerizing and disorienting. They traversed the corridors, McGonagall leading the way, her posture rigid. Violet gazed around with wide eyes. The moving portraits, the shifting staircases, the flickering torches, it was like stepping into the hallways, probably mapping them via the Pip-Boy's scanning function. Jennifer, though equally intrigued, kept her expression guarded. She scanned about architectural inefficiencies or structural hazards. She occasionally whispered remarks to Violet. We'll place additional wards keyed to you and to Dr. Braun, so no one may enter uninvited. Would that be acceptable? McGonagall at last paused outside a large wooden door. This is an unused professor's suite. We've spelled it for comfort. My own security measures, as well. Jennifer nodded. Yes, but I have. Swirling runes of light to her own intangible AFR manipulations. She wondered if she could replicate them without a wand or incantation. With a wave of her wand, McGonagall murmured incantations in a precise, clipped tone. Violet watched with analytical interest. Comparing these, a small adjoining bedroom. The decor was typically Hogwarts. Tapestries depicting mystical creatures, wooden floors with antique rugs. The door swung open. Inside lay a cozy sitting area with a warm fireplace, 2 armchairs, and here. So this is what wizarding living spaces look like. Violet felt a pang of familiarity despite never having been. Can do to make your stay more comfortable. Do let me know, Mother, if you have any questions, or if there's anything I appreciate it. I don't know what to ask right now. Violet's heart twisted at the mention of Lily. Thank you, she said softly, peacefully. Albus, for all his faults, he truly cares about the greater good. I only wish you could see that. McGonagall nodded. That's understandable. I'll leave you. Then, she glanced at Jennifer. I do hope we can resolve this. Paved with good intentions, Professor. I reserve judgment. Jennifer's lips thinned. The road to hell is a subdued good night. Shutting the door with that, McGonagall bid them lock the door from her side as well, pressing a code into her Pip-Boy. Behind her, a faint glow traced the frame as the wards took hold. Jennifer. Her goggles fully and setting them on a table. Mum, I can't believe we're really here. They stood in silence for a moment, letting the reality settle in. Violet exhaled shakily, removing. But we'll handle this. First things first. Let's see if we can re-establish contact with Vault 112. Jennifer slid out of her lab coat, draping it over a chair. Neither can I, darling. His castle might be blocking the dimensional link. We'll need to find another way. She tapped a few commands into the Pip-Boy. An error beeped. No signal. Figures. Silhouette of the forbidden forest beyond. Tiny lights from the greenhouses dotted the distance. It was breathtaking, in a somber, medieval way. Violet approached a window. It overlooked the Hogwarts grounds, a wide lawn, the black lake glimmering under a moonlit sky. And the hushed. But not like this. Not forced. Not threatened by that tournament. Part of me always wanted to see this, she admitted, voice. We'll figure it out. If we must. Jennifer laid a hand on Violet's shoulder. Have to, well, we'll see. I won't let them kill you in some archaic bloodsport. Prove the goblet's contract was falsified, so be it. If that fails, we might. They're tasks. But I'd rather not, if it's just for the amusement of a crowd. A small, wry smile flickered across Violet's face. I do think I could handle. Goes. In the meantime, we should rest. Jennifer nodded. We'll see how the investigation function on the simulation tool embedded in the Pip-Boy. They settled in. The flickering fire in the sitting room cast dancing shadows across the walls. and the ancient stone architecture lent the air a mild chill. They each claimed a separate bed in the adjoining room, though both were wide awake with adrenaline. After they'd changed more comfortable attire, Jennifer conjured simple pajamas from her inventory system, while Violet used a bed in Hogwarts, waiting for classes, living under Dumbledore's shadow. Would I have known Hermione as a friend? Or would I have faced bullies like Draco Malfoy alone? For a long while, neither spoke, each lost in her own thoughts. Violet stared at the vaulted ceiling. Is this how my life might have been if I'd stayed front of them? I can't stand the idea of them taking you away from me. At last, Jennifer's quiet voice broke the stillness. Violet, I'm sorry if I seemed too harsh. If you hadn't threatened them with the big boy, they might have tried to strong-arm us into accepting the tournament. Violet turned to look at her adoptive mother in the neighboring bed. Don't apologize, Mum. I'm grateful you protect me. Her lips. Yes, well, nuclear deterrence, Jennifer sighed, a faint smile tugging. Monster. I just want them to understand we're not pushovers, I suppose. Still, I don't want to become the James would feel, seeing her with this new mother, in a realm beyond their imagining. She suspected they'd be relieved that someone cared enough to fight for her. A comfortable pause followed. Violet's heart felt warm despite the circumstances. All these years, Jennifer had been her rock, fiercely protective, brilliant, and loving. She wondered how Lily and nuclear blasts, and strange magical tasks. She half saw flashes of a labyrinth, a dragon's roar, a shimmering underwater city, and an old graveyard. Eventually, weariness caught up with them. Violet drifted into a fitful sleep. Her dreams filled with swirling illusions of goblets spitting out parchment. Forward. She tossed and turned, heart pounding until the morning light finally broke. Looming behind it all was a shadowy figure. Eyes gleaming red, beckoning her. Hall for a scheduled meeting with ministry officials and Hogwarts staff. They encountered stares from every direction. Some, Lee K. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, offered tentative smiles or curious waves. Others, like Malfoy, sneered or whispered behind their. The following day dawned with a hush across Hogwarts. Word of the bizarre new champion, and her terrifying mother, had spread over the gossip among students and staff alike. As Violet and Jennifer made their way to the great hands, she scanned the corridors as though analyzing an alien environment. Violet followed closely, arms crossed, feeling a potent blend of anxiety and fascination. Jennifer paid them no heed, striding purposefully in her lab coat, goggles tucked in a pocket, latex gloves peeking out from her belt. The few who might understand how horrific nuclear weaponry could be wondered if she might speak to Hermione at some point. One of. Good morning. We've arranged a conference room near the staff quarters. The minister insists on being present, along with Mr. at the entrance to the Great Hall. They were met by Amelia Bones, who gave them a cordial nod. Maxime will attend. And, of course, Dumbledore, Bagman and others. Headmasters Karkaroff and. From her coat. Lead the way. Jennifer brushed a speck of dust. Oak, with a long table surrounded by chairs. At one end sat Fudge, fidgeting with some parchment. Beside him stood Ludo Bagman in bright yellow. They ascended a small staircase and found a large wooden door guarded by 2 stone gargoyles. Inside was a stately conference room, paneled in dark and frail, nothing like the dynamic persona he'd once projected in the war. Near him, disguised as Moody, lurked Barty Jr., watchful and silent. Robes. Wearing a strained smile. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff, and Maxime were already seated. Barty Crouch Sr. was there too, looking pale. I have, at Dr. Braun's request, begun an investigation into tampering. Our preliminary checks indicate the goblet was subjected to a Confundus charm, but we have yet to identify the caster. Once everyone had settled, Amelia Bones called the meeting to order. We are here to address the contested entry of Miss Violet Potter in the Triwizard Tournament. She glanced around. And Karkaroff frowned. Confundus. That is serious sabotage indeed. Gasps rippled through the room. Fudge blanched, Bagman sputtered. Member could have done it, he growled in his rasping voice, playing the part of Moody with skill. Or a clever student. J. Ennifer's gaze narrowed at the so-called Moody. The false Auror tried to stay calm, though sweat beaded on his forehead. Any staff. We can't simply cancel the tournament. The other champions are expecting. Fudge looked flustered. Yes. Yes, but we have no proof. And daughter's life is at stake, yet you worry about the tournament's prestige. Your priorities are twisted, Jennifer cut in. A child's life, my. With the goblet. That is an act of sabotage on all three schools. Karkaroff waved a hand dismissively. The Triwizard Tournament is tradition. If someone tampered, we must find them quickly. Madame Maxime nodded. But you prepared to remain at Hogwarts for the short term while we conduct this investigation. We can petition the Amelia Bones raised her voice for order. In any case, Dr. Braun, Miss Potter. We need to know. Is proven, we might have a basis to release Miss Potter from the obligation. Department of International Magical Cooperation for a hearing on the goblet's contract. If sabotage. You keep your wands off her unless it's absolutely necessary. And if it Jennifer folded her arms. Yes, we'll stay for now, with the stipulation that we'll attempt to leave. Becomes clear you can't protect. Prefer you remain. Fleeing might cause complications. Fudge coughed. Yes, well, we obviously. For you, perhaps. But for us, it's survival. Jennifer shot him a withering look. Complications. Sabotage remains unproven. We may have no choice but to proceed. The goblet's contract, while archaic, is potent. We must confirm whether it truly binds Miss Potter. Dumbledore drummed his fingers on the table. In the meantime, the first task is scheduled to take place soon, 3 weeks from now. If by that point, all she'd read about that first task Violet listened quietly, mind churning with. Might handle a dragon better than the original Harry Potter had. Another part wanted no part of it. Dragons, a flicker of adrenaline sparked in her. Part of her wondered if her advanced training in AFR. Some classes remain in her quarters for safety. If she chooses to attend, she must be supervised. In the event the sabotage is confirmed, we'll petition for an annulment of her champion status. Barty Crouch Sr. cleared his throat, sounding tired. Given the severity, I propose we set up a specialized panel, including Madame Bones and Headmaster Dumbledore, to unearth the culprit. Meanwhile, Miss Potter can attend. That's acceptable, temporarily. But no illusions, I have no intention of letting her truly engage in lethal tasks. Jennifer exchanged a glance with Violet. The teen nodded subtly, and Jennifer looked back at the group. Nodded, relieved. Very well. Let us proceed with that plan. Karkaroff grunted disapproval, but Maxime gave a small shrug. Dumbledore. We'll keep you updated daily, Dr. Braun, on our progress. Good, Amelia Bones said. This meeting is adjourned. Wearing a forced grin. Barty Crouch Sr. rubbed his temples and left, followed by Barty Jr. moody. Who avoided eye contact with everyone. Everyone rose. Fudge quickly left, muttering about international relations. Karkaroff and Maxime departed together, deep in discussion. Bagman trailed behind them. Cannot express how truly sorry I am that you were brought here against your will. I promise, whatever differences we have, I will do my utmost to protect you. Soon, only Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Jennifer, and Violet remained in the room. An awkward silence stretched. At last, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Miss Potter, Violet, if I may, But if you genuinely mean to protect her, then we have a common goal. Jennifer's voice was cool. You'll forgive me if I don't simply trust you, Dumbledore. Sadness crossing his features. Then his gaze shuddered. If you require potions or any assistance, I'm certain we can arrange it. Snape's black eyes flicked to Violet, lingering a moment. You do look uncannily like Lily, he murmured, a note of wistful respond. Merely nodded. Thank you. Violet, uncertain how to. Everything else. She finally said, we'll leave you be, then. I must see to my classes. McGonagall pressed her lips together, as Thog. Swallowing 1,000 questions about Lily, James, and once more. They exited the conference room and returned to the corridor. With that, the 3 staff members departed, leaving Violet and Jennifer alone. At the short-haired scientist in the white coat and the teenage girl who was supposedly the legendary boy who lived. Students were milling about, changing classes. A swarm of curious eyes followed them. Some first years gawked openly. The quarters. Or do you want to explore? Jennifer whispered, Shall we head back to? Could see the library. I always wondered what magical texts look like. Violet considered. She felt a swirl of curiosity. Mum, maybe we. But let's keep a close watch for trouble. A faint grin crossed Jennifer's face. All right. Ghosts glided by, offering startled stares. Violet found it surreal. But not intimidating. She had faced terrifying abominations in simulation tests, after all. They navigated the castle's winding halls, following the vague directions gleaned from posted signs. Occasionally, suits of armor clanked or moved. Of old parchment hung in the air. Irma Pants, the librarian, shot them a suspicious glare but allowed them entry. They eventually arrived at the Hogwarts library. A vast room of tall shelves laden with ancient tomes, the smell, history, and so on. She felt an odd pang. Would I have studied these if I'd stayed? Violet's gaze drift over the spines. Intermediate transfiguration, magical drafts and potions, charms for beginners, Hogwarts, titles with increasing fascination. Moved along, reading. And then, Jennifer pulled out a small device, presumably scanning pages to store in the Pip-Boy's memory for offline reading. Her mother busied herself scanning any volume that seemed relevant to binding magical contracts, or Goblet of Fire sabotage. Now, hi. A soft voice. Well, to say I'm sorry you were forced here. And also, she took a breath. Is it true, you're from the future? 2194. You mentioned Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'm Muggle-born. So I know about that. They turned to see Hermione Granger stepping hesitantly from behind a shelf, her bushy hair framing an earnest face. She clasped a few books to her chest. I don't mean to interrupt. But I wanted to. Yes, Violet answered slowly. We're from 2194. But it's not. Violet blinked, surprised at the girl's polite approach. Jennifer looked cautious. Point. Our world was mostly destroyed by nuclear war. Your timeline's 2194, my dimension branched off at some. And you have these miniature atomic bombs you can fire. Hermione's eyes went wide. That's awful. I can't imagine. The technology is horrifying, yet it exists. Jennifer nodded, grim but matter of fact. Yes. Suppose that explains your reaction to. Hermione shivered. I see. Well, they're magic. They have no idea what science has achieved, or destroyed, in the Muggle realm. Being forced here. I mean, the wizarding world can be quite arrogant about understanding. Hermione. Hermione bit her lip. You know my name. Violet felt a spark of kinship. Thank you for the timeline that might have been. You were a friend to Harry Potter. Maybe you would have been a friend to me. Violet gave a small nod. Yes. I've read about you. You're, famously bright, top of your class, right? Well, stirring. I'd like that. Violet smiled, genuine warmth. Might be the only one here who truly grasps the horror of nuclear war. Jennifer rested a hand on Violet's shoulder. We appreciate it, Miss Granger. You can solve this fiasco peacefully. But we do hope someone to look up old texts, cross-reference spells. Anything. Just tell me. I'd be happy to assist. Hermione nodded fervently. I'll do anything I can to help. I love researching, if you need magical theory, hoping to find references to goblet sabotage or dimension-hopping spells. The more they read, the more they realized how deeply archaic wizard magical practice could be. They exchanged a few more words before Hermione hurried off to class. Violet and Jennifer remained in the library for another hour, scanning countless texts on advanced. A scowling Draco Malfoy whispering to a couple of Slytherins, but he didn't dare approach. Not after witnessing Jennifer's formidable demonstration. By mid-afternoon, they returned to their quarters, weary from the day's tension. As they passed through the corridor, they spotted scans with a sigh. I see no immediate solution. We'll have to keep investigating. In their suite, Violet collapsed onto a sofa, exhaling. Jennifer set aside the data. Time. The first task is in 3 weeks. Violet nodded. At least we have some. On her shirt. Mum, what if she paused, fiddling with a loose thread. If the goblet's contract can't be nullified, never find the saboteur. Or what? My firepower. I'm confident we can handle whatever they throw at us. But I'd much rather avoid it altogether. Jennifer's jaw set. Then we'll cross that bridge if we come to it. With your knowledge and training, plus. Castle towers standing stark against an indigo backdrop. Flickers of torchlight illuminated the corridors. A pensive silence settled. Outside, the sky grew dark, the silhouettes of the Voldemort, perhaps. She recalled reading about that, how Harry's blood was used in a ritual, how Cedric died. Can I prevent those tragedies? Should I try? Violet stared at the crackling fire in their fireplace, mind turning over the implications. The Triwizard tasks, the meddling saboteur, someone with a cunning plan to resurrect. World still saw her as the child marked by a dark lord. She closed her eyes, leaning against Jennifer's shoulder. I won't let anyone know. Exhausted, her sense of responsibility stirred. She wasn't Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and yet, maybe she was, in some cosmic sense, the wizarding. A life or two by being here, maybe that's worth it. Manipulate me again, she vowed silently, but if I can save around her, we'll handle it together, Violet. No matter what, Jennifer. As though sensing her thoughts, wrapped an arm, hand. Thank you, Mum. Violet squeezed her mother's, setting the stage for a confrontation no one, least of all Albus Dumbledore too. Ended their first 24 hours in the wizarding world of 1994. In the recesses of Hogwarts, dark plans churned in the mind of Barty Crouch Jr., who realized too late that he had summoned more trouble than he could possibly handle. Had anticipated. The Triwizard Tournament, once a symbol of unity and tradition, now lay overshadowed by a deeper mystery and the looming threat of unstoppable force. And all the while. My Patreon. Harry Potter FNAF Neon Shadows of Fate. Users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support Chapter 5 is already available for European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter, Fallout Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Sirs with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 5 is already available for European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Harry Potter, Friday the 13th crossover Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 5 is already available for European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Shadows. Harry Potter, Helsing Harry Potter and the Crimson. Users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 5 is already available for European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter R6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Gamer, Harry Potter O Harry and the Wolf. Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 7 is already available on my European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Science. Naruto, Portal Naruto and Secret of Aperture. Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 7 is already available on my European time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader Plus will cost you $5. Potter, Ben 10 One-Shot Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within, Harry. Already available. Cost you $5. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Reader One-Shot will cost you $3. Reader Plus will. Reader Plus support which will cost you $10 on these fanfics below you will need. Is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog. Gehog Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2. Harry Potter, Naruto Kyuubi Sun Reborn. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Mon. Stir Girls Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter. Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter. Looney Tunes Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will Bleach Naruto Shinigami's Vacation. Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with R Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Available for us. With Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Lonely R. Uller and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus. Harry Potter, Jigsaw Fragile Hope. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. For users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available. Cost you $10. Reader Plus support will available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Symph. Oni of Machines. Harry Potter, Fania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Available for users WITH Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is Harry Potter, Coraline. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Harry Potter O. Second Year Queen of Forbidden Forest. Available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is Potter O. Multifandom, Crossover. Future O Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry. Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Chapter 1 is available for users WITH Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you $10. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is Chapter 5. Fallout of Stupidity. Harry Potter or Fallout. Disclaimer. I don't own 112, but it served its purpose. Heavy stones in the walls held on to the night's chill, so that each morning was greeted with a nipping cold. Yet Violet found it strangely comforting, in a way, a tangible sign that this place was real. That they truly stood in the year 1994. Centuries before the nuclear horrors of 2077. At dawn, the quiet hush of Hogwarts enveloped the ancient corridors with a cool mist drifting off the Black Lake. Violet Potter, formerly Harry, And her mother, Dr. Jennifer Braun, awakened from fitful sleep in their guarded suite. The suite itself, tucked away in one of the castle's towers, was far from luxurious compared to the simulated comforts of vault. The back of her mind whispered that sabotage could be easily hidden, especially in a place rife with secret passages and illusions. Suffocating. She wanted to trust that someone would find the saboteur who put her name in the goblet, but a voice in the Pip-Boy that adorned her left arm. Jennifer was already up, tinkering with concentration. A soft glow emanated from the device, various readings scrolling across the small screen. As Violet joined her in the sitting area, she noticed her mother's brow furrowed in. Voice still husky with sleep. "Morning, Mum," Violet said. Eyes fixed on the readouts. "Morning," Jennifer offered a brief nod. Her happened with the goblet's summoning spell. "Darling, I've been analyzing what?" Her chest. "You mean how we got dragged here?" Immediately, Violet felt a surge of tension in. "I gathered in Vault 112 when you first arrived in 1988. The energies are remarkably similar, just more robust. Lick. Someone layered additional complexities on top of whatever phenomenon pulled you to me 6 years ago." "Yes," Jennifer tapped a few more buttons on the Pip-Boy. "I took some scans last night, reading of the magical residue around the Great Hull and near the goblet's location. I cross-referenced them with the data. It's not just cross-dimensional." "What are you saying?" Violet swallowed, trying to steady her nerves. "So," Violet let out a shaky breath, "so we're still in the same universe. Just hundreds of years before the Great War." Silence. In that moment, the low crackle of the fireplace and the gentle drone of the castle's wards seemed unbearably loud. And from the vault's records, the Great War kicked off in late 2077. That means, give or take, around 83 years separate us from the cataclysm. "That's exactly it," Jennifer replied, voice low but firm. "Or more accurately, we're about 83 years before the bombs dropped. My readings place us in 1994. World's timeline. Like she'd been taken to a parallel reality. But if they had merely jumped forward before and now Violet's mind whirled. For so long, she believed her existence in Vault 112 was separate from the wizarding. The battered remains of civilization. It all had roots in this era, in backward, all of it was connected. The nuclear wasteland, the advanced science. Never dreamed the world would be annihilated by atomic fire. The petty squabbles and hidden magic of wizards who. So, every single person we knew in 2194 hasn't even been born yet. The Great War is decades away." She rubbed her arms, goosebumps forming. "That means, if we remain here, we're literally living in the past. Role in that war was far more significant than conventional mundane." "Excuse me," Jennifer nodded grimly. "Yes. And I suspect that the wizarding worlds together, wizard historians probably never knew the full truth, either. Mundane historians realized. Or, from what I've been piecing." She recalled reading scattered references about how, by the time the bombs fell, some aspects of wizarding secrecy had eroded, leading to panic and confusion. She also remembered Violet thought back to the times Jennifer had shared glimpses of what the world looked like in the 22nd century. Irradiated wastelands, mutated creatures, scattered pockets of survivors. Old magical texts, often lauded as the greatest wizard of his age. Vague historical notes about one Albus Dumbledore, a legendary figure, revered in corridor, meddling with a competition. She shivered. That same Dumbledore was down the have any basis, Dumbledore's arrogance may have set the stage for everything that followed. One small slip. Jennifer's expression hardened. "If my calculations are correct, and if your memories of those Daily Prophet articles." The entire world plunged into conflict. "I need more data, but the puzzle pieces are coming together. Just a single wizard who decided to expose magic, or use it to influence politics or war, and caused the Great War. Couldn't it just have been Muggle powers? Sorry, mundane powers, clashing like the historical records said." "But," Violet cleared her throat, trying to remain calm, "do we know for certain that the wizarding world, in the worst possible way, if wizards tried to seize control or to mitigate or accelerate the arms race? Well, the entire post-war era in our records, it's more nuanced than that," Jennifer admitted. "From what we gleaned, nuclear arsenals were indeed a mundane creation. but if magical secrets ejectory. Now, I suspect Dumbledore had a hand in it. Pointed to some kind of catalyst. A revelation that changed. Same wizard who had placed her with the Dursleys. The man who once bound her magic. She felt the sting of betrayal flare again. Violet swallowed. Dumbledore. The kindly old man with twinkling eyes in wizarding lore, who had let her name slip into a lethal contest. As soon as possible. But first, breakfast. Jennifer stood. Let's confirm more details. Her practical attire entirely. They made their way downstairs, tension thick in the air. Already, the hush of rumors filled the hallways. As they slipped on warmer robes over their lab clothes, Hogwarts had provided simple, plain black robes for them, though Jennifer refused to abandon. Castle buzzed with speculation about the new champion, the so-called Muggle Mother, the talk of advanced weapons. Violet and Jennifer passed. Students fell silent or whispered behind cupped hands. It was obvious the entire surely spread like wildfire. Overnight, stories had dais where the headmaster and professors typically sat. The enchanted ceiling overhead reflected a brightening sky dotted with light clouds. Food appeared in glistening silver dishes, steam rising invitingly. A typical Hogwarts breakfast. Still, the two arrived at the doors to the great hall. Stepping inside, 4 long tables dominated the space, each representing a Hogwarts house. At the far end, the staff table formed the weight of hundreds of eyes on her. She braced herself. Students' heads turned. Quiet murmurs rippled across the hall. Violet felt straight, footsteps echoing on the stone floor. At her side, Violet kept pace, slightly behind, heart hammering. They passed the Gryffindor table, catching Jennifer's jaw tightened with resolve. She gave Violet a brief nod, then strode down the center aisle between the long tables, her posture that once might have belonged to Harry Potter. Dean and Seamus looked on, half curious, half intimidated. Glimpse of Hermione's concerned expression, the Weasley siblings, confused stares, and an empty seat. His chair with a calculating sneer, though a flicker of interest glinted in his eyes. The foreign headmasters, Igor Karkaroff of Durmstrang and Olympe Maxime of Beauxbatons, watched, uncertain. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose slowly, as if anticipating a confrontation. Professor McGonagall, wearing her characteristic stern look, observed them from her seat. Snape lounged in. Body. A hush fell. Even the sound of forks scraping plates diminished. Dumbledore took a step forward as if to without preamble. Jennifer walked to the space just in front of the staff table and turned to face the student. Finger, halting him with a pointed glare. Intervene, but Jennifer lifted a single. Clearly in the silence. But there are things that must be said. I'm not here to cause a scene, she said, voice resonating. Time. This is still our world. My world, Violet's world. Just nearly a century in the past from what we know. And that means every single person in this room is directly tied to a cataclysm that you can scarcely imagine. The Great War of 2077. She gestured to Violet, who stood a pace behind. The entire hall collectively held its breath, or so it seemed. Last night, I discovered something crucial about how my daughter and I arrived here. We weren't pulled across dimensions, no, we were pulled through. Hermione Granger's face showed confused mutterings rippled. Only. Let the murmurs linger. Then continued in a voice that carried to all corners of the hall. Dawning horror, for she alone, or so it seemed, fully grasped what nuclear war entailed. Jennifer is a wasteland of radiation, rubble, and, in my time, she said, the planet. Everything I've pieced together, the wizarding world, your world, played a major role in. She cast a sweeping look over the 4 tables. And from you see, you fancy yourselves above setting that collapse in motion. And secrecy. You think your culture is the pinnacle of civilization, simply mundanes, or muggles, as you call them. You hide behind wands, illusions. Societies learn to split the atom, harness fusion and fission, unlock the genome, and send rockets beyond Earth's atmosphere, because you can conjure a teacup out of thin air. But while you sat around proclaiming your superiority, mundane, some Ravenclaw tables. Draco Malfoy's pale face twisted with indignation. Others, mostly the Muggle-born or half-blood, a flicker of tension spiked in the crowd. Some students bristled, particularly at the Slytherin and, with apprehension and curiosity. Students looked on. Plagued humanity. We mapped every cell in the human body, developed. Jennifer pushed on. We advanced medicine to cure diseases that once your magical enclaves. We crafted vehicles that broke the sound barrier, vaccines and organ transplants. We built towering metropolises that dwarfed the same spells for centuries with almost no progress. You have the nerve to call us, people like me, muggles. As though we're lesser beings. Soared through the skies, even landed on the moon. Meanwhile, the wizarding world clung to brooms, used potions brewed in cauldrons, and recycled. You can't even imagine. Yet these interruptions dissolved into uneasy silence under Jennifer's withering stare. A faint ripple of protest from the Slytherin table. But wizards, magic, we can do things. Final days. Nuclear arsenals. I once demonstrated a device in front of some of you, the big boy, that can reduce entire cities to ash in seconds. Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 were only the beginning. By 2077, the stockpiles were beyond counting. I am Dr. Jennifer Braun, a scientist from the year 2194. She continued calmly. I can replicate your illusions with technology that you would dismiss as unnatural or impossible, but nothing compares to the power that my society harnessed in its blanching. Several Muggle-borns had turned varying shades of white, evidently recalling terrifying glimpses of nuclear history from their childhood schooling. She let that sink in, scanning the hall for reactions. The hush was absolute. Hermione sat in tears, her face. You couldn't stop radioactive fallout that poisons the land for centuries. Your illusions, your wards, your potions, they're feeble in the face of global thermonuclear war. And if you had only, you think your magic can save you from that? Jennifer's voice rang out. Think again. Perhaps a few could apparate away, or hide behind wards. But you couldn't stop the bombs. Science, maybe you could have helped avert the disaster. Instead, your arrogance doomed you. Cooperated with mundane governments, respected the power of technology, and educated yourselves about. Some students at the Gryffindor table wore expressions of dawning dread. She paused, letting the silence grow taut. Many faces revealed shock. Forward, clearing his throat. Dr. Braun, if I might. Dumbledore, face pale beneath his flowing white beard, stepped sharply. I'm not done. Let me be. No, you may not, Jennifer interrupted. Vault's archives and from the wizarding newspapers we recovered, I saw the seeds of a catastrophic plan. Perfectly clear, your so-called leader, Albus Dumbledore, plays a significant role in these future events. In my of the greater good. Instead, it led to panic, governments turning on each other, an escalation of arms, and eventually the nuclear exchange that ravaged the planet. Dumbledore, revered by so many of you, craved to unify the wizarding and mundane worlds on his terms, revealing magic in a grand gesture, some twisted notion. His side. Yet he tried to maintain an air of calm authority. Even as Jennifer's accusations weighed on him in front of the entire student body, the great hall erupted into murmurs. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with shock, and for a moment, his composure faltered. One hand closed into a trembling fist voice shook. Dumbledore's just a meddling old wizard, not some preposterous, Draco Malfoy muttered from the Slytherin table, though his destructive force nodded, glaring at Jennifer with open a few other pureblood studi incidents, a dark wizard's return, a battle for control of magical Britain, and in the aftermath, Dumbledore tries to shape the world to his vision. Bridging magic and technology without any respect for the hostility. She pressed on, undeterred. Call it preposterous if you like, but the path that leads to 2077 is paved by small events, ones that might seem insignificant to you now. This Triwizard Tournament. This Goblet of Fire. Destructive potential of either. Holding its breath. You allowed the goblet to be tampered with, whether you personally did it or not. She turned on Dumbledore, locking eyes with him across the table's expanse. The hall quieted again as if collectively. The first 8 years of her life, ensuring she grew up traumatized. You bound her magic. Why? Possibly to control her so she would be grateful to you later. That's arrogance. That's callousness. And that's a glimpse of what you'll do on a far greater scale. Happened on your watch, Headmaster. You should have sealed the artifact more carefully, knowing how lethal the Triwizard tasks can be, knowing that darker forces might exploit your complacency. Let's not forget. You also placed my daughter, once known as Harry Potter, into an abusive Muggle household for posture visible. Dr. Braun, I never intended. Dumbledore swallowed hard, the tension in his. Ask yourselves. How many times has Dumbledore already manipulated events for his own narrative? The Philosopher's Stone fiasco, fooling a child into confronting a dark spirit, the Basilisk incident, having no real plan to handle a lethal threat inside the school's walls, and now the goblet fiasco, forcibly summoning my daughter across time. I'm sure you didn't, she cut in, voice dripping scorn. But that's the point. Intentions mean nothing if the result is devastation. Your attempts at shaping fate end in an apocalypse that kills billions. You, your staff, your precious Hogwarts. All gone in the blink of a nuclear fireball, if you doubt. Had lived through the petrifications, went pale, recalling the chaos that year. Jennifer's harsh condemnation stung, forcing them to recall how easily events had spiraled. Hearing the mention of the basilisk, some second and third year students looked stricken. Rumors of the Chamber of Secrets lingered, some older students, who? Dr. Braun. I really do. But can't there be another way? Maybe we can still prevent it without blaming everyone here. Stop, came a voice. Hermione Granger had stood up at the Gryffindor table, eyes red-rimmed from tears. I believe you have to confront the arrogance that built this time bomb in the first place. Your heads of state, your magical leaders, don't comprehend how vulnerable they truly are. They hide behind secrecy and wands, thinking that's enough. Jennifer turned to the girl, expression softening for a moment. Miss Granger, you're among the few who might grasp the scale of nuclear annihilation. But if there's going to be any chance of preventing it, we harnessed forces that could incinerate continents. Yet ironically, it's that same technology that destroyed us. So do not mock what you don't understand. She swept a hand toward the staff table again. As for the rest of you, you think non-magical humans are powerless. You're dead wrong. Ecosystem was ruined, magical creatures mutated or died, and the planet spiraled into a centuries-long nuclear winter. Wizards survived the apocalypse only in small pockets, but by then it was too late. The entire flickered with a strange mixture of skepticism and recognition. He knew well the danger of ignoring warnings. Karkaroff's face betrayed deep discomfort. Madame Maxime looked uncertain, while McGonagall's expression was deeply troubled. A heavy stillness followed. No one seemed to know how to respond or whether to protest. Even Draco Malfoy's usual jeers died on his lips. Over at the staff table, Snape's gaze. She stepped aside, allowing Violet to stand more fully in view. Jennifer drew a long breath, letting the hush persist. Finally. Been summoned here. She's already survived a future that none of you can. My daughter, she said. Voice quieter but no less firm, should never have. Students and staff watched in tense, breathless silence. Dumbledore, his face ashen, finally spoke up in a wavering voice. A faint crackle echoed through the hall. As though the wards themselves shuddered in response. The mass of not I desires the destruction of the world. We are not monsters. You must understand, Dr. Braun, that no one here, at least. Negligence in your ambition can birth monstrous outcomes. Remember that. Jennifer regarded him with an icy glare. Yet you're. Together, they strode out of the great hall. He entire school left behind them in stunned stillness. And with that final statement, she turned on her heel. Violet followed, chest tight, cheeks flushed. To speak out, but the sheer intensity of our mother's words and the public condemnation of Dumbledore had gone beyond anything she expected. They marched through corridors that suddenly felt smaller, the thick walls trapping a swirl of emotions. Violet's mind reeled. She'd known Jennifer intended. Another part worried about the repercussions. Part of her admired Jennifer's courage. Stairs. Violet paused, breathing heavily. Mum, that was a lot. They reached a side corridor near a set of winding. My calculations are right. Decades from now, nuclear bombs start falling. The magical world needs to stop burying its head in the sand. Jennifer exhaled. I had to do it. They needed a jolt. Otherwise, they'd remain complacent. And we're running out of time, literally. If you really believe Dumbledore single-handedly caused the war. Violet nodded slowly. I get it. But, If he tries bridging magic and mundane power in some ill-conceived plan, he might set off a chain reaction that ends with bombs raining down on both worlds. I think it's more complicated. Jennifer allowed. But he's a major catalyst. A figure revered by wizard kind, able to influence entire generations. If he stirs the pot the wrong him, or do we try to stop the war entirely? Isn't that messing with history? Violet chewed her lip, looking down at her boots. Then, do we try to stop? Outcome. She placed a reassuring hand on Violet's shoulder. We have to act carefully. Gather more information. Watch for ways to mitigate the factors that lead to 2077. I won't let them destroy you. Or anyone else if I can help it. It is, Jennifer said softly. Time travel paradoxes are always messy. But we can't just let billions of people die. If we do nothing, we stand by and watch the apocalypse happen. If we act rashly, we might cause an even worse. Should keep investigating. About Voldemort, about the Triwizard sabotage, about what Dumbledore's really up to. Violet's throat tightened. She leaned into her mother's touch, comforted by the warmth. Then we. Grim nod. Agreed. Jennifer gave to their quarters, avoiding the many they took a circuitous route back. Inside their suite. Jennifer locked and warded the door from the inside using both W.I. Zarding wards learned from the library and her own vault tech security device. A sense of uneasy calm settled around them. Students who might gawk or harass them. Several times, they heard footsteps trailing behind them. Only for the presence to vanish. A ghost or perhaps a curious onlooker who lost their nerve. Eventually, they slipped. Settled onto a small wooden chair, hugging her knees. Jennifer paced near the window. Scanning the grounds. The suite felt as claustrophobic as ever, the flickering fire casting shadows on the stone walls. Violet. The real question is, how do we figure out Dumbledore's next steps? We know he's cunning enough to hide his deeper motivations. They're rattled, Jennifer mused, glancing down at the starlings flitting across the lawn. Which is good. They need to be. But who've seen more than they let on? Like Snape. He seems to be suspicious of everyone. Maybe we can check the headmaster's records. Violet ventured quietly. Or talk to the staff. Lecture was organized, some truth in my words. Maybe he's had doubts about Dumbledore all along. Jennifer nodded, turning away from the window. Snape might be a valuable resource. His expression during that might be playing his own game. In every version of history I read, he was sort of complicated. Yeah, Violet said softly. But we have to be careful. Snape could also be fiercely loyal, or he. Task is in a few weeks. I don't want to face a dragon, or a swarm of acromantulas, or whatever they plan to throw at me. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Violet asked, Mum, what happens if we can't prove sabotage on the goblet? I mean, the first, and you have a completely different identity, the goblet's contract is void. Or if I find the saboteur, who likely is the same person wanting to resurrect Voldemort. Jennifer's eyes narrowed. I'll tear the tournament apart if I have to. But let's see. We might be able to argue that because you're from the future. Proof to the ministry. Then we can manipulate her into a lethal game. But the idea of letting them roam free, potentially orchestrating the apocalypse, was more terrifying. Violet felt a rush of anxiety. She didn't want to kill or harm anyone. Even if they had tried to. From the library scans with timestamps relating to dimension or time manipulation. Violet jotted down notes. They resolved to do some research. Jennifer pulled out her Pip-Boy and began cross-referencing spells. Passed in quiet labor, the only sounds being the crackle of the fire and their hushed commentary. Analyzing magical laws, searching for any claw. Use that might free her from this Triwizard claim. Hours. Tensing, Jennifer gestured for Violet to stay back, then approached the door as late afternoon shadows lengthened. A soft knock came at their door. A crack to see Hermione Granger standing there, looking nervous. With caution. After verifying the wards, she opened it. Is something wrong, Hermione? Jennifer greeted. Let me come in for a moment. There's no one else with me. I promise. Hermione shook her head, her voice wavering. No, well, maybe. Would you? Let Hermione enter, then resealed them. The young witch stepped inside. Glancing around the austere suite with wide eyes, Jennifer studied her face, then nodded. All right. She deactivated a small portion of the wards, just enough to. Hermione, hey, are you okay? Violet stood from the table. Muggle school, but never in such detail. The way everyone just sat there, some refusing to believe. It makes me so angry. Wizards can be so. Hermione let out a breath. I don't know. Everything you, well, drive. Braun said in the Great Hall, it's terrifying. I've read about nuclear bombs in. Unbelievably arrogant. Better for them to be unsettled than to remain smug. Jennifer folded her arms. That's why I said what I have a feeling the staff won't be straightforward if you ask too many questions about Dumbledore. But maybe I can research from inside. Students have some. Hermione nodded. Her fingers twisting in the fabric of her robe. I just wanted to let you know, I believe you, and I want to help. Library, talk to ghosts, gather rumors. Liberties, we can roam the. That's really generous. Are you sure you won't get in trouble? A flicker of gratitude rose in Violet's chest. Hermione, that's a small bag. Let me give you something that might help you store or share information discreetly. Jennifer gave a faint smile. Thank you, Miss Granger. We appreciate the support. She paused, rummaging through. Up to 200 hours of audio or text data, accessible via voice command. You can also copy text from a page by. She pulled out a small cylindrical device, reminiscent of a pen. This is a micro recorder from my vault. It can store or bag. If you find anything suspicious, record it and let us know. Scanning it with the sensor at the tip. Hide it in your robes. It's like advanced magical technology, but not magical. Hermione accepted it gingerly, eyes wide. Wow. It's a silly Muggle device. But it's powerful in its own right. Jennifer smirked. Precisely. Mundane tech from the 22nd century. They'd call. Wisely. Now, about investigating. Is there anything specific you want me to look for? Hermione tucked it carefully into her robe pocket. Thank you. I'll use it. Thing to bring me to a graveyard for a ritual. Now, obviously, events they change because I'm not the same Harry, but we suspect a similar infiltration. Could you watch the staff, especially Moody? Or anyone who seems out of place? Violet exchanged a glance with Jennifer. We suspect someone tampered with the goblet. Someone who might be involved with Voldemort's resurrection. In the original timeline, my timeline, there was an incident with a Death Eater in disguise at Hogwarts. He orchestrated the entire. I find anything, I'll record it. But, Violet, be careful. Moody's known to be a skilled Auror. If he's not Moody, I can't imagine how dangerous he really is. Hermione nodded seriously. Yes. I've noticed Moody's strange behavior. He's jumpy, more than just paranoid. I'll keep an eye on him. She hesitated, then added quietly, if. Hermione. They said their goodbyes, and Hermione slipped out. Leaving the mother. We will be, Violet said, forcing a small smile. Thank you. An odd sense of relief. They weren't daughter pair in heavy silence. Violet felt. Be a single ally, but that was better than none. Entirely alone in this time, after all, Hermione might. Cheese, cold meats, and pumpkin juice. It tasted foreign compared to the more refined, even if simulated, cuisine of Vault 112. But they ate in thoughtful silence. Night soon fell outside the tower windows. Dim torchlight flickered in the corridors. Jennifer and Violet prepared a quick meal from the hamper Hogwarts had left them, bread. Rise, his notorious duel with Grindelwald, and how he assumed the role of Supreme Mugwump. Many details rang of heroism, but hints of as the hours stretched on. Violet immersed herself in reading advanced texts about wizarding history and prophecy. She found references to Dumbledore's youthful accolades and shaped wizarding society in subtle ways. Over each L. Ingered between the lines, like how he enjoyed zones from her timeline. Every so often, she'd grunt or make a small noise of frustration, presumably upon Jennifer, meanwhile, pored over old maps of the wizarding enclaves. Cross-referencing them with known nuclear strike. Major mundane cities that were targeted in 2077. Discovering how certain wizarding strongholds overlapped suspiciously with of E-Lantern cast shadows across the piles of parchment they'd gathered. Close to midnight, they finally allowed themselves to pause. The flicker. Gaze over the moonlit lawns, the shimmering lake, and the Outline of the Forbidden Forest's canopy. Jennifer stood by the window, staring out at the starlit grounds. Violet joined her, following her. Believe this place could be the cradle of an apocalypse. It's lovely, isn't it? Violet murmured. So peaceful. Hard to. Can stare at something so serene and never see the storm brewing underneath. But storms do come. Jennifer exhaled softly, slipping an arm around her daughter's shoulders. That's exactly it, sweet girl. People. Against Violet's fingertips. She looked up at her mother, took in that they watched in silence for a long moment. The windowpane felt cold. Determined set of Jennifer's jaw. The war, I mean. We're just two people. Mum, do you think we can really stop? Or maybe we can save some people. But I'll be damned if I let them destroy you, Violet. Whatever it takes. I'll make sure you survive. Jennifer's voice was barely above a whisper. I don't know. Time paradoxes are notoriously treacherous. Maybe we can shift events enough to prevent the worst outcome. With tears. She leaned into Jennifer's side. We're in this together. The raw intensity in her mother's words made Violet's eyes sting. Kissed to Violet's temple. Together. Yes, Jennifer said. Pressing a forbidden forest beyond rustled with unseen creatures. If the illusions of wizard supremacy led to an unimaginable was in these quiet moments that a different destiny might form. They remained there. Two figures silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, haunted by a future that might still be undone. The castle around them loomed, ancient and full of secrets, while the bombs, time paradoxes, and the Triwizard tasks. She thought of how she'd once been a malnourished child, locked in a cupboard. She remembered the sense of wonder in Vault 112, as midnight ticked past, they parted from the window. The day's revelations weighed on them like a thundercloud. Violet retreated to her bed, mind swirling with thoughts of sabotage, nuclear. Since been reduced to ashes in her own timeline. She wondered if she could, if now, fate had cast her back into the wizarding world that had summoned her without consent, compelled her to face a lethal tournament. Could she truly save a society so callous? She should warn them all or try to protect them from themselves. Yet she also felt an undercurrent of anger. They sweet cloaked in darkness except for the faint luminescence of the moon through the window. She approached the desk unable to sleep. She rose after an hour of restless tossing. The fireplace had died down to embers. In the old daily prophecies that suggested some rumored technique for immortality. Something that might tie Voldemort's life force to multiple anchors. Where scattered notes lay. One slip caught her eye. Horcruxes. Scrawled. Next to Voldemort, with a question mark. She recalled references. Led eventually to the apocalypse, was dethroning Voldemort truly enough to avert war? Or might Dumbledore's subsequent actions be even more dangerous if Voldemort was gone too soon? She stared at the note, heart pounding. In the original timeline, destroying those Horcruxes had been crucial to defeating Voldemort, but if that same chain of events, wizarding conflicts, yet if we do stop him, perhaps Dumbledore takes that as a green light to unify the world, leading to a nuclear exchange anyway. The complexity was paralyzing. A chill seeped into her veins. She clenched her fists around the parchment. We can't let Dumbledore shape the future, but if we don't stop Voldemort, millions might die in silhouette by the desk. Violet. It's late, she murmured. Concern in her tone. A soft rustle came from across the room. Jennifer stirred, noticing Violet's parchment slip from her fingers. Just thinking. I know, Violet whispered back, letting the sofa near the fireplace. Violet joined her, curling up at her side, comforted by the warmth of Jennifer's presence. Jennifer rose, lighting a small lamp. Her hair was tousled, a tired look in her eyes. Come here. She patted. We could fix one problem only to create another. Mother, Violet said, voice trembling slightly, I'm scared. Supporters are lurking. We handle that first, gather intelligence. And keep you safe. Then, we see if there's a path to altering the grand chain of events. We can't do everything at once. Jennifer closed her eyes, pulling Violet closer. I'm scared too. But we'll figure it out. Step by step. Right now, our immediate threats are the Triwizard sabotage and the possibility that Voldemort's deeper shadows. A new day would soon break, bringing fresh challenges. Fresh questions, and the watchful eyes of teachers and students who either doubted or despised them. They drifted into a drowsy, half-conscious state, leaning against each other as the lamp's flame danced on the walls. Outside, the moon set, leaving Hogwarts in resurrected dark lords, or the seeds of an apocalypse, and in the quiet flame of that lamp, one could almost sense that fate itself was watching the tapestry of time shifting with every breath they took. Still, in that hush, mother and daughter found a pocket of calm. The future loomed uncertain, but their determination was unwavering. Together, they would face whatever storms the wizarding world unleashed, whether it be cursed tournaments. Violet realized she had dozed off on the sofa. Jennifer was still beside her, stirring. Her mother's hair, usually neat in a practical bun or ponytail, was mussed from sleep. The next morning arrived slowly, gray light seeping through cloud cover. Rain drum ed softly against the castle's high windows, the sky burdened with heavy clouds that hid the sun through half-lidded. Out the Pip-Boy, scanning for any messages or signals. As expected, Hogwarts' War DS seemed to block advanced communications. No contact with Vault 112 or the rest of their future technology. They exchanged sleepy greetings, a faint smile passing between them, a silent acknowledgement of the awkward sleeping arrangement. Jennifer stood and stretched, her spine popping with a muffled crack. She pulled, equipping a small sidearm from her inventory with practiced stealth. She pressed the intercom button she'd rigged next to the door. Before they could plan their morning, a knock rattled their door. Both tensed. Jennifer silently motioned for Violet to stay back. She called tersely. "Who is it?" "Speak with you about last night's talk in the Great Hall." "It's Amelia Bones," came a crisp, no-nonsense voice. "I'd like to." Madame Bones in her usual DMLE regalia, flanked by a single Auror. The Auror's posture was guarded but not openly hostile. Jennifer hesitated, then exchanged a glance with Violet. The mother lifted the wards partially, opening the door a crack. Outside stood. Stepping aside. "Come in." "All right," Jennifer said. "For the intrusion. I thought it best to discuss certain matters privately." Madame Bones entered, taking in the Spartan suite at a glance. "Apologies." Re-engaging the locks. "Fine. Speak." Jennifer closed the door. "All nonsense," half deeply alarmed. "Fudge, of course, is panicking over public relations. But I've always believed in thorough investigation. Your warnings. I'm not prepared to dismiss them." Bones cleared her throat. "I must confess, Dr. Braun, that your speech last night caused quite a stir at the ministry. We have half our officials claiming it's ignoring reality is how civilizations fall." "Good," Jennifer responded flatly. "Because some grand gesture, but let's say I know him well enough to suspect he's always forthcoming with his ultimate goals." Bones managed a tight nod. "Indeed, Albus Dumbledore denies that he has any intention of bridging mundanes and wizards in ambitions and the sabotage of the goblet. Or do you think it's purely a Death Eater plot?" Violet spoke up softly, stepping forward. "Madame Bones, do you believe there's a link between Dumbledores? We've uncovered evidence of a Confundus charm that points to a cunning infiltrator. Dumbledore might be arrogant, but he wouldn't be so foolish as to." Bones studied Violet's face. She seemed torn, as though re-evaluating her impressio. "NS of this child who once was Harry Potter. I'm not certain yet. By forcibly including you. On the contrary, it's a liability. Sabotage the goblet in full view. He gains nothing." Her tested, or to be ing about a confrontation with Voldemort. Jennifer's lips pursed. "Unless he's orchestrating a scenario to have me do my job. If you discover anything, I urge you to share it. The sooner we identify the culprit, the safer Miss Potter will be." "Possibly," Bones allowed. "I don't trust half our ministry either, but for now, I'll continue the investigation. I came here to request your cooperation. Keep in mind, if your ministry tries to back us into a corner, we'll respond. We're not helpless." Jennifer regarded her for a moment. "We'll share if it doesn't compromise our own security. As for you both to attend, presumably to further discuss whether you're officially bound by the goblet's contract, I suggest you come. Show good faith." Bones dipped her head. "Understood. One more thing, Dumbledore's called a staff and Triwizard Committee meeting this afternoon. He wants you We'll be there, Violet said quietly. Violet and Jennifer exchanged wary glances. For a long moment, mother and daughter listened to the echo of footsteps fading down the corridor. Bones offered a curt nod, then turned to Liang. The door closed behind them. Ministry's scrutiny, Violet said at last. Seems we can't avoid they scramble. The more likely they'll slip up, and we can gather clues. Jennifer sighed. No, but maybe it's for the best. The more ancient pacts, obscure rites, and a handful of contradictory precedents. She took meticulous notes, hoping to wave them under the committee's nose if needed. They spent the morning quietly preparing. Violet skimmed through arcane legal texts, searching for loopholes to the goblet's binding magic. She found references to readiness but decided not to carry it openly unless threatened. Instead, she strapped a smaller sidearm to her belt, disguised beneath her wizard robe. Meanwhile, Jennifer rummaged through her inventory, ensuring that if the meeting became hostile, she had sufficient defensive gear. She double-checked the big boys. Gloom settled over the corridors, as though the ancient stones themselves brooded over the revelations from last night. The hours ticked by with maddening slowness. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming on the castle's rooftops. A sullen near the second-floor antechamber that branched off from the main staircase. When midday arrived, they headed for the designated chamber, located. Felt like a lifetime. The tension in the air crackled with the same intensity as pre-storm electricity. Violet recalled walking these same halls in Chapter 4, just a handful of days ago, yet it. Severus Snape, Igor Karkaroff, and a limp Maxime. On the other side, a seat stood for Amelia Bones, while two empty chairs were presumably for Jennifer and Violet. At the far end, a single-robed figure with a heavily scarred face, Alistair Moody. Supposedly, watched with piercing eyes. They reached a polished wooden door guarded by two oars. Inside, a long table awaited, with seats arranged around it. On one side sat Cornelius Fudge, Ludo Bagman, and a sallow-faced wizard Violet recognized as Barty Crouch Sr. Next to them, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall. To sit on her other side, Dumbledore cleared his throat, calling the meeting to order in a subdued tone. Jennifer inclined her head to Bones, then took a seat next to the senior witch, motioning for Violet. Circumstances that remain suspect. Questions have arisen as to whether the binding nature of the goblet's magic truly applies to her, especially given extraordinary revelations. Thank you all for coming, he began. We face an unprecedented situation. M.I.S.S. Violet Potter stands called by the Goblet of Fire, yet under with minimal upheaval. The Triwizard Tournament is supposed to be a symbol of. Fudge nodded stiffly. Quite, and the Ministry is keen to resolve this chaos overshadowing it. Unity. We can't afford. Unity is built on shaky foundations. But let's proceed. Jennifer fixed him with a cool stare. Minister, the goblet shall be bound to compete. Miss Potter, though, asserts she is from the future, and that her present identity is separate from the boy known historically as Harry Potter. Dumbledore lifted a sheet of parchment. We have assembled documents referencing the original Triwizard Charter, dating back centuries. It states that any wizard or witch whose name is accepted by her is Harry Potter. She can't simply walk away. Karkaroff scoffed. Surely that's mere wordplay. The goblet recognized. Dismiss the goblet's choice. It would make a mockery of the entire system. Maxime nodded. I must agree. The situation is bizarre, but we cannot manipulate it. Any contract it initiates might be invalid. The question is whether Miss Potter even qualifies under its original terms. Amelia Bones tapped the table. We also have strong evidence of sabotage. The Confundus charm. If the goblet was hardly a legitimate basis for enslaving a teenager, she's also under the age limit. That alone should nullify the selection. Jennifer leaned forward, voice unwavering. If the goblet sees her as Harry Potter, due to some tampered timeline, that's goblet, yes, but a Confundus charm could override it. The question is whether that override is recognized by the archaic contract's deeper magic. Barty Crouch Sr. spoke up, his voice shaky from illness or stress. Age restrictions are enforced by a ring of magic around the tampering. Does that remain binding? Or is it automatically rendered void when we identify the deception? McGonagall frowned. In simpler terms, if the goblet believes she is of age due to is ancient magic, older than any living wizard. Dumbledore stroked his beard. We are uncertain. This, an odd mixture of anger and resignation. Was she truly forced to fight in a tournament because of medieval wizarding law? Silence gripped the room. Everyone seemed to weigh the magnitude of the moment. Violet's heart thudded in her chest. She felt. If that person forced the goblet to accept Harry Potter, we can argue that any contract is fraudulent. Then all of this is moot. Snape's voice broke the hush, low and edged with sardonic skepticism. Perhaps the simpler route is to find who cast the Confundus charm. Have produced any leads on the culprit? Are your security measures so feeble? Jennifer gave a short nod. Yes, but so far, none of you. And Knight. Hogwarts is large, infiltration can be subtle. Whoever it is, they're cunning. Moody, or Barty Crouch Jr., clenched his jaw, scowling. We have top orders searching day. The best we can do is place Miss Potter under official protective status. She doesn't have to compete until we finalize the contract's legitimacy. Amelia Bones frowned at him, suspicion flickering in her gaze. Indeed, but they can't hide forever. We'll intensify our efforts. In the meantime, perhaps. Schedule. The other champions are training, expecting the first task soon. Fudge made an exasperated sound. Then what of the tournaments? 3 champions. If you care more about spectacle than truth, that says plenty about your ministry. Jennifer's lips curved in a cold smile. Your precious game can wait, or proceed with just our priorities in order. The Triwizard tradition is important, yes. But not at the cost of a child's life. A flush crept up Fudge's neck. He bristled, but Dumbledore lifted a calming hand. Easy, Cornelius. Let's keep. Bagman tried to lighten the mood by offering a forced smile. We want reluctantly. Fudge sank back in his seat, grumbling under his breath. Ludo is meant to foster cooperation between schools. Everyone's safe, of course. Let's remember this. We've had nothing but scandals since arriving. Karkaroff sneered. Yes, cooperation. That's going splendidly, isn't? Over to Moody's intense stare. She wondered if he was already plotting to corner her. To drag her away for that vile resurrection ritual. A chill crept along her spine. Maxime pursed her lips, clearly unsettled. The tension in the room pressed on all sides. Violet shifted uneasily. Her eyes flicked from Snape's guarded expression to McGonagall's worried frown, then filed out. Jennifer gripped Violet's shoulder gently, guiding her away from the cluster of staff and ministry officials. They retreated to a quiet alcove near a suit of armor, out of earshot. After more back and forth bickering about the logistics, the meeting ended without a definitive conclus. Ion, only an agreement to delay the question of Violet's participation and intensify the search for the saboteur. As they. At least they're stalling. That buys us time. Still no resolution, Jennifer said softly. But can prove it's all fraud. Maybe we can leave Hogwarts behind before Dumbledore or anyone else tries to rope us into bigger schemes. Violet nodded, still on edge. We should keep investigating, Mum. I want to find who did this, who dragged me here. If we on how wizarding arrogance triggers the future war. A two-pronged mission. Sabotage and apocalypse. Jennifer's face hardened. Yes, and while we're at it, we gather any intel. Stares from passing students. They had a plan, albeit a precarious one, and in the swirling uncertainties, that plan was their lifeline. Violet tried to smile at the dark humor in her mother's voice. The pair walked ignoring that. With Snape, Barty Crouch Sr. seldom left his quarters. Jennifer took note of each piece, cross-referencing times and locations. Building a mental web of possible suspects. Violet tried to the remainder of the day was spent in cautious reconnaissance. Hermione discreetly slipped them tidbits of rumor. Moody had left his office at odd hours. Karkaroff had hushed arguments. Corner loomed or a class changed, flooding halls with chattering students. Keep calm, though her nerves frayed every time a corridor reflected a slate-gray sky. They stood there, side by side, letting the open space soothe their tension. In the distance, the forbidden forest rustled softly, its secrets hidden in dark thickets. By evening, they found themselves outside again. Near the edge of the Black Lake. The rain had stopped, leaving the air damp and smelling of wet grass. the lake's surface. I feel so heavy with all this. Violet wrapped her arms around herself. Vault 112. Keep doing chemistry experiments together. That was simpler. Knowledge. Sometimes I wish we could just go back to that. Perhaps we were sent here, pulled here, so we could rewrite the end. It's not fair that it fell on our shoulders. But we won't face it alone. Jennifer slid an arm around her shoulder. I know. But if we bury our heads in the sand, billions still die in 2077. We can't run from peril. Corridors in dancing patterns. Upon locking themselves in, they sat by they returned to their quarters after nightfall. Candles and torches lit the brought from Vault 112. She wrote of the confrontation with Dumbledore, the incomplete resolution of the Triwizard fiasco, the swirling tensions, modest fire, finishing a meager dinner. Jennifer pored over her notes. Violet jotted another day's reflections in the battered journal sheet. Again at the window, gazing at the silhouette of Hogwarts under the moon. Much later, as the embers glowed faintly in the hearth, they found themselves. Forest looked like a dark sea rolling to the horizon. Stars pricked through the retreating clouds, and the forbidden. Mum, do you think we can truly make a difference? Violet set aside her quill and turned to her mother. Fail to try, we guarantee disaster. I'd rather carry the burden of trying. Jennifer's gaze remained on the moonlit grounds. I don't know, but if we old stone walls holding secrets of magic and fate. The world's doom hovered in the distance. Nuclear flames, spells gone awry, the arrogance of people who believed themselves invincible. They fell quiet. The weight of centuries pressing on them. Two souls from a broken future, striving to mend the past. The castle seemed to breathe around them. The night, that thought sustained them. Violet leaned against Jennifer. And Jennifer placed an arm around her, pressing a soft kiss to the top of Violet's head. But in that stillness, mother and daughter found a slender thread of hope. Perhaps knowledge, unity, and love could reshape destiny. At least, in the hush of evening. Always, Jennifer replied, her voice resonating with quiet fierceness. Together, Violet whispered, echoing the words from the previous. A struggle far larger than any Triwizard tournament. Outside, the wind brushed the castle walls, carrying with it the distant hush of a forest and the promise of challenges yet unseen. The hours slipped away. And eventually they retreated to their beds, hearts heavy but bound by determination. The final glow of the fire outlined their silhouettes, mother and daughter preparing for have trembled if they could. For in the tapestry of destiny, a new thread had been woven, one that might unravel the apocalypse itself, or else tie it more securely to the fated path. In the darkness, time seemed to bend. As though acknowledging that these two interlopers had stepped from a future too dark to contemplate. Even the stars, shining above in silent testimony, might. Vault 112 lay in uneasy rest, uncertain whether their knowledge would save this world or doom it further. But with each breath, they resolved anew that, and so ended another day in the year 1994, with the invisible clock of 2077 ticking its countdown in the background. The mother and daughter from not as long as they were alive. Ignorance and arrogance would not stand unchallenged. Chapter of conflict. Manipulations brewed in hidden chambers. Saboteurs plotted in the shadows. Dumbledore wrestled with his pride. Yet far beyond the castle's silent walls, in the hush of midnight, the stage was set for the next. Once fell could be halted, or triggered earlier, or changed in ways no one could predict. Beneath it all, a faint tremor hinted that nothing would be the same. The bombs that. The center of it stood Violet and Jennifer. A testament to how love, science, and courage might reshape fate, even in the face of utter devastation. In that fragile uncertainty lay the future of both the mundane and magical worlds. Balanced on the edge of will and ambition. More on my Patreon. Patreon up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my https:// exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 5 chapters available now. QBE's Son Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney. To 4 chapters Ava, I label now, Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto, Bleach crossover up. Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now, Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter. Peace crossover, up to 5 chapters available now, Lonel. Y Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter 1. Crossover, up to 5 chapters available now, Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 4 chapters available now, Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 4 chapters available now, Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 4 chapters available now, Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime C. Crossover, up to 4 chapters available now, The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory, Harry Potter Poppy. Crossover, up to 4 chapters available now, Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 4 chapters available now, Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter. Of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 4 chapters available now, World's Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter, events are 20 years so instead. Crossover, up to 4 chapters available now, Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Harry Potter, One Shot, The Midnight Train. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Chapter 6. Dragons and Defiance. Harry Potter or Fallout series disclaimer. I don't own. Mother and daughter. Both forged by a future where nuclear devastation scarred the planet. Re-entered their quarters after an exhausting day. It was only hours ago that they had confronted the Triwizard Committee, left them with no definitive resolution, and parted under an uneasy truce. The hush of the ancient castle settled like a gentle weight upon the corridors, and the echoes of Jennifer Braun's fiery lecture still lingered in the minds of those who had witnessed it. On the final night of October in the year 1994. Low burning candles. Jennifer, scanning their wards with a practiced eye, locked the door from the inside and triggered a few security measures on her Pip-Boy. A faint hum of advanced technology harmonized with the subtle flicker of wizarding wards, a testament to the precarious bridging of 2 worlds. Violet Potter closed the heavy wooden door behind her. The echo of its latch briefly amplifying in the silence. Her heart still thundered with a lingering blend of frustration and resolve. The room, an austere, high-ceilinged sway with stone walls and a modest fireplace, was dimly lit by a cluster of stood there, letting the weight of the for a long moment, they simply. Outside the tower's walls. Violet removed her borrowed robe, draping it over and ran a hand through her dark hair. Evening's events settle over them. The hush thickened, broken only by the soft hiss of the hearth's embers and the distant rumble of wind. Said at last, voice trembling with, I still can't believe Dumbledore, she are secretly enabling it. He claims to want the best for me, yet every move he makes only solidifies his control, pent-up emotion. He keeps insisting I'm bound to that stupid contract. I can't tell if he's blind to the sabotage. Countless historical figures. Dumbledore probably believes he's doing the greater good, but that isn't excuse forcing you into a lethal tournament. Jennifer set her gloves on the narrow table by the window. Power can make a person arrogant. I've seen it in. Thinks we should be grateful he's not being harsher. And the other heads of the schools, they seem more concerned about the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament than the fact someone manipulated the Goblet of Fire. Violet exhaled, crossing the room to sink into a worn armchair near the fireplace. She stared into the embers, thoughts churning. He doesn't even try to hide his sense of moral superiority. It's as though he must we Brea K before they understand their arrogance can destroy everything. A flicker of bitterness crossed her features. How many more illusions? Forward, placing a hand lightly on Violet's shoulder. We can't let Jennifer studied her daughter's face, eyes reflecting quiet empathy. She stepped. Time. If they have an archaic law to enforce, we'll find a way around it, or we'll use their own system to subvert them push you into a meltdown. They want you on the defensive, unsure and reactive. We'll stay calm, gather evidence, and bide our my name in the goblet. Everyone suspects Moody, but he's so trenched in the staff's trust. Nobody except maybe Hermione is willing to question him openly. Nodding, Violet felt a wave of warmth for her mother. I know. Still, the uncertainty grinds at me. We have no hard proof of who put And a few others provide. You made a list, yes. Jennifer's gaze sharpened. Then we'll keep following the leads, Hermione. Loud. Hermione told me Moody's been vanishing at odd hours. Rummaging in corners of the castle. Some older students claim they've seen him near the Forbidden Forest at night. Yes, Violet said, rising from the chair to retrieve her notes, which lay scattered on a side table. She flipped through the scribbled parchment, organizing her thoughts out. Of nightly excursions. He might be meeting with someone, or preparing for that. The lines of tens. Ion on Jennifer's brow deepened as she heard the mention. We can expect a trap. Maybe even an attempt to abduct you during one of these tasks. Next step in a plan to manipulate you. If he's truly a disguised Death Eater. Where the Triwizard Tournament had indeed led Harry Potter, her male counterpart, to a graveyard ritual. Violet's mind flickered to the half-remembered, original timeline she'd studied in Vault 112's archives. She said, voice firm. They won't drag me anywhere against my will. Shuddered but forced herself to remain steady. I won't let that happen. We know how they operate. Manipulate events. Funnel the champion from one stage to the next, culminating in something vile. Good, Jennifer murmured, crossing her arms. Her posture exuded quiet ferocity, reflecting He Mother Bear protectiveness that had become second nature too. Of magical confrontation. He's uncertain. Nobody has confirmed it, but Crumb let slip that Durmstrang suspects dragons, possibly. Fleur Fr. Own Bobaddons thinks it might be a labyrinth of illusions. Either way, it's going to be life-threatening. Violet set her notes aside, smoothing the parchment with her fingertips. Then there's the next steps in the tournament. I overheard Cedric mentioning the first task is rumored to be about creatures, or some sort. We have a distinct advantage with technology. If it's illusions, we can use the scanning functions. In any case, we'll do what we must. Jennifer nodded. That's consistent with the historical references we found. The tasks are typically designed to test cunning and courage. If it's dragons. But pointed reflections. Final notes about who might be the saboteur. Reminders to question Dumbledore's every word. Before extinguishing the candles, Violet took a moment to open her journal. By candlelight. She scrawled short, or sonic disruptors. Her pen scratched against parchment in quiet intensity. Ideas on how to thwart magical illusions with scanning devices. Year-old had to bear such burdens. But Violet was no ordinary teenager. She carried the scars of a post-apocalyptic future in her soul. The cunning of Jennifer, from her bed, observed her daughter in silence. A profound wave of affection and admiration welled up, mingled with sorrow that a 14. With sullen gray clouds rolling over the highlands. Rain threatened, droplets the next morning, November 1, 1994, dawned bleak and chilly. Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, occasionally speckling the windows of, as his slender fingers traced archaic runes in margin notes. His usually twinkling blue eyes were clouded with tension. The events of the past few days had unsettled even him. A lofty chamber lined with bookshelves and half-broken magical contraptions, Albus Dumbledore stood behind his desk, rifling through a pile of musty tomes. The staccato of pages turning filled the room. Prided himself on subtle manipulations for the greater good. He never considered himself infallible, not precisely, but he believed in his moral vision wholeheartedly. He still felt the sting of Dr. Braun's accusations, the humiliating sense that his authority had been challenged before the entire school. He found himself cornered. And he did not like feeling cornered. Now, with Violet and Jennifer tearing holes in his carefully maintained, of magically enforced competition, yet with Dr. Braun challenging it, he needed absolute proof that the tournament could not be bypassed. He needed an irrefutable argument to keep Violet under his watchful eye. He told himself it was to ensure she remained safe from the saboteur. But a deeper voice, it must be here, he murmured to himself, peering at a particularly ancient scroll. The script was Middle English, referencing an older tradition of magical binding pacts. His quill hovered, ready to note any relevant lines. The Goblet of Fire's contract was rumored to be one of the oldest forms. Primacy, not for ego, he reasoned, but for the stable functioning of the wizarding world. Admitted he also resented her mother's defiance. He needed to reassert his. The contract's magic would turn upon the entire hosting school. Dumbledore some lines suggested that if the champion survived ignoring the contract, A school event. It was a deeply entrenched magical tradition binding multiple nations. Frowned at that possibility. The Triwizard Tournament was not just a show or wait in the face of ancient magical law. He convinced himself that he was doing this to protect the world from an even greater threat, with Violet bound to remain at Hogwarts until the task's finished. He could monitor her, and he closed the scroll with a decisive snap, chest tightening. He had found his law. Indeed, it might prove the final piece to keep Violet from wriggling out of her role. With this drive, Braun's arguments about sabotage might lose. Deeper forces at play. Perhaps unravel the delivered by a rather nervous house elf. The creature appeared in there at midday, Dumbledore's. Moaned Violet and Jennifer via a curt message. Your presence in his office, then vanished with a pop quarters, eyes bulging as it squeaked out, Headmaster Dumbledore requests. Their Pip-Boy was properly armed with data. Then they trekked through the castle, ascending spiral staircases. Jennifer and Violet exchanged glances, bracing for yet another confrontation. They collected their coats, ensuring the whispered password, revealing a winding stone staircase leading up to the circular chamber. Passing the gargoyle sentinel that guarded the headmaster's office. Eyed at wooden desk, his half-moon glasses perched precariously on his crooked nose. His expression was grave. When they entered, the immediate sense of tension was palpable. Dumbledore stood behind his large, irrefutable solution. The headmaster's usual fatherly warmth had faded, replaced by a rigid bearing, overshadowed by a flicker of satisfaction at having found what he deemed an to two chairs that faced the desk. Thank you for coming, Dr. Braun, Miss Potter. He greeted with a brisk nod, gesturing it quite clear it wasn't optional. So here we are. Jennifer's lips twitched in a mirthless smile. You mentioned wanting to talk about protective measures, she prompted, remembering the house elf's message. Violet took a seat, heart pounding. She studied Dumbledore's expression, searching for cracks he once expected to mold. She lifted her chin, unflinching, and a faint disappointment shadowed his face. Dumbledore's eyes rested on her for a moment, really rested on her, as though seeking the frightened child. See, it explicitly states that once the goblet has recognized a champion, that champion has no recourse but to compete, or else face the wrath of the binding magic. Indeed, he said smoothly. But first, I have made a discovery regarding the Triwizard Tournament. An ancient law that predates even Hogwarts itself. It concerns the goblet's selections. You. Over her chest. Go on. Jennifer's posture stiffened, arms crossing. Uphold the quest. Your sabotage theory notwithstanding. The goblet's integrity is considered sacrosanct in magical society, and historically, refusing to participate has led to disastrous outcomes. Dumbledore carefully slid a thick scroll across the desk toward them. I have translated the relevant passages here. In essence, the Triwizard champion is compelled to apparently enforces the tasks. In some accounts, champions who defied it faced severe curses or unexplainable misfortunes. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Even if the champion tries to forfeit the magic. Monstrous. You're telling me an artifact can forcibly conscript me, sabotage or not? Violet felt a surge of anger, but she held her voice steady. That's prefer to see you safe. However, the goblet's decision, however manipulated, stands in the eyes of ancient law. This is beyond the ministry, beyond even me. Dumbledore exhaled, adopting a grave but firm tone. That is precisely what this text indicates. I do not relish delivering such news, Miss Potter. I would mention the moral absurdity. It's akin to saying if a criminal hacks your system's code, you must obey it because the code is now sacred. Jennifer let out a disbelieving scoff. You can't be serious. The idea that a single ancient tradition overrides personal autonomy is medieval. Not too lightly. To flout them risks catastrophic magical backlash. Even if I wanted to free Miss Potter from this, the law's potency might lead to dire consequences for us all. Color flared in Dumbledore's cheeks. We are not mundanes, Dr. Braun. Magic is woven into our civilization. Laws older than any of us are not to be taken. Help you break the goblet's contract. Whether or not he believed in sabotage was secondary. He wanted her in that tournament. A cold hush fell. Violet's heart hammered in fury. She realized that Dumbledore was telling them plainly, I will not. It for your own ends. maybe to draw out the saboteur. Or prove something to the wizarding world. Don't dress it up as a necessary tradition. This is about your pride, she said quietly, voice trembling with controlled indignation. You want your precious tournament to proceed. You want me in. Preserve stability and possibly uncover who has meddled with your destiny. I do regret the danger you face. Dumbledore bristled, though his tone remained carefully measured. I am doing what I must, Miss Potter, too. Be clear. We will not yield to your every whim. If you believe this law gives you free rein, you are gravely mistaken. Jennifer's eyes glittered like shards of glass. You regret it, yet you accept it so readily. How convenient for you. Let me. Miss Potter from Hogwarts by force, the magical repercussions might endanger more people than you realize. This is not only about her safety, it's about preventing a larger crisis. Dumbledore looked at her, that spark of annoyance glinting again. I do not desire to fight you, Dr. Braun. But if you sabotage the tasks or attempt to remove, anger knotting in her stomach. How noble, Violet muttered. Height, gaze flicking between mother and he pulled himself to his full. Time to strategize. I will ensure protective wards around you. Miss Potter. My staff will remain vigilant. But you must, daughter. The first task is set for November 24th. That is 3 weeks away. You have time to prepare. Compete. The law is unyielding. Obedience. We will be prepared. If that offends your sense of tradition, so be it. Jennifer forced herself to speak calmly. We'll comply, on paper. But do not expect meek skill and courage, if you rely on methods that break the spirit of the event. Dr. Braun, Dumbledore said, leaning forward, I caution you. This tournament is about testing on the spirit of anything. You forcibly conscripted my daughter. Spare me the moralizing. She cut him off with a lift of her hand. Don't lecture us. Checkmate he couldn't refute. He gestured toward the door. That is all. Please accept a copy of the relevant. Silence took hold for several seconds, heavy and bitter. Then Dumbledore gave a slow nod, as though acknowledging a I wish you a good day. Passages. Do read them carefully. You soon, Headmaster. She turned, and Jennifer followed, the tension between them and Dumbledore coiled like a live wire. With that, Violet rose, collecting the scroll. Her hands shook slightly. But she kept her voice steady. We'll see. She whispered. Knowing we have to follow that ancient law or risk some cataclysmic magical backlash. It's insane. Once outside, descending the spiral stairs from the office. Violet let out a shaky exhalation. I hate this. Not powerless. If the law compels you to participate, we'll find ways to. Jennifer placed a hand on her back, guiding her forward. We'll adapt. Technology and cunning can outmatch their archaic rules. Undermine it from within. Let's not forget, advanced science. That she planned to sabotage Dumbledore's illusions of grandeur. Malfoy bristled. Calling her a muggle puppet, who refused to appreciate real magic. But the whispers only grew, fueling heated debates in common rooms across Hogwarts. Violet composed scathing journal entries about the tournament's flaws, notes that, through Hermione's discreet channels, occasionally circulated among the student body. Small rumors started, that Violet intended to humiliate the tasks by trivializing them with advanced mundane tasks. Sometimes they used magical creatures or illusions. Still, the swirl of rumors about dragons dominated the upper-year gossip. Hagrid dropped cryptic hints of something big in the Forbidden Forest. Cedric and the other champions exuded quiet anxiety, practicing advanced spells day and night. In the meantime, Hermione's loyalty deepened. She continued her behind-the-scenes research, ferreting out obscure references to Triwizard tasks from old library archives. She smuggled them to Violet, who pored over them with Jennifer, identifying patterns in previous events. Sometimes they had puzzle, an inscrutable expression whenever they crossed paths, as though trying to. Tensions also simmered in staff interactions. Snape watched Violet with unflinching intellect. McGonagall, stiff-lipped, privately confided to Jennifer that she worried Dumbledore was growing uncharacteristically. Decide whether to despise her for resembling James Potter or to respect her for Junior. In disguise, he grew visibly tense whenever he spotted Violet in the corridors. More than once, she noticed him staring with an odd mixture of fascination and dread. As if her resourcefulness threatened to unravel his careful plan. Rigid, She admitted feeling torn, loyal to the headmaster's unwavering insistence on forcing Violet's compliance. Jennifer, in response, offered curt thanks for her honesty yet withheld further trust. As for Moody, Barty Crouch reason to reveal her strategies. Instead, she and Jennifer spent hours refining tools from the Pip-Boy's inventory. They assembled a non-lethal arsenal. Tranquilizers, flash grenades, sonic day by day. The stir within Hogwarts about the upcoming first task intensified. Violet avoided any official practice sessions, none were mandated. And she saw no attempting to replicate spells with advanced holographic devices. The wizarding world might call it cheating, but disruptors that could disorient creatures sensitive to sound. They tested small illusions of their own. The possibility that dragons indeed awaited them or, if not dragons, some other monstrous threat. Nowhere was it stated in writing that they couldn't use technology. They prepared for. Snow began to dust the grounds, white flakes swirling around the turrets. By the third week of November, the castle's air crackled with anticipation. Spent most of her free time with Jennifer or Hermione, ignoring those who glared or taunted. She refused to let them see her uncertainty. Students layered themselves in cloaks and scarves. The crisp air carried whispered secrets. Who had bet on which champion? Rumors of bribes or espionage. Violet bracing. The morning sun cast a finally. November 24th arrived, cold and nerves. Hermione found them near the doors, clutching a sheaf of good luck notes from younger students who admired Violet's defiance. She offered an encouraging smile, though her eyes shone with worry. Pale light over the great hall as the champions were summoned. Violet rose early, barely touching her breakfast. Jennifer stayed by her side, radiating a calm confidence that bolstered Violet's. Dragons, remember everything we discussed about their weaknesses. About that, you'll define, Hermione whispered. Just, be careful. If it's sedation windows. They joined Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb. Ludo Bagman bustled about, looking flustered but excited as he explained that they would proceed to the stadium grounds where their first test awaited. Violet nodded, stowing the final notes in her jacket pocket. Jennifer gave Hermione a terse but genuine thanks before leading Violet to the designated champions assembly point near the castle entrance. There, scanning the environment with her Pip-Boy, Jennifer paused at the threshold, watching. We've gone over every scenario. Stay calm, be logical, and trust yourself. She gave a short nod to Violet. I'll be in the stands. Chin, meeting her mother's gaze. Thank you, Mum. I will. Violet murmured. She lifted her dusted lawns, until they reached an arena-like structure erected behind the castle. Wooden stands rose around a wide field enclosed by high walls. Reminiscent of a medieval jousting ground but with arcane modifications. Cedric, noticing their exchange, offered Violet a small, comradely smile. Fleur glanced at them with guarded curiosity, while Victor Crumb remained stoic, nodding curtly in greeting. Ludo herded them outside, across the snow. The chilly air, a constant buzz of chatter hovering like static in the students, staff, and wizarding officials filled the stands. Their breath plumed in atmosphere. Shapes within stirred, exhaling smoke or flame through iron slats. Dragons, at least 4 in number, awaited each champion's approach. Bagman's face gleamed with excitement, and he fidgeted with his wand as he explained to the champions. In a roped-off area sat Hagrid, Madame Maxime, and a handful of dragon handlers wearing thick gloves and leathery aprons. The sight of massive crates at the far end of the field confirmed the rumors. The egg among them. Your objective is to retrieve it. The faster you secure the egg, the higher your score. Simple, yes. See, the task is straightforward. You each face a different dragon, each guarding a nest of eggs. 1 golden. Them, tinged with an acrid, sulphurous stench. Her heart sped up. But she forced herself to remain steady. So it's Violet watched the crates shift as a deep rumble echoed from inside. Clouds of steam rose from the ground near. Found a spot in the stands, arms folded, gaze unwavering. Definitely dragons. She flicked a glance at Jennifer, who had point let her see him conjure illusions to distract the dragon, culminating in a tense but relatively quick retrieval of the golden egg. Applause and cheers rose as he emerged, slightly singed but triumphant. The spectators quieted. A hush spread through the arena. The first champion called was Cedric Diggory, assigned to face a Swedish short snout. He stepped into the enclosure, wand at the ready, Violet's vantage. Frantic scramble to snatch the egg. She escaped with minor cuts, her face pale but determined. Receiving a chorus of supportive claps from her schoolmates. Fleur followed, drawing the Welsh green. She used a hypnotic charm that lulled the beast, though the charm partially failed near the end, forcing the dragon's limbs. The crowd gasped as the dragon roared, thrashing in fury. Sparks of flame sword Victor Crumb squared off against a Chinese fireball, adopting a more brute force approach, launching hexes that battered. Shouts of alarm rose from some who worried about the hatchlings. Ultimately, Crumb emerged, sweat-soaked and grim-faced, to a mix of applause and murmurs. Overhead, Crumb nagged to incapacitate the creature just long enough to grab the golden egg, though the move left the other eggs in disarray. Bagman's amplified voice boomed, and finally, our unexpected fourth champion, Miss Violet Potter. By then, the tension in the stands had reached a fever pitch. Tail, obsidian scales, eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Smoke coiled from its nostrils. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The horntail was notoriously the fiercest of the lot. Silence, then a surge of chatter. Violet inhaled slowly, stepping into the ring. Her assigned dragon, a Hungarian horntail, was roped into a corner of the enclosure. Spiked, shifting its massive weight to glare at her. Behind it, a cluster of eggs shimmered, one distinctly golden. Breath, calling on the mental clarity Jennifer had instilled in her through countless training sessions. The horntail snorted. Creatures. The stand erupted in gasps. Wizards pointed, exclaiming in confusion or outrage, but the rules had never prohibited technology, and Violet was about to demonstrate its efficacy. Tension crackled. Violet reached to her Pip-Boy. A flick of her fingers summoned a sleek device into her hand, a tranquilizer rifle. Custom calibrated for large magical. The rifle to her shoulder. The horntail she flicked off the safety, raising. She had memorized the dragon's approximate mass, accounted for magical hide thickness, and chosen a dart that would bellowed, spitting fire that scorched the ground near her. Violet dropped to one knee, steadied her aim. Precise shot near the base of the creature's neck, where scales were thinner. Deliver a potent sedative without killing it. The challenge was to land some corners. But Jennifer watched from her vantage, eyes gleaming with a hush fell across the stands. Shock, disbelief, even derision from by the dart. It took a menacing step forward, talons scraping the ground, tail lashing. Violet reloaded, preparing a second shot. Then, abruptly, the creature stumbled, its eyes rolling back. Another roar slid into a groan. Confidence. Violet exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The rifle made a muted pop, propelling the dart. The horntail jerked violently, unleashing or that rattled the boards around the enclosure. At first, it seemed unimpressed. Massive limbs starting to collapse. Slowly, it wavered, Violet lowered the rifle, heart hammering, but she allowed herself a small breath of relief. A single tranquilizing shot had done what entire tones of advanced wandwork might have failed to accomplish so cleanly. Utter silence in the stands. Incredulous faces stared as the horntail, mighty apex predator, drifted into a drug-induced slough sank to the ground, smoke still curling from its jaws. Snort. The dragon lay still. Keeping a cautious distance, Violet approached the nest. The other eggs glowed faintly. The horntail's eyelids fluttered, one final attempt at consciousness, but the sedative triumphed, with a final sighing. The rest. Its surface glinted in the midday light. The golden one was obvious, set slightly apart from. Eggs were cooler than she expected, possibly from being exposed to the chill air. She knelt, scanning the nest with a mixture of curiosity and empathy. Her every move. Jennifer's instructions came to mind. Maintain compassion. She frowned, glancing at the slumbering mother. The crowd watched. Size of a large apple, with adjustable temperature settings. She placed it beside the cluster of eggs, flicked it on. Warmth radiated outward. Even in conflict. On a whim, Violet rummaged through the Pip-Boy's survival modules, retrieving a portable heater, like a metal orb about the egg under her arm, its metallic ridges cold against her side. Then, rising, she walked from the arena as calmly as she'd entered. The entire sequence took barely 3 minutes. Murmurs rippled among the spectators, uncertain if they were witnessing an unsanctioned act of kindness or a brazen disregard for magical norms. Either way, Violet gently lifted the golden. Others were simply stunned, gaping in speechless wonder at the abrupt efficiency of her method. The horntail remained asleep, unharmed except for a tiny dart lodged near its neck. Silence at first, then a roar of reaction. Some spectators cheered wildly, thrilled by the spectacle. Others were outraged, shouting that she used a Muggle weapon, calling it cheating. Still, the XC gate did applause and uproar merge into a chaotic clamor. Bagman's magical microphone squeaked, his voice uncertain. Thank you, Miss Potter. Well, that was, quite unorthodox. I suppose that's a success. Jennifer stood in the stands, a small, proud curve at the corner of her lips. She gave a nod of satisfaction, ignoring the furious whispers around her. Only when Violet reached. Harm to the dragon. Let them argue about the rules. You've proven you won't. Jennifer rested a hand on her arm. Perfectly. Safe, quick, and with minimal. Be their puppet. Of using tranquilizer technology. Draco Malfoy, skulking nearby, spat a few harsh words, calling it a travesty of magic. Violet shrugged off the negativity, too relieved to engage in petty spats. They left the arena, weaving through a corridor crowded with onlookers. Some stared at Violet with admiration, others with disdain. A cluster of Muggle-born students openly gushed about the brilliance. Results posted, awarding each champions by late afternoon, the official. Unreadable, but his marks were middling, as though punishing her for ignoring the spirit of the challenge. Bagman granted a high score, obviously impressed. The net result placed Violet second. Just performance. A set of marks from the panel of judges, Dumbledore, Maxime, Karkaroff, Bagman, and Crouch Sr. Unsurprisingly, Karkaroff penalized Violet heavily, presumably out of bias or resentment. Dumbledore's expression remained, to more traditional, wizarding approaches. Cedric and Fleur followed close behind. Behind Crumb, who despite his brutal method had still adhered to the uproar overshadowing everything. The scoreboard seemed almost secondary. Violet's approach brilliant, a testament to cunning and resourcefulness. Others that evening, the castle buzzed with heated debates. Some called. Saw him privately suspected he simmered with frustration. Jennifer, for her part, ignored the naysayers, strolling through the corridors with confidence, occasionally greeting those who dared speak to her. Labeled it an affront to magical traditions, a sign of defiance unworthy of the Triwizard spirit. Dumbledore was notably silent on the matter in public, though those who profit ran headlines about a Muggle-esque champion humiliating a dragon, stirring fresh controversy. Wizarding radio channels in the next 2 days, the fallout spread beyond Hogwarts walls. Newspapers like the Daily was an insult to a proud tradition. The argument about whether Muggle technology was cheating found no easy resolution because the tournament rules had debated the fairness of letting Violet compete with unorthodox tools. Rival schools sniffed that it gave Hogwarts an undeserved advantage or that it never anticipated such a scenario. Yet again. This time, his frustration radiated palpably. He tapped a quill against his desk, eyes narrowed. Seated in Dumbledore's office on the morning after the task, Jennifer and Violet faced the headmaster. Method you used in the arena, I must protest, Miss Potter. About the, had I known you would do this, I might have intervened. Began, voice taut. You disregarded the essence of magical challenges. Said yourself the goblet's contract forces me to compete. You never specified. Violet arched a brow. And what exactly did I break, headmaster? I also minimized harm to the dragon. Shouldn't you be pleased? How I must do it? There's no rule forbidding technology. Are centuries old, a test of both raw magical power and cunning. By employing such a direct method, you've trivialized, his jaw tightened, the Triwizard tournament is meant to highlight a champion's magical skill, not circumvent it. These tasks. Needlessly brutal. Violet proved that intelligence can prevail without subjecting herself, or the dragon, to needless harm. Be grateful no one died. Jennifer interjected, her tone icy. Trivialized your barbaric spectacle. Good. Because from our perspective, your traditions are archaic and you remain here if you find it so beneath you. Yet you do remain. Dumbledore glared, folding his hands tightly. You mock our culture. I question why. I could leave, I would. The Goblet's law, remember. Because you forced us, Violet answered flatly. If, may not be so easily resolved. And if public sentiment continues to turn on you, I cannot guarantee your comfort here, Miss Potter. A flicker of something awky. To regret passed over Dumbledore's features, but he masked it quickly. Nevertheless, be aware that future tasks. Only for safety and fairness, which you so far refuse to ensure. Jennifer's eyes gleamed dangerously. We have never asked for comfort, Dumbledore. Your muggle contraptions grant you an unfair advantage. Fairness. He repeated, voice taut. Some might say, we're just leveling the field. If you have an issue with that, rewrite your rules. A humorless laugh escaped Jennifer's lips. Your entire tournament is stacked in favor of wizards. To Violet with a proud glint in her eyes. Don't let him get under your skin. Sweet girl. We're playing a bigger game here. The tension soared once more. Dumbledore finally dismissed them with a curt gesture, leaving the conversation at an impasse. Outside the office, Jennifer turned. The first task. We'll keep doing what we must. Violet nodded, shoulders relaxing slightly. Right. This was just. The brilliance of her approach while polite. Lee cautioning her to avoid antagonizing wizard society further. Others, particularly the pureblood faction under Slytherin influence, muttered darkly about upstarts and betrayals of magical heritage. As they walked away, the school hummed with contradictory reactions. Muggle-born and half-blood students approached Violet to congratulate her or ask about her amazing device. Some staff members, like Professor Flitwick, admired. Of the castle, over mugs of warm tea, they reflected on the day's events and the swirl of rumors still rattling the halls. Late that night, in their tower suite, Violet and Jennifer settled near the fireplace. Outside, a soft snow fell, muffling the normal hustle. Tinkered with it earlier, discovering it emitted a screeching wail when opened. A clue, presumably, for the second task. For now, she kept it shut. I suppose I should feel relieved I passed the first task with minimal trouble, Violet mused, turning the golden egg in her hands. She'd rattled everyone. But be wary. The next tasks will complexity. They might adapt the challenges. Jennifer gave a mild nod. You did more than pass, you succeeded with a level of calm efficiency that. Specifically to thwart your technology. To rely on wand magic. He hates that I circumvented centuries of tradition. Violet grimaced. I wouldn't put it past them. Dumbledore especially wants me. Solemn. But we must be vigilant. The saboteur is still out there. Presumably fuming that you weren't endangered enough by the dragon. A faint smirk tugged at Jennifer's mouth. Good. Let them see that progress can't be caged by archaic rules. Her expression turned. Hermione mentioned something about Moody rummaging around again last night. She's convinced he's planning something. Should we confront him directly? A shiver traced down Violet's spine. She set the golden egg on the table, gazing into the flickering flames. Plan we're not ready for. Better to keep him in our sights. We must also remember that the final tasks often hold the real danger. Jennifer considered for a moment, swirling her tea. Not yet. We have no solid proof. If we confront him prematurely, he might accelerate as lethal as the first was rumored to be. We double down on using everything we have. Slowly, Violet nodded. Right. So we gather more intel, stay prepared. And if the second task is where technology overshadowed magic, this era can call it cheating. I call it survival. Jennifer raised her teacup in a small toast. Precisely. We came from a future. And the uneasy alliances forming in the castle's hidden corners. They had won the first skirmish. But the war, be it the Triwizard challenges or the cosmic struggle to prevent a nuclear apocalypse, was far from over. Their cups clinked softly, the only sound in the quiet suite. A hush settled. Mother and daughter each lost in their own thoughts about the war that loomed decades ahead, the manipulations swirling around Hogwarts. Conversations. She overheard a heated argument between McGonagall and Dumbledore about the future of the tournament. The headmaster insisted they must abide by word of Violet's feet spread beyond Hogwarts into Wizarding Britain at large. Over the next day, Jennifer kept an ear on the staff. Sedate a dragon with non-magical means. Perhaps Wizard Society's traditions needed re-evaluation. Dumbledore refused to budge. ancient codes, while McGonagall pointed out that times were changing. If a child could calmly. He noticed her presence yet said nothing, stepping back into the shadows as if refusing to take a side publicly. The silence between them spoke volumes. From the gloom of the corner, Snape listened, features impassive. Jennifer, passing by the open door, caught a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, but also caution. Set her teeth on edge. Some older students mentioned that historically, the second task might involve water or a puzzle to decipher the egg's meaning. Violet's mind churned with potential scientific strategies, oxygen tanks, sonar mapping for underwater labyrinths, rebreathers. If that evening, Jennifer and Violet reconvened in their quarters, sifting through reams of speculation about the next tasks. The golden egg's function, as a clue, remained a puzzle. Violet had tried opening it only to be met by a shrieking noise that Triwizard rules banned such devices. Needed nothing in the what was safest and most logical. With a tight-lipped expression, he released her, evidently stymied. Students who witnessed the interaction gossiped fervently. Some grew tired of the tension, while others relished it as the year's greatest drama. The day after that, Dumbledore's frustration manifested again. He cornered Violet in a corridor, politely requesting she at least attempt some magical approach to the egg's clue. She responded with carefully couched defiance, stating she would do enchanted fires. While students traveled the corridors in heavier cloaks, breath visible in the chilly air, Jennifer and Violet took measured comfort in the routine. Though they never forgot as the days eased into late November, Hogwarts settled into an uneasy calm. Snow deepened, blanketing the grounds in white. The Great Hall was warmed by floating candles and variety of chemical compounds that might neutralize or incapacitate magical creatures. Jennifer oversaw these sessions with a meticulous eye, ensuring each compound was balanced to minimize lethal risk. Underlying threat. They continued training, both physically and mentally. Violet honed her marksmanship with smaller, specialized darts in deserted courtyards under the cloak of night. She tested the advanced materials from Vault 112. They debated whether it was ethical to at times. Hermione joined them to observe, scribbling notes in awe at sedation was kinder than lethal force or dangerous curses. Hermione, always a champion for magical creature welfare, used sedation on magical beings. Violet reasoned that if the tasks forced her to face monstrous threats, conventional wizarding norms, that she struggled to process it fully. Tentatively agreed, though it was all so far beyond. Violet, a coward, who refused to fight dragons properly, as though throughout this period, Draco Malfoy's hostility grew more vocal. He called younger Slytherins, though, silently admired her pragmatic approach, whispering that her resourcefulness was a sign of cunning worthy of any sly strategist. Such quiet endorsements never reached Draco's ears. Sedation was a lesser skill than conjuring illusions or casting specialized hexes. Violet ignored him. She had no desire to engage with schoolyard taunts. A small group arrived, crisp and bright, the castle the morning of November 25th. The next tasks, possibly restricting the use of Muggle technology. At the staff table, Dumbledore looked preoccupied, occasionally conferring with Barty Crouch Sr. and Moody in hushed tones. Jennifer and Violet caught sight of these exchanges from their own seats and felt an uneasy prickle of concern. They suspected new rules might be in the works. Recovering from the adrenaline rush of the first task, students buzzed in the Great Hall at breakfast, regaling each other with stories of Cedric's illusions and Fleur's mesmerizing charms, overshadowed by excited retellings of Violet's tranquilizer feat. The day promised to be calmer, no official Triwizard events scheduled, yet rumors abounded about how the judges planned to evaluate. Copy of a memo she'd clandestinely acquired. It contained legalistic language about safeguarding the integrity of magical competition. If adopted, the Iolette would be forced to rely on wand-based solutions, effectively banning her from using advanced devices. By late morning, news broke that the Wizarding Examinations Authority was considering an addendum for the next Triwizard tasks. Magical means only. The rumor spread like wildfire. Hermione rushed to Jennifer and Violet with a Violet's face flushed with anger. They can't just rewrite the rules mid-tournament. That's completely unfair. In their quarters that afternoon, the three of them read the memo in dismay. Trying to curb the threat of anything that topples their precious illusions of wizard dominance. Jennifer nodded slowly, scanning the memo. It's also a direct reaction to your success. There. If they pass this, it'll confirm how terrified they are of losing their status, but even if they pass it, we'll find loopholes. Violet tapped her fingers on the table, staring at the lines of text. We'll fight it. The original rules didn't forbid non-magical means. At least stall them. Meanwhile, we can adapt. If they ban advanced gear, we still have cunning. We can craft illusions or solutions that appear magical but harness scientific principles. Jennifer's gaze sharpened with calculation. Yes, we will. If we can show how discriminatory this is or how it violates the Triwizard Charter's spirit of testing champions' resourcefulness, we can. Behind the scenes, the idea that your technological edge is disallowed while purebloods rely on centuries of familial magical secrets. It's the same principle, just from a different background. Encouraged, Ho place a tentative hand on Violet's. I'll do whatever I can. Gather support from other students, maybe. Muggle-borns especially are outraged at the rules now would make the tournament look ridiculous. Others insisted Hay must preserve wizarding culture from corruption. In the Great Hall, students pored over the Daily Prophet's coverage, which was rife with editorializing about the Muggle champion and her unfair advantage. The next day, November 26th, dawned with a swirl of new controversies. Word reached Jennifer and Violet that the Triwizard Committee had not yet formally introduced the magical means only rule. But fierce debate ensued behind closed doors. Some judges believed adjusting. Harried, evidently caught between public opinion and Dumbledore's pressures. Cornelius Fudge, spotted pacing near the staff table, looked. Dealing with the philosophical rifts that Violet's presence had ignited. Igor Karkaroff Bagman tried to keep things cheerful but seemed out of his depth. Tasks remained safe for her champion. The tension escalated by the hour, fueling whispered speculation that the next Triwizard planning session might degenerate into a shouting match. Openly advocated for banning Muggle technology. Likely hoping to hamper Violet in favor of Crumb. Madame Maxime took a more ambivalent stance, focusing on ensuring the fireplace cast a warm glow across the rough stone walls. Violet sank onto a low ottoman. Golden egg in her lap, running her thumb along its ridges. In the midst of this, Jennifer and Violet found a quiet moment back in their suite. Outside the windows, snow flurries danced in the late afternoon light. Then get us out of here. Now it feels like we're at the center of a cultural revolution between magic and science. I never asked to be part of this, she murmured. All I wanted was to figure out who sabotaged the goblet. Our presence alone is catalyzing change in a society that's centuries behind the times. If that means stirring up. Jennifer stood at the mantel, arms folded. Her expression softened. I know. It's unfair. But we can't hide from. And, hopefully, push them to see how fragile their illusions are. Controversy, so be it. We do what we must to survive. Tried to pass that new ban. If they can't crush me with tradition, they'll rewrite the rules or find some other trick. And we still have that saboteur lurking. Violet closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the fire lull some of her tension. Mum, I'm afraid this might spiral out of control. Look at how quickly they beasts and manipulative warlords in the simulations. Wizard arrogance is just another puzzle. As for the saboteur, they might make their move soon, especially if they see their plan failing to corner you. That's when we'll catch them. Jennifer crossed to Violet, setting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Then we remain a step ahead. No matter what rule they pass, we'll adapt. This is what we do, remember. We've survived a wasteland, we've outmaneuvered monstrous. You for believing in me. Even though I'm only 14, you never treat me like a child. A small smile curved on Violet's lips. She tilted her head, glancing up at her mother. Thank a long time, Violet. You deserve respect for who you've become. Jennifer's voice turned gentle. You haven't been a child in. And third tasks, the potential exposure of a disguised Death Eater, the looming possibility. That Dumbledore himself had grander schemes to unify the wizard and mundane worlds. Yet mother and daughter stood resolute, forging their path with unwavering conviction. The golden egg gleamed in Violet's lap. A symbol of the triumph she'd achieved in the face of a draconian system. Outside, a swirl of wind rattled the windowpane. Over the next horizon lay deeper challenges. The second. The unstoppable calm with which Violet subdued her dragon. He recognized that events were slipping from his control. The future hinged on uncertain variables. For once, the great Albus Dumbledore felt the edges of his influence falter. And the vulnerability unsettled him. As the evening deepened, a hush enveloped Hogwarts corridors, the fresh snow muffling footsteps. In his office, Dumbledore leaned over a pensieve. Silver memories swirling within, reflecting fragments of old battles and half-formed regrets. His expression was troubled as he recalled. A fiercely intelligent girl with scientific means beyond typical wizarding defenses. The disguised Death Eater realized he would need a more cunning approach, perhaps sabotage from within the tasks themselves, if he let events continue on their current trajectory. The chance to deliver her to the Dark Lord might slip away entirely. In a dark corner of that same office, moody, Barty Crouch Jr. lingered, the subtle gleam in his one magical eye bet. Rayed the swirl of malevolent plans forming in his mind. He had intended to funnel Harry Potter toward a final confrontation, resurrecting Voldemort with the boy's blood. But now, the child was. The hush of another winter's night, as the castle settled into first task, prepared for battles yet to come, both inside the tournament and in the shadows of a manipulative participants in this ND drama found themselves at a tense crossroads. Violet and Jennifer, having conquered the gloom behind him, the false Moody planned his next move, determined to steer the outcome toward a dark resurrection. Society, Dumbledore, haunted by his shifting legacy, stared into swirling memories, uncertain how to reassert his authority, and in calm that felt dangerously temporary, the eye of a storm, poised to unleash deeper. None could yet say who would prevail, but the chapter closed on the harsh light of the tasks to come. The lingering echo of tranquilized dragons and brazen defiance hung in the castle's corridors, a reminder that the old ways were no longer unassailable. Chaos. In that silent truce, mother and daughter fortified their bond. The wizarding world churned with controversy. The seeds of the next conflict took root, preparing to bloom in more on my Patreon. https:// Patreon. Up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 6 chapters available now. QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi Toons crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney 25C chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover. Up Lit RPG. Up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Peace crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter 1 crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected Savior, Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory, Harry Potter Poppy crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 5 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter of 1981. It is in 2001. Up to 5 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter. Events are 20 years so instead crossover. Up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. Harry Potter One Shot The Midnight Train. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Traditions and Finding Secrets Chapter 7, Breaking Harry Potter or Fallout series. Disclaimer: I don't own. The uneasy calm that followed wed the conclusion of the first Triwizard task. Snow flurries drifted against tall windows. There the cold of a late November morning settled Hogwarts, made all the more biting by Hull. Clusters of students debated the validity of using Muggle technology in a magical tournament. Still others whispered about the deeper implications of Violet's presence and how it exposed certain cracks in Wizarding Society's sense of superiority. Delicate patterns occasionally disrupted by gusts of wind. Students still buzzed with chatter over Violet Potter's stunning victory, some hailing her brilliance, others, especially the more traditional pureblood faction, calling her methods blasphemously unwizard-like, in the great, resolute in their mission, to understand the sabotage that had forced Violet into the goblet's selection, and to protect her against whatever manipulative forces lingered in the castle's shadows. Violet and her mother, Dr. Jennifer Braun, had left the first task behind them with an earned measure of pride, and a fresh wave of adversaries. Even so, they remained. Small haven within the labyrinthine school, a blend of Hogwarts stone and advanced scanning devices humming softly under Jennifer's supervision. Occasionally, a colleague or a curious student. They spent the morning of November 26th in relative quiet, lingering near the large windows that overlooked the snow-laden grounds. Their private quarters had become a. They were left alone, able to retreat into their own plans. Not to ask a question, but for the most part. A table. The device emitted a faint hum as it ran a series of scans on an old, somewhat ragged piece of. Jennifer rose from a battered old armchair by the fire and adjusted the settings on her Pip-Boy, which was propped on. Night before, she tapped a few keys with practiced finesse. Parchment she had retrieved from the castle library, the clause about tasks requiring traditional forms of wandwork and wizarding cunning. I suspect Dumbledore might g something like this up to ban our gear for the next round. This fragment, Jennifer mused, speaking aloud so Violet could hear, seems to be referencing an older set of Triwizard guidelines, perhaps centuries old. But there's mention of a. The first task resting in her lap, frowned. So he's doubling down. Violet, who was perched on a small stool, the golden egg from. Keep humiliating them. And we both know Dumbledore, for all his talk of tolerance, does not appreciate a threat to his carefully curated magical orthodoxy. Likely, Jennifer said, exhaling softly. He's already uneasy about how thoroughly you dismantled that horntail. If you keep deploying advanced technology, you're going to. That admired her cunning. I guess it was naive to think they'd let me keep using the sedation rifle without complaint. Still, after seeing how effectively it neutralized the dragon, a tightness crept over Violet's chest. She recalled the swirl of outraged whispers, the narrow-eyed glances from certain pureblood families, and the grudging praise from corners of the student body. Safer than flinging hexes around. Hoped people might realize it's adapt. But first, let's gauge the mood in the Great Hall. The rumor mill is probably in full swing this morning. Jennifer's gaze flicked to the golden egg. Sadly, wizarding pride tends to run deep. We should anticipate rule changes. We'll. Students parted around them like a tide, some nodding in polite greeting, others maintaining a stony silence. Draco Malfoy's voice carried from the Slytherin side of the corridor. With that, they prepared to face the rest of the school. The walk from their quarters to the Great Hall was a short but revealing one. Groups of. A proper spell. She shouldn't be in the tournament. Insult to real magic. If she can't cast. Stepped back, evidently not eager for a confrontation. A few Slytherin cronies hissed under their breath. His rant cut off as Jennifer passed, casting him a cool, warning look. He sneered, but second-year students, 2 Hufflepuffs and in contrast, a knot of them breathed. Was it hard learning how to use that muggle tool? Ravenclaw shyly approached Violet. That was brilliant, what you did in the arena. 1. Felt a stab of gratitude that not everyone in Hogwarts conformed to Malfoy's arrogance. They broke into excited whispers, clearly in awe. Violet sensed their sincerity and of conflicting conversations bouncing off the enchanted ceiling. The long tables were upon entering the Great Hall. She and Jennifer found a swirl of the prophet fluttering across the hall. The front page displayed a photograph of her sedating the horntail, the headline proclaiming, "Triumph or Travesty. Triwizard upended by Muggle methods." Crowded with students finishing breakfast, though the meal was nearly over. As usual, a swirl of owls circled overhead, delivering the Daily Prophet and other letters. Violet saw copies. See beyond their traditions, she murmured to her mother. A grunt of annoyance escaped her. They really can't trying to explain how tranquilizer darts functioned without going into scientific detail that might baffle him. She brightened immediately upon seeing Violet. They took seats at the far end of the Gryffindor table, near Hermione Granger. Hermione was deep in conversation with Neville Longbottom. "These articles say absolute rubbish, if you ask me. But I guess we're used to that from the Prophet. There you are," she said, pushing a copy of the paper aside. "You should see what some of the sanctity of magic." Another piece editorialized how the Horntail's sedation might have been an unethical advantage, ignoring the fact that the dragon had come out relatively unscathed. Violet glanced down at the battered pages. "Triumph or travesty" was the main headline, accompanied by paragraphs of speculation on whether allowing Muggle technology was an affront to, then ended with a condemnation that it might open the floodgates to Muggle infiltration in wizarding affairs. Hermione's expression hardened. The author, Lancelot Quill, apparently wrote a piece praising your pioneering approach, but happening for centuries in small ways. His people are so sealed off by their arrogance. Jennifer snorted, pouring herself a cup of tea, as if that infiltration hasn't already been factions settling into their opinions. Yet a subtle sense of acceptance, or perhaps resignation, coursed through the place, as if acknowledging that she would not be easily dislodged from the tournament. Despite the negativity, Violet noticed that the hall itself felt calmer than she had expected. The initial storm of controversy had ebbed into a simmering tension with each. She had a flexible schedule, courtesy of Dumbledore's accommodations. Jennifer say. Ized the opportunity to lead her after breakfast. Students bustled off to morning classes, since Violet was technically a fourth-year champion. Pip-Boy to confirm nobody was within earshot. Daughter into a side corridor, checking the. Apparently, the Triwizard Committee is indeed drafting an amendment that might limit your technology in the tasks. So, I overheard rumors that Dumbledore convened a private meeting last night. Jennifer said under her breath. Says, no Muggle weapons, we can use non-lethal devices or illusions that replicate magical results. Violet exhaled in frustration. Let them try. We'll find a loophole. If it only. To figure out how to decode that egg's clue. If the second task, Jennifer nodded. Exactly. We'll keep ourselves ahead of them. Meanwhile, we have. Might become even trickier to navigate. Happens underwater. Like you suspect, this sabotage. Saw references to old Triwizard tournaments featuring merpeople or some sort of aquatic realm. I can handle that with rebreathers. But that only works if they don't forcibly ban them. Violet glanced down at the golden egg resting in a small satchel at her side, mind flicking to its shrieking cry. I'm sure it's water-related. In the library archives, Transfiguration class later that day, Professor McGonagall formally announced that the Ule Ball would be held on Christmas Day as per tradition, a formal event. Where champions were they parted ways briefly. Violet, heading to a study session with Ifer, made a discreet trip to gather more rumored scraps from around the staff lounge. During stomach clench at the mention of forced participation in yet another old custom. Expected to lead the opening dance, Violet, seated by Hermione, felt her and civility to our esteemed guests from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Please be mindful of your attire and your conduct. McGonagall's sharp gaze swept the class. All champions must attend with a partner. It is customary to demonstrate grace. She might subvert this tradition, too, over the next few hours. She found herself more irritated by the prospect of outdated social expectations than by the notion of dancing. Violet exchanged a wry look with Hermione. She wanted nothing to do with parading around. But if champion obligations required it, so be it. The bigger question was how. Examining potential ways to interpret the egg's screeching sound, Violet let out a long that evening. While she and Hermione sat at a table in the library. Of a crowd. It's like they can't let any part of this be free of archaic nonsense. Sigh. Now they want me to dress up in frilly robes and show off in front. We can't let that overshadow the real problem, that Dumbledore's possibly planning more constraints for the tasks. Hermione shifted, glancing around to ensure no eavesdroppers lurked. I know. McGonagall insisted it's tradition. But date for the ball based on archaic expectations made her skin crawl. So many girls, in her old timeline, had been forced into roles they didn't want. She still flinched, recalling memories of how people forced gender stereotypes on her when she was with the Dursleys. Violet nodded, absently flipping through her notes. She and Hermione. One had grown closer in the last few weeks, bonding over long hours of research and mutual frustration at wizarding bigotry. She admired Hermione's intelligence and moral conviction. The mere thought of having to pick some random boy just to fulfill their silly pageantry. Quietly, she said, I can't abide the thought of letting them push. You don't want to ask a boy, you can. Well, there's no rule you can't ask a girl. Hermione's cheeks colored faintly, and she offered a sympathetic smile. You don't have to, you know. If. Over in her mind. Yeah, she said, voice subdued. Actually, I've been thinking of asking you, if that's okay. A small spark of relief and warmth flickered in Violet's chest. She had been turning that possibility. Her quill slipped from her fingers. Me. Hermione's eyes widened. She turned pink. Letting. Dance. To gather composure. Yes, Violet. I'd be honored, actually. It'll be nice to show them that not everyone conforms to their old ways. Hermione stared. A grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. Yes. I'd like that. She paused, picking up her quill, trying them, somewhere between deep friendship and budding affection. But the library's hush allowed them a moment of calm. A respite from the wider conflict. Relief flooded Violet, mingled with a pleasant flutter. She and Hermione exchanged shy smiles, each uncertain how to label the bond forming between. Among certain progressive circles, particularly Muggle-borns, there was approval and excitement. In Slytherin corners, Draco Malfoy sniffed that it was a desperate ploy for attention. Some older students were intrigued. While a portion of the staff, though politely silent, remained uncertain how to react. Over the next day or two, the school learned of Violet's unusual choice through the rumor mill. Though neither she nor Hermione made a grand announcement, most were simply startled that the champion was bringing a girl to the Ule Ball. To test the golden egg's clue in water, the persistent screeching. They between classes on November 30th, Violet and Jennifer decided it was time. The prefect's bathroom for such experimentation, but Jennifer suggested they slip in under the radar believed might become coherent underwater, matching scattered accounts of past Triwizard tasks. Ordinarily, champions used sabotage or onlookers. Less chance of a small, portable water container. The plan was to fill the container in the prefect's bathroom, submerge the egg, and record its sound from multiple angles. Hermione, busy with a study group, couldn't join them this time. So mother and daughter took the golden egg, a set of scanning gear, and another side corridor. She remembered that old sign, out of order. That was the entrance to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, rarely used by other students as they approached the corridor leading to the prefect's bathroom. However, Violet caught sight of moaning plumbing noises and flickering lights from Ghost's dramatic wailing. Because of the Myrtle's bathroom, fewer people might keep prying eyes away. A sudden impulse tugged at her. Mum, maybe we should. Jennifer shrugged. All right, let's see. Puddles. The ghost of Moaning Myrtle was nowhere to be seen at first. A faint odor of mildew clung to the air. They slipped inside the dimly lit, rather decrepit bathroom. Stone sinks lined the walls, and water dripped from various leaks, forming the area, checking for wards. Violet passed her wand, rarely used, over. Said softly. I expected Myrtle to pop up by now. She sensed only faint traces of past magic. Weird, There's definitely something unusual about this place. The magical resonance is higher near that middle sink. Jennifer, flipping on a small scanning device, noted a swirl of residual energies in one corner. From old Daily Prophet articles flickered in her mind. Accounts of Harry Potter speaking Parseltongue to open some hidden chamber. She dismissed them as half-legend. Yet here, she found the same symbol. When they approached, Violet noticed an intricate snake engraving on the faucet. She felt a curious tingle at the back of her mind, as though the symbol beckoned her. Memories. Hiss came out garbled. On her second try, she closed her eyes, letting the inherited magic stir. Open, she repeated, the sibilance sliding from her tongue in a language that sounded more reptilian. In a soft voice. She tried to replicate Parseltongue, a skill she vaguely remembered practicing once in her youth, though it had terrified her guardians. Open, she hissed, or at least attempted. The jerked back, eyes wide. As the porcelain retracted, revealing a dark, spiraling to her astonishment, the sink shuddered and began to move. Jennifer. Edges, and a musty draft rose from below. Passage. Dust and grit tumbled from the forcibly calm. That's unexpected. Well, Jennifer said. The second year that she had read about. The basilisk, the petrifications. A swirl of unsettled excitement rippled through her. Violet's heart pounded. This must be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, she whispered, recalling the famous events from well beyond the castle's foundations. Let's see how stable it is. Jennifer scanned the opening with her Pip-Boy. Deep tunnel, extends. Of stagnant water, and complex wards. Violet exhaled. Should we go? The device beeped a series of readouts, indicating old architecture, pockets. Down. A perfect place to test your egg. No risk of eavesdroppers, right? I'm not sure it's wise, Jennifer mused. But, this might be. Case and a portable lamp. In Jennifer's, the air grew heavy, stale. Reeking of ancient dust and the faint tang of decay. The tunnel sloped. They exchanged determined looks. Without further hesitation, they descended the damp stone steps into the darkness. Lighting their way with a wand tip in Violet's. A broad, vaulted space with towering serpentine columns. Downward for a long stretch, eventually opening into of the floor, forming a murky lake. Violet felt the hair on her arms prickle. The environment felt saturated with old magic, the residue of a once gargantuan basilisk that had lurked here decades earlier. Their footsteps echoed in the eerie silence. In the distance, a massive statue loomed. Salazar Slytherin, presumably. The chamber was lit only by dim phosphorescent patches on the mossy walls. Water pooled in the center. Are extraordinary. Old wards. Phantoms. Jennifer stepped carefully, scanning. This place, the readings. Here. If the egg's shriek transforms underwater, we'll hear the real message. Violet approached the still water. Kneeling at the edge. Let's try it. A small submersible microphone. Let's do it. Jennifer nodded, rummaging in her satchel for open air, but through the submersible mic, they could hear it more clearly. A chorus of eerie voices singing about stolen treasure beneath the lake's depths, warning that the champion must retrieve something precious or lose it forever. They knelt together, submerging the egg. The water was ice cold, but Violet steeled herself. She twisted the latch on the egg. Instead of an ear-splitting wail, a haunting melody filled the water. It was muffled in the and aquatic guardians drifted in the melody. Phrases about an hour time limit. Close the egg. They'll likely hide something or someone at the bottom. We have to recover it within an hour. Violet shivered. So the second task is definitely underwater, probably in the Black Lake, she said when they finally or other gear, unless they ban them, which we must prepare for. But we'll figure out a solution either way. Jennifer straightened, water dripping from her gloves. At least we have clarity. You can use rebreathers, submersible suits. With potential strategies. She pictured the frigid waters of the Black Lake. They carefully packed up the egg and equipment. Violet's mind reeled. Would the saboteur try to lure me into a trap underwater? Possibly teeming with merpeople or grindylows. The memory of sabotage gnawed at. Ghostly form twisting, wide-eyed. What are you doing here? Myrtle demanded, voice wavering between anger and curiosity. This is my place, you're not. Before they could leave. A soft shriek echoed through the chamber. They spun around to see moaning Myrtle floating toward them. Supposed to invade it. Was connected to your bathroom. We needed privacy. We didn't mean to upset you. Violet raised her hands in a placating gesture. I'm sorry. We didn't realize this. Using all sorts of weird contraptions. People talk about you. They say you're from the future. Myrtle narrowed her translucent eyes but drifted closer. You're that champion, aren't you? The one who's polite nod. Something like that. Jennifer gave Myrtle a me secrets. I died in this castle, you know, all alone. Teased by bullies. Myrtle pouted, drifting in a slow circle. Everyone always leaves me out. Nobody tells. From you. Honestly, we only came here to test something. I can talk to you if you'd like. Violet felt a pang of sympathy. She recognized something of herself in Myrtle's lonely existence. We didn't mean to keep secrets. Interest. She drifted closer, her eyes brimming with ghostly tears. Really? You'd actually talk? That was all it took. Myrtle's face shifted from petulant anger to cautious. With everyone either. We know what it's like to be an outcast. Violet nodded. Sure. My mother and I were not exactly popular. A place to hide. You can come to my bathroom. People hate it there anyway. It's so lonely. Myrtle sniffled, her expression softening. Well, maybe I can help you. If you ever need quiet or me know if you hear any suspicious talk. Strange wizards sneaking around. Violet smiled gently. Thank you, Myrtle. And maybe you can let ghosts. They say all sorts of things if they think no one's listening. Myrtle brightened, bobbing in midair. I can do that. Nobody pays attention to. Myrtle's parting wave hovered in back of Violet's mind. An unexpected new ally in a castle that sometimes felt suffocatingly hostile. Soon after, they made their way back up the winding tunnel, shutting the entrance behind them with another Parseltongue hiss. Transformed into a festive scene of winter decor, with evergreen garlands and occasional bursts of magical snow drifting from the enchanted ceiling, the talk of the Ule Ball grew increasingly urgent. Gossip soared about who December arrived with a biting wind that rattled the stained glass windows of Hogwarts. Snow piled in drifts along the castle's stone walls, and icicles hung from the eaves, glittering like crystal daggers. The Great Hall. Bold invitation to Hermione had already stirred fresh waves of speculation. Would ask who might break tradition, and how Violet's lake-adjacent boathouse, calibrating them to handle magical currents or potential sabotage. They studied sonic disruptors that might ward off Grindylows. Hermione, often by Violet's side, FFERED, her encyclopedic knowledge of magical creatures, combining it with Jennifer's scientific approach to create layered defenses. The next few weeks, December 1st through December 24th, passed in a flurry of preparations. Both for the ball and for the second Triwizard task. Violet and Jennifer worked tirelessly behind the scenes. They tested rebreathers in the cold waters of the castles. Posted the common room boards. Champions are reminded that the spirit of the Triwizard tournament is to test wizarding aptitude, and meanwhile, the question of the Triwizard Committee's potential rule change remained an ominous shadow. On December 3rd, an official statement was full ban, but it was a warning shot. Violet and Jennifer recognized it as a strategic deterrent. Extraneous devices not really a NT on personal magical ability may be subject to review. It wasn't a and swapping gifts. On December 10th, the staff posted sign-up sheets for the Ule Ball's dancing lessons, which many sheepishly attended to avoid despite the tension. The looming holiday season lent a curious warmth to the castle's atmosphere. Students bustled in and out, discussing holiday plans. Spent refining her second task strategy. In truth, she had little interest in the dancing formality. Embarrassing themselves on the night, Violet considered joining, but decided her time was better with Hermione, and possibly dressing outside the norm. Violet could further undermine the wizarding world's complacency. So she and Hermione began discussing their attire in hushed library corners. Yet the Ule Ball itself, set for Christmas evening, was an unavoidable milestone. Jennifer recognized that, although trivial, such events could shape public opinion. By defying tradition, attending. Flipping through an old illustrated guide to wizard formal wear. Maybe I was thinking something not too flashy, Hermione said one afternoon. To do something with my hair. It's always so bushy. Deep blue robe, simple lines. But I also want. You want to style it. I can help, or Mum can. She's good at that sort of thing. She has experience from the future, after all. Violet studied Hermione's face with a small smile. I love your hair, she said gently, prompting a pink flush across Hermione's cheeks. But try a partial updo, or something that's practical enough I don't trip over my own curls. Hermione's eyes lit up with cautious excitement. Really? That might be fun. Maybe I can. Styles. For Violet, a flamboyant gown felt stifling, so she planned a sleek, fitted outfit that blended modern lines with magical accents. Nothing that would quietly rebel against the Hogwarts norm. They laughed, enjoying a moment of lightness in a castle overshadowed by rivalry and sabotage. At the same time, they decided to coordinate with matching color themes. If not identical, result was a chic, slim-fitting robe with subtle ballistic fiber woven in, just in case. Violet couldn't help smiling at that mixture of practicality and style. Jennifer, fully supportive of Violet's choices, helped gather textiles from the local wizarding village and combined them with synthetic materials gleaned from her Pip-Boy's inventory. Openly, figures Potter would want to flaunt her muggle taste in everything, including relationships, Pansy snapped in passing. Violet rolled her eyes. She refused to let such remarks sour her mood. Word of the pairing circulated widely by mid-December, leading to fresh commentary. Some older students, like Angelina Johnson, warmly congratulated the two girls for their bravery. Pansy Parkinson sneered. Quietly asked Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin known for her poised confidence, surprising many who expected him to ask Hermione. Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang continued a budding romance. All the while, champion gossip soared. Fleur Delacour decided to attend with Roger Davies, a Ravenclaw Quidditch player who walked around in a haze of adoration. Victor Crumb. For the festivities, overshadowing even Malfoy's daily barbs. Great Hall thrummed with a subdued excitement. An ambush. Snape roamed the dungeons with an almost predatory watchfulness. Jennifer noted each of these shifts in her private logs. Certain that the saboteur lurked among them, waiting for the second task to enact a darker plan. At the same time, it was impossible to ignore the deepening tension among the staff. Dumbledore grew more distant, occasionally conferring with Barty Crouch Sr. behind closed doors. Moody's fake eye roved the corridors incessantly, as though expecting festive scarves or hats. In the early evening, those attending the Ule Ball prepared. Violet and Hermione retreated to a quiet spot in the Gryffindor Tower to dress, with Jennifer arriving to assist them in final touches. By Christmas Day, the castle glowed with holiday cheer. Enchanted icicles hung from the Great Hall ceiling, reflecting floating snowflake lights. Aromas of spiced pumpkin and roasted meats wafted through the corridors, and many students wore sleeves. Stood before a mirror, hands trembling slightly. Her hair was Hermione, wearing a deep midnight blue gown with silver filigree at the black fabric had subtle silver threads woven throughout, catching the light when she moved. At her waist, a discreet belt concealed compartments for small protective devices, though outwardly it looked like a decorative sash, partially pinned up in an elegant twist, the rest falling in loose waves down her back. Violet, clad in her fitted attire, somewhere between a robe and a sleek suit, offered a supportive nod. The garments, meeting Hermione's gaze in the mirror. "You look brilliant," Violet said quietly. "Too. This is surreal." Hermione's cheeks warmed. Ball is your chance to show that you won't be stifled by their Jennifer, standing a step behind them, suppressed a proud smile. "Remember, the Yule. You've both earned it. Conventions, enjoy yourselves." Great Hall, arriving among a gathering throng of elegantly dressed students. They shared a moment of mutual gratitude before descending to the bin cleared to create space for dancing, while a stage at the far end laughter, music, and a swirl of color filled the hall. Long tables had instruments. Professors milled around, exchanging polite small talk, accommodated a wizarding band currently tuning there. Some offended, and a handful, particularly Muggle-borns, applauded quietly. Victor Crumb, already present with Daphne, Violet and Hermione's appearance together caused a ripple of murmurs. Some looked intrigued. Wave. Cedric and Cho turned to see them, exchanging smiles of acknowledgement. Nodded respectfully in their direction, while Fleur sent them a graceful, a heady sense of both nerves and defiance. The swirl of many different responses gave Violet onto the dance floor. The awkwardness of being in the spotlight pressed down on them, especially with Dumbledore at the staff table, his expression inscrutable. Yet, Hermione's presence helped Violet remain poised. Then the music began for the champions' opening dance. Ludo Bagman, acting as a sort of MC, guided the couples forward. Violet took Hermione's hand, ignoring the stares, and led her. Mutual grin as they maneuvered each turn, allowing themselves to enjoy the moment. It felt symbolic. In a castle that tried to dictate norms, they were forging their own path. As the band played a slow waltz, Violet guided Hermione gently. Both of them had practiced enough to avoid clumsy missteps, though neither was a seasoned dancer. They shared a Somewhat stilted. Party. In corners of the hall, PLE sipped punch and sampled exotic wizarding pastries. A roving group of second-year kids giggled in excitement once the formal opening concluded. The rest of the students joined the dance floor, the mood shifting from tense formality to a lively, if still, seemed subdued, replaced by swirling lights, enchanting music, and the sparkle of holiday magic. At the sight of older students dancing, the tension that usually gripped Hogwarts' Christmas tree. Laughter and swirling robes surrounded them, but they carved out a bubble of calm for conversation. During a lull in the dancing, Violet and Hermione slipped aside, finding a quieter corner near the grand. Used to this kind of attention that isn't about the tournament. Still feels strange, Violet admitted, catching her breath. I'm not handling it brilliantly. You've changed so much since the first day you arrived. Hermione brushed a stray curl from her forehead. I know, but you're in the best way. And I mean that. In a Hogwarts ball with a brilliant witch who actually respects me, I'd have thought them insane. Violet's lips curved in a gentle smile. A year ago, if someone told me I'd be dancing. Hermione flushed but beamed. Likewise. If calculating how this night might impact his efforts to keep Violet under watch. Moody lingered near the door, sipping from a flask, his magical eye spinning. The tension in his nearby, Jennifer conversed quietly with a few staff members, gleaning subtle updates. Her presence lent Violet a sense of security, though she noticed that Dumbledore occasionally glanced their way, as anxiety roiling beneath the festivities. Posture hinted at to ask about homework. Violet found a comfortable seat near the band, letting the swirl of waltzes, tangos, and wizard pop tunes wash over her. She felt both tired and oddly content. As the night wore on, the couples changed partners, the music shifted, and plates of desserts were passed around. Hermione excused herself at one point, whisked away by a friend who wanted the staff table, observing the crowd with his usual dour expression. When he noticed Violet watching him, he inclined his then a movement in the corner of her vision drew her gaze. Snape stood leaning against a pillar near to approach, mindful that many eyes might follow her. Head in a fractional nod, she hesitated but rose. Stopping a foot away. Professor, she greeted softly. Shrugged. As much as I can in a forced social event. Snape studied her attire with a neutral scowl. Enjoying yourself? Violet. Mother is equally adept at undermining tradition. The staff lounge has been abuzz with theories about whether your second task preparations will continue to flout everything we hold dear. A faint twitch near Snape's mouth suggested amusement. Indeed. You never cease to stir the pot. His black eyes slid over the crowd. From what I gather, you're say we're just using our strengths. Why discard them because of old prejudices? She gave a small smile, refusing to rise to the bait. Some might call it innovation. Others, Snape's gaze flickered. I wonder that the saboteur, likely Barty Crouch Jr., was lurking too. She schooled her expression. Thank you for the warning. A chill ran down her spine. She recalled that Snape might be involved in clandestine business with Dumbledore and dancers, unsettled but grateful for the hint of concern he'd shown. She reaffirmed her suspicion that the sabotage might escalate soon. Snape gave a curt nod and stepped away, his robes trailing behind him. Violet watched him vanish into the swirl of found Hermione again. They sat near a cluster of potted magical ferns that released faint twinkles of luminescent spores when touched. They swapped quiet jokes about the evening's chaos. The final hour of the ball arrived, bringing slower, more reflective music. Couples drifted outside to the courtyard for fresh air under the moonlight, chatting in subdued voices. Violet. Comedic illusions one professor had cast as party entertainment. The tension in the staff's faces, and a gentle warmth suffused her. Seeing her daughter forging genuine connections, Jennifer observed them, leaning against a pillar. A moment, mother and daughter met eyes, sharing a quiet smile of mutual understanding. Something she'd always wished for Violet, after the bleakness of her early life. Made their way to Jennifer's side. As they stepped into the entrance hall, the cold air that drifted from the massive wooden doors refreshed them, dispelling the stuffy warmth of the ball. When the band played its final number, people began streaming out of the hall in groups, heading back to their dorms or lingering in corners for hushed conversations. Violet and Hermione. Violet. No readable emotion in his expression. Moody hovered near him, face rigid, as if impatient to end the festive charade. At the far side, Dumbledore stood in conversation with Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch Sr. He cast a fleeting glance at. They reached the corridor near their quarters. Hermione excused herself. She wanted to return to the Gryffindor Tower. She and Violet lingered in a quiet alcove for a final chat, exchanging goodnights with a handful of acquaintances. Violet, Hermione, and Jennifer headed upstairs. The winding staircases felt strangely silent compared to the bustle of the ball. By the time, racking at first, but in the end, I'm glad we did it. Thank you for tonight, Hermione said, her voice soft. It was nerve. Too. And we'll show them we won't be intimidated, right? Violet reached out, giving Hermione's hand a gentle squeeze. Me. Hermione's eyes shone. Right. Quote, step. While Violet turned to rejoin Jennifer outside their quarters, her mother's posture radiated protective vigilance. With that, they parted, Hermione heading for the tower with a slight skip in her chill that had seeped into their bones. They settled in the sitting area, by the softly crackling fire, the only sound that gentle pop of burning logs. Once inside, they discarded their formal attire, exhaustion washing over them. Jennifer brewed a simple mug of cocoa for each of them, letting the steam warm the reflection of flames on the stone floor. But I can't shake the feeling that something big is coming. The second task is a month away, and the saboteur might not wait that long. Violet sipped her cocoa, mind buzzing with the night's events, the stairs, the dancing, the fleeting sense of acceptance overshadowed by the knowledge that danger lurked. It was nice, she murmured, glancing at more clues if we look closely at staff behavior, especially Moody and Crouch Sr. Meanwhile, we'll refine your water gear. Jennifer studied her daughter, eyes reflecting the same worry. We remain vigilant. We keep investigating. I suspect we'll find. In a tranquil hush. For a moment, the warmth of the Ule Ball still clung to her, bringing the faint glow of hope. A comfortable silence settled. Violet leaned back, letting her gaze drift to the frosted window. Snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the courtyard. Than usual as students recovered from the late-night festivities. Christmas December 26th dawned quietly, the castle's morning routine slower. But a subdued calm replaced the decorations still adorned the corridors, giving champions and visitors alike some respite. Balls buzz. Most classes were on hold to debrief with Jennifer more thoroughly. For Violet, that meant a chance. From an investigative standpoint, had they observed suspicious interactions, any sign of sabotage? Over a light breakfast in their quarters, they analyzed the Ule Ball. The ball early, apparently complaining of fatigue, and Moody disappeared for about 20 minutes, returning from the Jennifer tapped her Pip-Boy, retrieving a log of small anomalies she'd recorded. Barty Crouch Sr. left. Be nothing, or it might be everything. Courtyard suspiciously on edge. That might. Not sure if it was anything more than tournament logistics, but Bagman seemed flustered. Could he be an accomplice to sabotage? Violet nodded, chewing on a piece of toast. Also, Dumbledore spent a good deal of time cornered by Bagman. Don't recall him ever being allied with Death Eaters. We must keep an open mind, though. Jennifer frowned thoughtfully. Historically, Bagman's shady in other ways, gambling debts, money issues, but retreated to a small nook to scan Wizarding World newspapers from past decades. She sought hints of how Dumbledore might manipulate the next steps, or how the sabotage connected to broader conspiracies. The day passed peacefully, with Violet choosing to spend part of the afternoon in the library alongside Hermione, quietly reading about aquatic magical plants that might infest the Black Lake. Jennifer, for her gear fared in the frigid lake. Hermione stood by, wand at the ready to assist if the cold threatened to overwhelm. Jennifer documented water on December 27th. They resumed more intense training. Violet donned a specially crafted wetsuit in an unused corner of the boathouse, testing how her times. They spotted glimpses of merpeople near the deeper sections, but no direct contact was made. Temperature, possible enchantments in the lake, and how to shield electronics from magical interference. Several hints emerged that the Triwizard Committee was moving forward with the next stage. A notice pinned to the common room boards read, "Champions, prepare for the second task." Further that evening, the mother-daughter pair retired to their quarters, thoroughly chilled yet satisfied with their progress. By December 28th, the quiet of the holiday lull began to dissipate. Keep your golden egg safe. Instructions will arrive soon. Of Alistair Moody muttering under his breath, a frantic glint in his real eye, Barty Crouch Sr. rarely emerged from his room. Sometimes amid these developments, Violet couldn't shake a growing sense of foreboding. Something in the staff's demeanors felt off. She occasionally caught glimpses. Interactions with Jennifer all but non-existent except for curt nods in passing. Not even attending crucial committee discussions. Dumbledore's expression stayed guarded, his and the flames cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Both wore serious expressions, a stack of notes between them, some documenting the sabotage possibilities, others about underwater hazards. In the late afternoon of December 28th, Violet joined Jennifer at a small table near the fireplace in their quarters. The window outside framed a snowy scene. In this entire culture. But we mustn't forget the core reason. We're here. Sabotage dragged you into this timeline, this tournament. We need to uncover the culprit's plan. Jennifer exhaled, resting her hand lightly atop Violet's. We've come a long way, Violet. From the first task's sedation rifle to the Ule Ball, you've made waves. To strike. Underwater rescue. So many places to hide a lethal trick. But we're ready, Mum. We'll be careful. Violet nodded, her voice quiet. I know. And the second task is the next big chance for them. Power to keep you safe. Even if we have to tear down a few more walls of wizarding tradition to do it. Jennifer's eyes hung with both fierce protectiveness and abiding love. I trust you, sweet girl. And I'll do everything in my down traditions has become our specialty, hasn't it? A small smile tugged at Violet's lips, tearing. By the fire and their mutual they shared a soft chuckle, warmed. Flames highlighted the seriousness of the notes spread before them. But for that one moment, mother and daughter understanding. Outside, the snow continued its gentle fall, cloaking the castle in winter's hush. The flicker of the before the storm they both sensed was coming. Allowed themselves a scrap of peace, a quiet lull. Close. Violet's thoughts drifted to Hermione's laughter, the unexpected comfort of dancing in each other's arms, and in those final hours of December 28th, the chapter of festivities and precarious calm drew to a fraction of the student body, and the knowledge that she had bested the first task with intellect and moral conviction all buoyed her spirit. Sense that she was forging genuine connections in a place that had once seemed wholly hostile. Her mother's unwavering presence, throng. Embers dimmed. She and Jennifer tidied their scattered papers, finalizing a blueprint for how to handle merpeople, potential sabotage, and any new constraints the committee might impose. Yet in the back of her mind, a single worry lingered. Would the second task prove more dangerous than any of them had anticipated? As the fireplace, softly, remember you're not alone, Violet. Whatever happens next, Jennifer said. Gratitude welling. I know. Thank you. Violet met her mother's gaze. Now, they had each other. A bond that overshadowed the centuries and secrets that threatened them. Tower, a fleeting calm suffused with the unspoken knowledge that the real trials lay ahead. 4. Discoveries and deepening alliances. The seeds of confrontation had been sown, both with the Triwizard Committee's likely clampdowns and the saboteurs hidden. So ended the days following Violet's unorthodox first task v. Ctory and her bold defiance at the Ule Ball, culminating in clandestine. Their humble quarters, mother and daughter prepared to face it together. Designs. Darkness might be gathering beneath Hogwarts, hallowed stones, but within. More on my Patreon. https:// Patreon. Up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 6 chapters available now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover. Up to 6 chapters. Ava. I label now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney. To 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover. Up. Lit RPG. Up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter. Peace crossover up to 6 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter 1. Crossover up to 6 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 6 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 6 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover up to 6 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy crossover up to 6 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 6 chapters available. Lanao Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter. Of 1981 it is in 2001. Up to 5 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so instead. Crossover up to 6 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Chapter 9 Hour 80 available on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 8. Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 10. Chapter 8. Echoes of Rebellion, Harry Potter or Fallout series. Disclaimer: I don't own. The school's daily bustle. The echoes of last night's discussions in Violet and Jennifer's quarters still lingered in the air, caught in the corners of the hallways where torchlight flickered and faded. That quiet sense of anticipation, that sensation of standing on the verge of change, suffused every breath of Hogwarts this morning. A veil of dawn light spread across the frosted stones of Hogwarts, turning their cold gray surfaces into faint streaks of soft lilac and dull gold. Outside, feathery snow still drifted from a lavender sky, and inside the castle's winding corridors, the hush of early morning felt almost reverent, like a collective pause before snatches of rumor about Violet Potter's Muggle weapon, about her scandalous choice of date for the Ule Ball, about how the Trio Izzard tournament might never look the same again. She had read the swirling news in the Daily Prophet, a swirl of disbelief, condemnation, and grudging admiration. She wondered if the castle itself had become a living stage for a new kind of rebellion. A slow footstep disturbed the silence. A single first year, swaddled in a woolen scarf much too large, tiptoed down a side corridor near the Charms classroom. She glanced over her shoulder, once, twice, her face drawn with nervous excitement. Her hushed movements reflected a tiny shard of the tension coursing through the entire castle. She was one of many students, after all, who had overheard, finishing his early cleaning routine, leaving behind the tang of scrubbed floors. Over the next quarter hour, more students emerged from dormitories and side staircases. Some yawned. Some laughed in hushed tones, but many merely frost-rimmed each window. The bitter chill seeped into the stones, making them shine faintly as the first sunrays pried their way through the stained glass. Damp footsteps near the great hall signaled the caretaker. Solitary hour practicing wandwork. Her eyes were shadowed from lack of sleep, but they shone with a quiet determination. She paused, adjusting the strap of her satchel. Only a day had passed since the Ule Ball, but the castle felt as if it had shifted beneath her feet, like a grand game board rattled by undue WN. In one of the empty corridors leading to an outer courtyard, a swirl of cold air slipped through a gap in the wall. It carried the faint scent of pine from the surrounding forest and a memory of snowfall. There, Hermione Granger stepped out of a small classroom where she had spent the first task. Still drove fierce debates, some lauding her genius, others unexpected play. She shook her head, recalling how Violet's performance in back of her mind, a nagging worry insisted that the wizarding world might react violently to perceived change, decrying her unwizard-like methods. Hermione, for her part, brimmed with private pride at Violet's brilliance. Yet in the windows, She caught glimpses of flickering light dancing across the ornate patterns, reflections of her own conflicting. She made her way toward the great hall, each step echoing softly. As she passed the stained glass, the Ule Ball saw them defy the expected norms again. But what did it all mean for Hogwarts? For the larger community? Emotions. She couldn't forget the hush that had fallen when Violet subdued a dragon without typical wand-slinging aggression. She couldn't dismiss how chatter from a group of younger Muggle Bow RN students who admired Violet as a role model. It was as if two different Hogwarts coexisted, one championing tradition, the other stirring restlessly for something new. She paused momentarily by a torch bracket, inhaling the faint scent of melted wax. A swirl of recollections flooded her, seeing Draco Malfoy's sneer when she and Violet entered the ball, hearing the enthusiastic winter sunlight. Four house tables were only partially filled at this early hour, clusters of students huddled over porridge and toast, speaking in subdued when Hermione slipped into the great hall, the subdued ATM. Osphir greeted her like a hush before a thunderclap. Tall windows admitted a glow of how Potter might bring Muggle nonsense into the next task. A pair of 7th-year Ravenclaws shot the voices. Shush. E noticed a knot of first-years wearing scarves that concealed reddened noses. They whispered about 3 Slytherins whispered among themselves, cutting their eyes at anyone who showed the slightest sign of interest in Muggle technology. Younger students a dismissive glance and returned to scanning an old magical tome labeled Codex Triwizard, across the way, and reached for a pot of tea. The dull clink of porcelain acted like a small punctuation ion happening behind her. 2 older Gryffindor students analyzing the potential rule changes the Triwizard Committee might impose. She listened in, eeks warming with annoyance. Hermione carried her tray to a bench near the center of the Gryffindor table. The bench was close enough to overhear the mosaic of debates, yet not so close as to be caught in the crossfire of pointed opinions. She slid onto the seat Muggle-born could ever challenge. A tremor of frustration ran through Hermione's grip on the teacup, but she said nothing. Not yet. When of are they ridiculed the notion of non-magical contraptions. They acted as if Wizardkin's centuries of tradition conferred an inherent superiority. No. True that, Violet used a gun on the dragon. The Ailey Prophet said it was an actual Muggle gun. His words trembled with curiosity. Not from somewhere to her left, a timid voice murmured, Hermione. She turned to see a 2nd-year boy, wide-eyed, glancing anxiously at her. Is it condemnation? Somewhat odd. So the dragon wasn't harmed. The boy blinked. That's cool, he said. Damage. The boy's face lit with relief, and he turned back to his friends, quietly excited. Hermione smiled faintly. She shook her head. Hardly at all. Probably woke up later with a mild headache, if that. No lasting. Possible that not everyone was blinded by prejudice. Smaller interactions reminded her that progress was defense against the dark arts. Why bother with spells if you can just blast holes in everything, right? He leaned back, his posture dripping with smug derision, while Pansy Parkinson giggled at his side. But the next moment, a burst of laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy's familiar sneer pierced the hush. Look at them, so starry-eyed. Next, they'll be inviting Muggle militaries to teach. Flashed a small smile, and Jennifer gave a dignified nod. They settled at the far end of the Gryffindor table, out of earshot from the more hostile watchers. Hermione quickly finished her meal and migrated to join them, craving the sense of calm that their presence offered. Shortly thereafter, Hermione spotted Violet Quietly entering the great hall with Jennifer by her side. They both walked with an unhurried confidence, ignoring the wave of shifting gazes and half-lowered voices that followed their progress. Hermione's spirits lifted, and she raised a hand in greeting. Violet. Truly feasible. Could we replicate such an effect with runes? Another, perched on the bench's edge, gestured animatedly about ethical ramifications. Their discussion was intense, hopeful, worried, an intellectual swirl that mirrored the storm now rattling wizarding society. One table away, a half-dozen Ravenclaws conferred in hushed excitement, eyes darting between open books and the pair of mother and daughter. A black-haired Ravenclaw scribbled notes in a battered notebook, occasionally muttering, "But is it Coco?" and exuded empathy. Their conversation, soft and warm, touched on meanwhile, A short distance behind them, a cluster of Hufflepuffs sipped. Shining eyes. It's good to show compassion, isn't it? Maybe that's the real test. Her friend nodded. A gentle consensus forming in their small circle. The wonder of seeing a champion who cared enough to not mortally harm a dragon. A tall Hufflepuff girl, a fifth year with braided hair, murmured with. Be overdue for reevaluation. She recalled a stray line in one of her Muggle textbooks. Sometimes, you need an outsider to see the cracks in the foundation. Possibly, Violet and Jennifer were that catalyst. Throughout the Great Hall, these undercurrents pulsed, fracturing age-old certainties. Hermione watched it all with quiet fascination, gleaning that while some sneered, others reeled from the possibility that the entire magical worldview might. She glided from the hall, her lab coat-inspired robes brushed by the swirl of her determined stride. After breakfast, Jennifer parted ways with Violet and Hermione, muttering something about investigating new rumors. Few younger students who approached with shy questions about technology, when Malfoy and his cronies huffed in annoyance. She gave them a half-smirk that Hermione found equal parts satisfying and nerve-wracking. Hermione recognized that faint tautness in Jennifer's posture. She was on the hunt for answers, or evidence, no doubt. Meanwhile, Violet lingered in idle conversation near the doors, politely acknowledging a Violet, as if uncertain whether to greet her, then offered a short bow before vanishing through a wall. The cold draft he left behind prickled Hermione's skin. She turned to Violet. Eventually, the corridors thinned. In the open space near the marble staircase, a ghost glided through the air, nearly headless Nick. Drifting with absent-minded courtesy. He paused when he saw, though her eyes held a flicker of concern. Busy morning, Her voice was light. Task is still looming. Every time I pass someone in these halls, I imagine them sizing me up to see if I'll do something else insane. Violet let out a quiet sigh. That's one way to put it. I'm getting used to the looks, but sometimes it's overwhelming. And the second, the school looking up to you, and the other half glaring. That's a sort of acceptance, right? Hermione smiled gently. A few months ago, you worried you'd never find acceptance. Now you've got half. I should find Mum soon. She said something about cross-referencing rumored Triwizard rule changes. You up for some research later? Violet chuckled. I guess so. Progress, I suppose. She clutched the strap of her rucksack more tightly. Anyway. Period this afternoon. Let's meet in the library. Hermione nodded. Always. I've got a free. Toward the defense against the dark arts classroom, where she suspected Jennifer might be gleaning tidbits from staff members. They parted on that plan, exchanging a brief wave. Violet's footsteps carried her down the long corridor that branched. Of Slytherins huddled by the railing, robes pulled tight against the cold. Among them, Draco Malfoy's posture was stiff and guarded. He half turned to watch Violet approach, a sneer forming. At the end of that corridor, the stone archway overlooked a spiral staircase leading down to a sunken courtyard. Flickers of watery sunlight caught on the half-frozen fountain. A group. To join her mother, leaving Draco's scornful gaze behind. The corridor near the lounge was empty, save for a few lingering motes of dust dancing in a stray beam of sunlight. Jennifer's brow furrowed. Her eyes distant with concentration. Moments later, from deeper within the castle, a door slammed. The faint echo told her the staff lounge had just opened, and she spotted Jennifer stepping out into a side hallway. Violet's chest loosened in relief. She moved quickly. Any luck? Violet asked softly, Karkaroff discussing potential measures to rein in your unorthodox. Jennifer exhaled. I overheard snatches of conversation, Bagman and embarrassment if you keep overshadowing them with Muggle technology. So, yes, they're definitely pushing for official restrictions. Approach. Bagman C. Med anxious about public backlash if they impose new rules. Karkaroff called it in. Not entirely on board with it. Could that help us? Violet tugged her cloak around her shoulders. At least Bagman's. She paused, scanning the corridor for eavesdroppers. We need to gather more proof that the sabotage is real. If we can show them that it's not the tools that matter, but the malicious setup. Jennifer gave a grim half-smile. Possibly. Bagman's an opportunist. If he thinks the public might side with you, he might quietly sabotage any attempts to ban your gear. Let's keep that in mind. Shift the entire conversation. Behind this, we might echoing lightly off the stone. The conversation lulled into thoughtful silence. Violet nodded, reining in a swirl of frustration. Their footsteps resumed. How? Wizarding society was fracturing under their gentle but persistent challenge. Both mother and daughter locked in their own reflections about the faint pop of her tranquilizer shot. Then the memory the Ule Ball scene. Her self-assured stance with Hermione at her side, disdaining the usual pomp. Dumbledore's eyes glinted with a complex mixture of pride and resentment, his breathing shallow with an unspoken weight. Up in the staff offices, swirling threads of tension took a different shape. Albus Dumbledore, perched at his grand desk, stared at a flickering memory in the pensieve. Tendrils of silvery light wavered above the bowl. Glimpses of the first task. Violet stepping calmly before the horntail. Ears. He felt the old pang of how carefully he had shaped the wizarding world to accept his guidance. How, for decades, he had orchestrated events with a delicate hand, all in pursuit of what he considered the greater good. And now, he brushed a hand through his beard, leaning back. The morning's light through his office windows cast prismatic reflections on the portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. Some dozed, others kept watch. A hush clung to the room. Dumbledore's pulse pounded in his. Her brilliant mother had upended the placid surface of his domain. Matter of weeks, a child from a future wasteland, and on a sheet of parchment, the headings read, Triwizard Tradition. Proposed additional. He retrieved a quill and began jotting notes in a spidery script. His gaze to the swirling pensieve once more. An inward voice reminded him that this child, once something cracked in the fireplace. And a small ember popped. Dumbledore's quill paused mid-sentence. He lifted. World. Yet the prophecy's shape had twisted. The boy was a girl, and the path of magical reliance had shifted to known as Harry Potter. Was bound by fate to a prophecy that might decide the future of the entire wizarding. Even the same prophecy anymore. Unstoppable technology. Was it? Crumble overnight. Better to keep the child close. To keep watch, rather than let her run amok. With that resolution, he flicked a glance at the tall oak door, considering which staff to summon next. His mind slid across the names, McGonagall, Snape, Bagman, Moody. He would orchestrate them all if necessary. Dumbledore set the quill down. A muscle twitched along his jaw. He reached for the pensieve's rim, swirling the memory away into a swirl of silver that sank beneath the surface. Then he rose, shoulders square. If the old ways were threatened, he would stand firm, ensure that tradition did not. Updated schedule for the next staff meeting. But the tension in the hallway gave her pause. She imagined Dumbledore inside, wrestling with the outside his office. Professor McGonagall stood momentarily, pressing her lips together in a silent moment of introspection. She had come to deliver an of gossip and suspicion. She recalled the stark image of Violet, poised and strong, subverting a centuries-old tradition with a single tranquilizer shot. Had that single act truly cracked the foundation of Hogwarts? Unstoppable momentum of change. Her heart grew heavy with worry. She could still remember the swirl of color and laughter at the Ule Ball. A fleeting glimpse of joy overshadowed by the swirl. Beside the door and departed, her footsteps a subdued echo in the corridor. McGonagall gently set the rolled parchment of schedules on a small table. Hush of dust motes. She paused, breathing in the faint smell of chalk. Albus is rigid in his convictions, always has she allowed herself the privacy of her own reflection. Only once she reached an empty classroom. There, in the invincible as we once believed. Violet's arrival suggested that bedrock was not as firm as she'd thought. A faint flush of shame moved through her. Could she truly stand by and watch Violet be constrained for the sake of prideful tradition? She clasped her hands, feeling the faint tremor of age and responsibility. Memories flickered, teaching a young Lily Potter, guiding countless students. Always, she had relied on the bedrock assumption that magic superseded Muggle capabilities. But Hogwarts tumble into ruin because of blind arrogance. Perhaps I can quietly support the girl, she thought, ensure no harm befalls her, and that she remains free to shape her destiny. After a long moment, she strode into the hallway again, determined to keep watch over her students and to voice caution whenever possible. Her heels tapped decisively. She would not see damp sheen from the constant cold, and a faint odor of potions drifted in the dungeons. The atmosphere changed drastically. Dark stones glistened with a Corridor that led to the Slytherin common room. Low voices drifted from within, likely students gossiping about Violet's insolence or Draco's latest sneer. He let out a quiet huff, uncertain whether to intervene or let them brood. Through the corridor, Professor Snape's footsteps were slow and measured as he crossed toward his office. His black robes trailed behind him, the only sound in the hush. At the door, he paused, glancing toward the air pricked by the scents of rare ingredients. Sunlight barely touched these rooms. He turned the key in the door and entered his office, the stale. Discreet notes about unusual happenings. A missing magical item, an overheard move to a locked cabinet, retrieving a small ledger that contained references to Crouch's odd conversation about Muggle infiltration. Pages, fingertips brushing the ink with a precise touch. Behavior, Snape's brow knitted as he flicked through the of magical skill, yet he could not deny a grudging respect for Violet's intelligence and nerve. A flicker of memory crossed his mind. Her calm. He had never liked the idea of combining Muggle methods with wizarding tasks. He was, at heart, a pureblood-oriented wizard who believed in the sanctity. Based cunning had a place here. He closed the ledger, lips pressed together. Another swirl of conflit. CTing emotions churned inside him. Worry for the sabotage he suspected, curiosity about what Violet might do next. He would not publicly support her, not yet, but he would watch her with an analytical mind. Stride into the arena. The single dart that felled the horntail, the crowd's roar of shock. He remembered how the basilisk was once undone by a child's cunning, how illusions had once been broken. How even powerful wizards had faced the unexpected. Perhaps it was not so unimaginable that Muggle. Near the library corridor, Ludo Bagman and Igor Karkaroff held a tense, hushed discussion. Bagman's posture was restless, knees jiggling, while Karkaroff sat more rigidly, arms folded across his chest. The overhead chandelier cast flickers of light that seemed to amplify their uneasy gestures. The hours advanced. Afternoon light slanted through narrow windows, turning the castle's interior to a collage of pale gold and cool shadow. Classes ended, students drifted in small groups, and the great hall prepared for an early dinner. Over at a small staff lounge. If we outright ban Muggle tools for the second task, the press might, but can't you see? Bagman hissed, adjusting his bright robes with trembling hands. Magical tradition. If we do nothing, the entire event could become a farce, like letting a child break centuries of code with a cheap trick. Karkaroff's lips curled in faint disgust. I see only that we risk turning the Triwizard into a circus. Muggle contraptions degrade the essence of. Heated. You think it's easy to manipulate that gear? That child is extremely clever. That's not a cheap trick. That's advanced technology. Bagman retorted, voice lowered but unchallenged. What next? Muggle tanks. Warheads. The entire purpose of the tournament unravels. Karkaroff snorted. Clever or not? She defies the spirit. If this goes, clamp down without fairness. And Dumbledore, well, Dumbledore hasn't declared a ban, so I'm unsure if we can move forward with it unilaterally. Bagman paused, swallowing. I can't deny the possibility. Still, the global wizarding community is watching. People might see us as bullies if we seat. He cast a disdainful look around the lounge. A tapestry on the wall. The Durmstrang headmaster let out a quiet hum of frustration, rising from his. But mark my words, if that girl trivializes another task NSE, we might see an uproar we cannot contain. Depicted a medieval wizard summoning dragons in a swirl of flame, as if mocking the day's controversies. I'll speak with the others. Or staunch traditionalists. The pile of newspapers on a side table reminded him that public perception was everything. He pictured the Daily Prophet headlines that might brand him incompetent if he misjudged the mood. With that, he swept out, robes flaring. Bagman lingered, running fingers through his thinning hair, eyes darting to the half-open door. He dreaded the next confrontation, uncertain whether to align with progressive voices. Sighed, wishing for a simpler era. Lowering himself into a seat, his magical eye roamed the hallway, verifying no watchers. Then he pressed a wand tip to the lock, opening the storeroom with a quiet click. Inside, dusty shelves lined the walls, stacked with old crates of decaying textbooks. The air smelled of must and neglect. Elsewhere in the castle's dim recesses, a lone figure moved with irregular, halting step. A battered trunk of paranoia and secrecy. Alistair, mad-eye, moody, or rather Barty crouched Jr. under layers of polyjuice, paced a corridor that connected the defense classroom to an old storeroom. In a voice that hovered between mania and cunning, he muttered, everything unraveling. The girl, unstoppable. The mother, a menace. Must find another angle. Once the door closed behind him, Moody's posture changed. Tension coiled in his shoulders, his breath quickening with suppressed agitation. His normal eye twitched. Of how Harry Potter, in the original timeline, had been forcibly guided to a graveyard ritual. This, Violet Potter, had shattered that scenario, introducing unpredictable technology that threatened to thwart. He paced the short length of the storeroom. With each step, the boards creaked, sending motes of dust floating in the meager light. His mind churned with the memory. Her into illusions of vulnerability. Instead, she had proven too resourceful. Every detail of his plan, he had intended to lull. But how? If the entire castle was watching her so closely. He imagined the chaos if he sabotaged her gear, her lifeline underwater. The mental picture thrilled him. The champ. Ion drowning or succumbing to a watery doom. That, he reasoned, might deliver her to the Dark Lord's designs in some roundabout fashion. A small battered chest in the corner caught his eye. He yanked it open. Rummaging past stale potions and half-rotten textbooks. His hand shook with an invisible tremor of fury. I must sabotage the second task, he thought. Trap her in the lake, perhaps, or discredit her at the crucial moment. Would require cunning, perhaps framing an accident or tampering with her equipment discreetly. Swallowing, he forced a laugh that sounded more like a cough. The plan. Storeroom door opened and slipped out, scowling at every flicker of torchlight that penetrated his illusions. The corridor yawned. He slammed the chest, dust swirling in a mocking haze around him. With a grunt, he jerked the him. Frowning, he loped away, leaving the storeroom silent once more. Emptily, yet he could not shake the sensation of eyes upon. Of lifts, their voices a clamor of bureaucratic lingo. Sleek black tile floors reflected the tall, polished statue of Wizardkin's grandeur, though the atmosphere of polished grandeur was undercut by subtle tension. Beyond Hogwarts, at the Ministry of Magic's headquarters in London. The hustle of midday carried an anxious energy. The atrium buzzed with witches and wizards hurrying between flow connections and golden grills. Can tradition survive modern intrusions? The minister's face was drawn, his hair slightly disheveled. He reached for an official parchment, flipping through a report on Triwizard incidents. Every so often, his hand trembled, betraying anxiety about what this all meant for his political standing. In a modestly lit office on the second floor, Cornelius Fudge sat behind a cluttered desk, his pinstriped robes askew. Paper and clippings from the Daily Prophet were strewn across the surface, each bearing some variant of the headline, Muggle Innovation in Wizard Tournament. Text. References to unprecedented methods. His eyes scanned the like a leaden cloak. The public might call for reforms, or worse, question the ministry's competence if they handle the matter poorly. He didn't want to speculation that Violet P. Otter might be a harbinger of a wizard-muggle clash, rumors of nuclear horrors in the far future. Each word weighed on him. Wizarding tradition, or risk losing their support. The tension made his stomach churn, appear reactionary. Yet he had to appease the old families, the pillars of clock on his desk. The next meeting with the Department of International Magical. With a resigned huff, he thrust aside the report and eyed the scrutiny. He couldn't help picturing the headlines if Violet pulled off another upset using technology. Might overshadow the entire spirit of the competition, he muttered under his breath. Cooperation loomed in half an hour. There, he'd have to quell concerns from foreign delegations about the fiasco at Hogwarts. The upcoming second task would be under intense. Bowing politely. Minister. About the Triwizard matter. There's talk of a younger ministry official, a bright-eyed man in crisp robes, stepped. We must modernize them. It's purely a preliminary suggestion. B. Oot. Forming a subcommittee to review archaic laws, see if we start revising the oldest traditions on the basis of one champion's unorthodox approach. Fudge's eyes flashed with alarm. Modernize? Are you mad? The pureblood constituents will riot. Avowals from Muggle-born families, supportive of Miss Potter's approach, and some from half-bloods who argue that we cannot keep ignoring technological. The official swallowed, but stood firm, pushing up his glasses. Sir, with all due respect, public sentiment is shifting. We've had hundreds. Possibilities. At his temple. The wizarding world he knew was teetering on the edge of change. And that frightened him more than any dark wizard. The official lowered his gaze. Of course, Minister. He backed away and left, shutting the door with a soft click. Alone again. Fudge slumped, rubbing. That no one could ever close again. Rebellious champion might open a door. Triwizard security, and Muggle technologies, potential threat, her lips set in a thoughtful line. The Aurors around her wore uneasy expressions, their shoulders tense from long hours of debates about how to handle the possibility that advanced Muggle gear could bypass standard magical countermeasures. Across the city, in another cramped ministry conference room, a senior Auror with gray streaks in her hair concluded a private briefing with two subordinates. Her office smelled of old parchment and faint ozone from the magical wards. She carefully stacked folders labeled "Parties see an opening to sabotage or exploit this technology. The entire event is vulnerable. Vigilance is key. We must consider the possibility of infiltration," the senior Auror said, her voice calm but resolute, "if external." Beneath it all, one of them, an Auror with a quiet intelligence ning in his eyes, jotted a separate note on a scrap of her subordinates nodded, scribbling notes with quick, cramped handwriting. They muttered words like, unprecedented, danger, covert sabotage, and public relations crisis. Note away discreetly, uncertain if his superiors were ready for such thoughts. Parchment, could we adapt, learn from Muggle innovations? He folded that. Hall. A Durmstrang, G instructor with a hawk-like nose tapped the table with a gloved hand. This fiasco at Hogwarts is a sign of their softness. Embracing Muggle contraptions only cheapens the discipline of the Triwizard. Our headmaster must push for immediate correction, avoid undermining wizarding superiority. And still further abroad, in the regal halls of Durmstrang, a small group of students and staff engaged in their own debate over a midday meal. Heavy tapestries depicting dark magical triumphs lined the walls, of spiced sausage permeated the stone. Them, apparently, considered how effectively it had subdued a dragon with minimal harm. The teacher's voice dripped with sarcasm. Perhaps next, we shall replace wands with Muggle flashlights, yes. Ridiculous. A few Durmstrang students nodded vigorously, their expressions set in grim agreement. Over the clink of utensils, they let out short, derisive laughs about Potter's Muggle toy. None of. In a subdued murmur he dared to voice, shouldn't we at least see if there's something to learn? He was met with scornful glares. Glancing away, he repressed a sigh. Durmstrang prided itself on strict tradition, leaving little room for curiosity about the outside. But at the end of the table, a stoic sixth-year frowned into his stew, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Quietly, he studied the conversation, noting the inflexibility of his peers. He recalled reading about the Muggle world's many inventions, some incredible, some terrifying. And elegantly iced pastries. The walls of their salon were pastel blue, filigree mirrors reflecting sunlight onto the polished marble floor. An older professor, wearing a neatly tailored meanwhile, in Beauxbatons, a graceful chateau perched high in the rolling hills of southern France, a small circle of students and S. Taft discussed the same controversies over delicate teacups. She skimmed a newsletter detailing Violet's cloak, raised an eyebrow as teacup. She sedated a dragon, c'est une nouvelle ère. Feats. C'est incroyable, she murmured. Swirling her, losing the essence of magic if we let technology reign. She touched the rim of her teacup with delicate fingers, the reflective surface catching her uncertain expression. One of the top Beauxbatons students, a poised girl with hair coiffed in a stylish chignon, sighed thoughtfully. It might be, but do we not risk gain something new? Magic has remained static for so many centuries. Another younger student, more open-minded, responded quietly, or perhaps how we might blend them. Maybe the real question is. Even so, underlying all this measured talk, lay a concern that wizarding identity risked dissolving if the lines between magic and Muggle innovation blurred too greatly. Soft, contemplative remarks filled the parlor, each speaker weighing tradition against progress. Their voices, gentler than Durmstrang's harsh ridicule, were tinged with curiosity and politeness. Muggle technology. Hufflepuffs in their cozy common room whispered with mild Optimism about how kindness and logic might reshape the wizarding world. Gryffindors half joked that the next Quidditch match might feature rocket brooms, drawing half laughs from those not fully comfortable with that notion. Deepened into a cold pink hue, promising an icy night. In a subtle montage of shifting scenes, the castle seemed to pulse with the conversations that formed its lifeblood. Ravenclaws in a hidden nook fiercely debated the ramifications of mixing runes with gear. Others claimed the headmaster wanted to prove he could handle her unorthodox methods, so he might let her continue and then orchestrate a different kind of challenge. A few staff in quiet corners, a swirl of staff rumors grew louder. Some professors looked uneasy, hearing whispers that Dumbledore might refuse to let the second task proceed if Violet insisted on her. The greatest disruption in Hogwarts was Peeves throwing water balloons. Members were simply tired, longing for the simpler days when bedrock of wizarding tradition. The Watchers, both friend and foe, awaited the next move. Would Violet and Jennifer continue leading a quiet rebellion? Would the Triwizard Committee clamp down? Would the saboteur strike first? As the sky shifted to twilight, the swirling hush coalesced into an unspoken consensus. Something fundamental was changing. Some embraced it, others recoiled, but none denied the cracks forming in the. A single lamp lit the small table, illuminating a scattering of parchment. Notes on student sentiments, staff alliances, rumored ministry debates, Durmstrang's scorn, and the hints of Bobaden's introspection. Night fell, and cold stars shimmered over the castle turrets. In the relative hush, mother and daughter again found themselves in their quarters, reviewing the day's gleaned intelligence. We've stirred up entire institutions, across multiple countries. Maybe that was inevitable, but it still feels surreal. Violet traced a finger over the lines of her own scribbled commentary. It's bigger than I realized. Soft reflection of torchlight danced on the glass. She clasped her hands. Jennifer stood by the window, gazing out at the snow-laden courtyard. A battle for the soul of wizarding culture. They sense that if we keep using advanced methods, it might undermine centuries of hierarchy. Behind her back, voice low. From the start, we only wanted to keep you alive, to reveal the sabotage. But it's turning into. The wood creaked. I don't want to. Violet sighed, leaning back in her chair. On a wand that might fail me. I want them to see reason, to adapt. Is that so impossible? Demolish their entire culture. I just want to survive the second task, and not be forced to rely old ways because it cements his authority. People like Malfoy cling because it upholds their superiority. The ministry clings because it's built on archaic laws that keep them in power. Jennifer's shoulders lifted in a small, reflective shrug. Revolution is rarely neat or welcomed. History teaches us that. And Dumbledore, for all his talk of progress, clings to the lamp's flame punctuated the hush, and from beyond the door, faint murmurs of they let silence settle, each lost in private musings. The crackle of the echoes in a dream. Passing students drifted like Junior, presumably. He's likely planning something. The second task will be the perfect place for sabotage. Underwater, so many variables. Eventually. Violet picked up her quill and jotted down a new note. We should keep an eye on Moody, Barty Crouch. We'll have a small oxygen supply in your belt. We'll refine our approach as soon as the official second task instructions come in. Jennifer inclined her head. Agreed. We'll prepare multiple redundancies. If they ban your main rebreather, we'll have a spare. If they sabotage. Unwavering resolve. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the single lamp, revealed the closeness of their bond. No matter how chaotic the wizarding world's response, they would face it side by side. A faint smile tugged at Violet's lips, gratitude shining in her eyes. She rose from the chair, stepping close to Jennifer. The older woman turned, returning her daughter's gaze with. Had been moments before. The courtyard below glowed faintly in the moonlight, footprints scuffed into the snow from the later. As they prepared for the hush of night, Violet found herself standing at the window where Jennifer. The broader tapestry of the wizarding realm. Students in heated arguments, staff weighed by tradition, ministry officials trembling days' wanderings. She inhaled the faint chill through a tiny crack in the sill. She tried to picture scattered threads wove into a single story, one that might lead to cataclysm if left unchecked. Over public perception, foreign schools sneering or hesitantly intrigued. She sensed that all these, in its socket with restless intensity. He thought of the watery gloom that would soon swallow the second task. His lips peeled back in a half-snarl. Soon, very soon, he told himself. They won't see it coming. In the corridor outside, after midnight, a lone figure crept. The lamplight in the hall flickered over Moody's battered form as he lurked by a staircase, scanning for watchers. His normal eye twitched once, his magical eye spinning off a gentle warmth against the encroaching winter chill. Neither spoke, but a subtle interplay of true Saint glimmered between. Back in the quarters, Violet and Jennifer drifted to their respective beds. The last of the lamp's flame gave, and in the hush that claimed them, they each embraced the unspoken vow to stand firm, to unravel the sabotage, and to shape a FUD traditions. They were forging a path amid a swirl of disapproval and fascination. They were the pivot around which the wizarding world's old illusions might crumble, or be reforged. With the Morning Post, dropping missives that crackled with official stamps, some bearing the crest of foreign ministries, others from wizard families airing opinions. A flurry of confusion rose in the great hall, and it took the staff an extra hour to sort the chaos. Dawn came with that faint pink glow once more, as the castle stirred to life, but the undercurrents of tension never slept. On the second morning, the reality of the swirling controversies manifested in a barrage of letters at breakfast. Hundreds of owls swooped in. Letters addressed to Violet, ignoring that Jennifer calmly retrieved a few. If more shocking revelations lay inside, wide-eyed stares of students who wondered. Newly arrived official from the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Their voices reverberated in Clipton in the staff lounge. Dumbledore presided over a short meeting with Bagman, Karkaroff, and A. Seemed anxious about how the public might react to heavy-handedness. Dumbledore's expression, set with calm deliberation, betrayed very little, but the tension in his knuckles revealed the deeper strain. Conversation. They discussed the second task's date, the aquatic location, and the question of whether the committee might forcibly limit non-magical contraptions. Even Karkaroff, for all his posturing, trembled at the notion of wands being overshadowed by Muggle machinery, while certain half-bloods secretly exchanged excited theories about bridging the two worlds. The entire castle vibrated with an undercurrent of both dread and hope. By midday, everyone felt the shifting weight of these debates. Gossip soared among the students, tidbits of partial quotes from staff, wild rumors about new laws, speculation that Violet might be disqualified outright. Some younger pupils, prefects patrolled the library, pausing to murmur about how the entire fiasco might in a montage of images that spanned the day. A pair of Ravenclaw, of Hufflepuff first years gawked at a lead to educational reforms. A cluster, Draco Malfoy, standing at the apex of a corridor, rolled his eyes at every mention of contraption another Muggle-born produced, a mere mechanical puzzle, but enough to make them wonder about future possibilities. Robe as if to dismiss the innovation, flicking imaginary dust off his concern to a friend in the ministry, her pen strokes firm, her brow conversation entirely. In the staff offices, McGonagall quietly penned a letter of. He mulled on how Dumbledore's inaction might allow the sabotage to intensify. Meanwhile, Bagman in a side corridor furrowed. Snape in the dungeons hovered over a steaming cauldron, a private scowl twisting his lips as wizarding society might be at stake. The subordinate, wide-eyed, nodded vigorously. Confide to a subordinate that he felt the entire structure of their common rooms, weighed by the day's revelations. The wind howled outside, piling drifts of fresh snow against the walls, and the sky descended into a star-flecked blackness. High in one come evening, the shifting tides converged in a hush that settled over Hogwarts once again, a stillness that felt more like the air pressure dropping before a storm. Students rushed to. She read a note from a self-proclaimed purist society, lambasting Violet for defiling the Triwizard legacy. Violet rolled her eyes, flicking the parchment onto a discard pile. Tower window. The reflection of candlelight betrayed the silhouette of Violet and Jennifer, sorting through the day's new letters and rumors. Jennifer's lips pressed tight as a path that MIG-HT helped them all realize their potential. The writer's words quivered with excitement at how the wizarding world might expand, yet the next letter bore a drastically different tone, a quietly supportive message from a teenage Muggle born at Beauxbatons, praising Violet for forging a sense that, yes, for all the hostility, there were those who welcomed change beyond old limits. Violet's throat constricted with emotion. She blinked. heart brimming with, laid bare in their hands, 1,000 voices clamoring. When at last they finished, the pile was taller than before. Jennifer took a steadying breath. They read everything. From threats to admiration, from nostalgic pleas for tradition to bold calls for modernization. The entire swirl of public opinion was. Final letter with care. Of the saboteur's cunning, the ministry's frantic posture, the foreign school's scorner interest, the staff's private worries. She realized that they were standing at the center of a storm, and the storm was about more than a single champion or a single tournament. Violet tugged at her sweater's cuffs, uncertain how to respond. She stared at the flickering lamp flame, letting the tension settle in her chest. The swirl of multi-perspective revelations felt overwhelming. But that swirl also carried a certain unstoppable momentum. She recalled glimpses. Softly. We gather evidence, we expose the sabotage, we survive the second task. Her lips curved in a small, resolute smile. We keep going, she said. So be it. We're not backing down. And if that rattles their old structures. Mixed with deep respect. She nodded, voice low. That's the spirit. My sweet girl. Jennifer brushed a hand over Violet's hair, gently, the sense of motherly protectiveness. In some hidden corridor, footsteps might stir, Moody's, or Dumbledore's. Or a student carrying clandestine gossip. The entire castle breathed with restless possibilities. Each corner harbored a sliver of tension, each conversation a potential spark for a larger flame. The lamp sputtered. Nearly out of oil. Outside their window, the darkness of the Hogwarts grounds stretched silent and solemn, dotted with faint lights from distant windows. The forbidden forest loomed as a black outline against the star-laced sky. Unstoppable. The entire wizarding world was beginning to question itself, spurred by a champion. Violet exhaled, imagining how these swirling opinions, these echoes of rebellion, might crescendo into something. But to open its closed doors to new ideas, show them what's possible, she reminded herself, and see who dares to walk through, who refused to follow the usual script. She and Jennifer were poised to keep pushing forward, not to dominate or destroy tradition. Robes gave the appearance of Mad-Eye Moody, but the flitting moonlight caught a wicked curve in his grin. He and the corridor beyond, unseen by them, a faint figure hovered in the gloom, the outlines of battered ore. Inaudible chuckle, he slipped away, boots clicking faintly on the flagstones. The saboteur had gleaned enough for now lingered, half-turned, as though listening for any sign from inside Violet's quarters. Then, with a low, almost. Staff and ministry were fracturing. Plans within plans twisted through his mind. Knew that the champion and her mother were rallying, their shoulders almost touching. In that quiet moment, they needed no words to convey the significance of the day's revelations. Their presence together, mother and back in the warmly lit quarters. Violet set her notes aside. She stepped to the window, staring at the silvered snow. Jennifer joined her. Adversity, the unwavering commitment that kept them pressing forward. Daughter, reminded them of the bond forged in them, finalizing another day of rumor, and so the castle's hush unfolded. Taken root in many corners, some welcoming, some outraged. The multiple debate, and reluctant admiration. The seed of Violet's defiance had lengthened. The intangible threads of sabotage wove tighter. The illusions of tradition in that hush, no one noticed how deeply the shadows had presence. They would face the second task. They would unravel sabotage. They would decide their own path, tradition be damned, wavered. And in a final quiet breath, the mother and daughter turned from the window, comforted by each other's testament to a world in flux. Outside, starlight glittered on the now laden pay of the lake glimmering with ice. Change was coming, irreversible. The lamp guttered, plunging the quarters into a soft gloom. A faint line of moonlight traced over the table where letters lay, an untidy, deeper shadow of the room, leaving behind the day's swirl of revelations. Unstoppable, Violet and Jennifer, arms linked in solidarity, stepped into to face tomorrow with eyes wide. They carried forward the determination of rebellion now reverberating through every stone of Hogwarts and beyond. Open, hearts steady, forging a future unbound by the echoes. And more on my Patreon, https://Patreon. Up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 7 chapters available now. QBE's Son Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Tails. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney. To 7 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up. Lit RPG up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter. Peace crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter 1. Crossover up to 7 chapters available now. W Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 7 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 7 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 7 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover up to 7 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy. Crossover up to 7 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 7 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter. Of 1981. It is in 2001. Up to 7 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so instead. Crossover up to 6 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Chapter 10 already available on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 9 and Chapter 1. 0 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 9. Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 11. Chapter 9. Detonation of Defiance. Harry Potter or Fallout series. Disclaimer. I don't own. Along the courtyard walls. Within, a subdued tension emanated from the walls themselves, as though the very stones were holding their breath. In the final moments of Chapter 8, Violet, a pale hush clung to the corridors of Hogwarts in the wake that followed the tumult of recent weeks. Outside, the winter snow drifted steadily, piling in frosted mounds. Resolute. Now, in this first dawn of a new year, that tension pressed deeper, inching ever closer to a breaking point. Potter and her mother, Jennifer Braun, had contemplated the widening cracks in wizarding society, a silent vow passing between them to stand to the next. Professors carried private burdens behind tight-lipped expressions, hinting at fierce debates behind closed doors. And in the center of it all, Violet and Jennifer, an unshakable mother-daughter duo, continued to upend old assumptions with their mere presence. No one slept easily anymore. January arrived with cold winds that moaned through the high towers, rattling windows and stirring intangible dread in countless hearts. Students moved in restless flocks between classes, eyes skittering from one half-heard rumor. The single lamp on the table hissed faintly, casting flickers across strewn. They began the R's first morning in the privacy of their quarters. At the array of scattered documents, her reflection in the glass behind her wore the same taut frown, revealing the tension in her jaw. The first day of January had dawned. And with it came news of the official parchments and blueprint pages. Outside, the castle's corridors were stirring to life, a swirl of footsteps and hushed gossip drifting past their closed door. Violet stood with her back to the window, arms folded over her chest as she glowered. Upcoming second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Ban on all her technology for the. She raised her gaze to study Violet's posture, coiled with suppressed anger. Outside, the wind battered the tower, a muffled reminder of the storms that had brewed throughout December. The rift. Jennifer, seat D in a wooden chair with the Pip-Boy's scream glowing softly on her forearm, exhaled in a measured hush. She tapped the device, cycling through data. Every so often. Had only grown deeper. Between tradition and progress. At the Ule Ball by dancing with Hermione. So now they push a rule that claims I have to face the second task with no muggle contraptions. It's pathetic. They can't handle it, Violet spat. Her voice pitched low so it wouldn't carry through the walls. They watched me outsmart their horntail. They saw me break their illusions. Wizards are inherently superior. Will unravel. Even the illusions that pureblood become moot if the ban held. I don't want to tear them apart, she muttered, more to herself. I just need to survive. And if survival means using the best tools, that shouldn't be a crime. Violet drew a breath through her nose, still glaring at the scattered notes. A half-finished mechanical diagram of a rebreather was pinned beneath her fingertips, after weeks of refining that design. All of it would, but let's not assume we have to play by their rigged rules. We push back. Jennifer's gaze softened. We adapt, darling. If they confiscate your gear, we find other ways. Wind rattled the panes. The faint smell of burning logs seeped through the silence fell, thick with unspoken frustration. Outside the shutters, a gust of. Her eyes banked into something steely. Then let them see how far I'll go. Walls, mingling with the candle smoke. Violet looked up at last, the anger in. With magic. That courtesy had been rebuffed with arrogant dismissal. Now, the weight of that dismissal gathered in Violet's fists, urging her to push back in a way no one could ignore. A subtle ripple passed between them, a shared understanding that the time for half measures was over. Once. They had tried to meet wizarding tradition halfway, to show them how advanced tools could coexist. With head held high, never flinching from the stares and murmurs, whenever Draco Malfoy flung an insult as January days wore on, the atmosphere in Hogwarts grew denser with suspense. Violet walked the corridors. Her eyebrow, as though his very presence bored her. That unflappable, cheating muggle filth. She responded only with a condescending tilt of, than any hex might have. Demeanor shook him more. Hushed tones about the hypocrisy of claiming the tournament tested cunning while for bidding the very cunning that Violet embodied. Violet listened quietly, nodding. The bond between them, forged in defiance of tradition, only strengthened under adversity. Hermione Granger remained a steadfast companion. In one corner of the library, they pored over ancient texts late into the evenings. Hermione could scarcely contain her rage at the Triwizard Committee's ban. She ranted in. Some quietly sympathetic, others rigidly disapproving. Professor Snape professors eyed Violet with complicated expressions, some uncomfortable. If weighing whether to speak some cautionary advice, she never quite voiced it. And the tension in her posture betrayed a woman torn between loyalty to Dumbledore and an inward recognition that something was dangerously off. Hay dungeons with an almost predatory silence. Occasionally pausing to watch her pass, a flicker of curiosity in his dark eyes. McGonagall, though outwardly neutral, often lingered near corners or in the Great Hall, as class in heavier cloaks, cheeks flushed red by biting winds. Fires roared in common rooms, and Hagrid's monstrous outside. Winter storms battered the castle, piling new drifts of snow against the towers. Students trudged to. She and Violet spent many hours behind closed doors, analyzing each snippet of intelligence with meticulous calm. The second task was set for late February, and their window of planning tightened daily. Jennifer gleaned these whispers through subtle channels, overheard remarks in staff lounges, small talk in the corridor. She'd nod politely, revealing little, while inside her mind, probabilities and strategies continued to form. Calm, the water's surface rippling under a biting wind. From early morning, staff and students gathered along a specially arranged platform by the lakeshore. Finally, the date arrived, February 24, 1995. Dawn broke over Hogwarts with a bleak gray sky. The Black Lake stretched out in a desolate. Later in the day, but for the moment, the real chill lay in the tension that hovered over the scene. Temporary stands, erected for the Triwizard Watchers, ringed the water's edge. The gloom of the sky hinted at potential snowfall. They must retrieve them within 1 hour, or risk losing them forever. The words settled like a vice around Violet's heart. She guessed it would be Hermione, and that suspicion was confirmed by a fleeting mention from Karkaroff. Her fists clenched behind her back. Knuckles whitening. The champions and judges collected in the Great Hall first, a final assembly to outline the rules. Violet stood among Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb, listening wit. H carefully maintained composure as Ludo Bagman spelled out the gist. Each champion's most cherished person had been taken underwater. Arrogance. Bagman gave a nervous grin, fiddling with his wand. At one point, he paused to mention the second task's fairness, glancing uncertainly at Violet. His attempts at a cheerful tone met only stony silence. Behind the table, Dumbledore sat with a veneer of calm. Although his eyes flickered with tension, Madame Maxime pressed her lips, her towering form overshadowing Karkaroff, who was reading from a parchment with board. Rippled through the stands as the crowd took their seats, each face drawn with anticipation. Cedric's eyes revealed worry. Fleur stood tall, though her lips trembled slightly. Crumb paced, jaw set. The moment the meeting ended, Pions and staff filed outside toward the lake. Fresh gusts of wind whipped cloaks around ankles. Ice crusted the water's edges in patches. A hush. From whipping into her face. The subtle modifications Jennifer had prepared. Hidden compartments, a carefully modified wand harness, sat in Violet. She looked poised in her black winter cloak, hair pinned back to keep it. Wore only the mandatory uniform, as though mocking the restrictions. Jennifer stood near the judge's booth, arms folded, face unreadable. Beneath those folds, though outwardly she was not wearing the advanced gear that had been so famously banned, she, emphasis on magic alone, tugged the crowd's attention to Violet, each mind recalling the controversy of her forbidden Muggle technology. Bagman's attempt at a smile looked forced. "Take your places on the dock. When we signal, you may." Bagman's sonorous voice rang out, amplified by a charm. "Champions, you have 1 hour to rescue what you hold most dear. The lake's depths hold your cherished hostages. You must rely on your magic alone." Begin. A swirl of vapor. Fleur trembled, but her gaze sharpened. Only Violet stood perfectly still, arms at her sides. A quiet fury simmered in the set of her jaw. A wave of murmured excitement traveled through the stands. Dozens of eyes locked on the 4 champions. Crumb dipped his head in silent readiness, brandishing his wand. Cedric exhaled. Violet. She met his eyes. For a fleeting instant, something unspoken passed. Her molten anger and his uneasy resolve. He glanced away, gesturing for Bagman to proceed. At the judge's table, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime flanked Dumbledore. The headmaster's expression was carefully neutral. He gave a solemn nod to each champion, lingering on. Raised his wand, calling out, "Champions ready. 3, 2, 1, go." Everything moved in a dreamlike hush. Bagman. A flurry of wand motions cast bubble head charms or partial transformation spells. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb sprang into action, rushing to the water. Splashed as the 3 champions dove in, their forms vanishing beneath the rippling surface. The crowd roared encouragement, enthralled by the expected spectacle of cunning spells. Water. Over the teachers and staff, until it pinned on the judge's table. Silence. Then Violet lifted her head, her gaze drifting over the mass of onlookers. First-year child clutched her friend's arm, eyes widening at the intensity on Violet's face. Clenched the moment. Her cloak flapped in the cold breeze. In the stands, clear as steel. "Screw you." She parted her lips, voice. The crowd. Dumbledore visibly stiffened in his seat, hands gripping the arms of his chair. Karkaroff's mouth fell open. The words echoed across the frosty waters, stinging the hush like a slap. A ripple of shock coursed through. For a suspended moment, no one spoke. Violet's defiance thrummed in the crisp air. Madame Maxime's eyes flared. McGonagall, perched near the staff area, half rose in alarm. Device from the first task's vantage. Though the ban had supposedly forced it out of her reach. She tapped the screen, her expression a mask of cold purpose. Then, in a single fluid motion, she reached for her Pip-Boy, slipping it free from beneath her cloak. The watchers gasped. How had she concealed it? Many recognized that, leveling something that looked suspiciously like a short, squat launcher, the assembly recoiled. Heart stuttering at the memory of the fat man, weapon that had Dumbledore shocked to his feet, alarm writ across his face. "Miss Potter, stand down." His words died on his lips as she raised her arm. Never actually used. Been rumored, but, click. The gray sky, angling downward. The lake's surface caught the reflection, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. The projectile soared out, trailing a blur of ferocious light. Students flinched. A bright streak shot across. Barked a desperate incantation, but it was too late. The stands erupted in panicked shrieks. Dumbledore's voice. Onlookers to shield their eyes. Some collapsed. Hands over their ears. A dome of incandescence expanded over the lake's center, rolling outward in a wave of raw power. A cataclysmic flash consumed the shoreline. Hot brilliance flared with a nearly silent shockwave, as though the air itself had been ripped away. The flash seared retinas, forcing violently, sending a few onlookers sprawling. Whipped away, the platform underfoot rattled. Replaced by a chasm of scorched rock, steam, and swirling debris. Where merpeople had lurked, their realm was obliterated. Mud, algae, and shards of aquatic plants whirled in a twisted vortex. Within seconds, the shockwave hammered the castle's foundations. Windows across the ramparts shook. A haze of swirling energy coughed up from the epicenter. The lake, a centuries-old body of water, was simply gone. The entire world had lost its voice. Smoke drifted, tinted in gray-brown pillars across the crater. The water, once serene, no longer existed, reduced to superheated slowly. The light dimmed, leaving behind a crater that yawned with an almost obscene emptiness. The hush that fell was so total it felt like into the sky and dissipated. Vapor that had burst high. At the devastation, Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb remained at the water's perimeter. What had once been water, at least, gazing into the dusty, steaming abyss. Gasping, trembling, the crowd stared in horror. Some were frozen, slack-jawed. Others, especially those close to the edge, retched or cried out. Flop for air with wide, terrified eyes. The champions themselves reeled, minds struggling to comprehend the scale of the destruction. Their hostages, the people they were meant to save, now lay sprawled on the crater floor, half tangled in seaweed or rope. The merpeople. His once proud posture wilted at the unstoppable finality of that meltdown. Dumbledore's face went ashen, lips parted in a soundless exhalation. Hand to her chest. Ludo Bagman nearly fainted, eyes rolling in shock. Karkaroff gripped the table edge, knuckles white. While Maxime pressed a center, the stone dais that had been anchored to the lakebed stood cracked and exposed. There lay the four amid the swirling dust. Violet advanced. Each step clacked on the newly revealed rock bed. In the craters, hair damp and disheveled, coughed weakly, gazing around in helpless alarm. Hostages, bound but alive, blinking in terror and confusion. Hermione. The faint tremor of shock. She murmured, "I've got you," voice steady as she cradled Hermione close, letting that small act of compassion stand in stark contrast to the raw violence that had just torn the world asunder. Violet reached her. The hush of that crater pressed on them like a physical weight. Gently, she knelt, undoing the ropes. Hermione sagged into her arms, her breath ragged. Violet could feel the quiver of her friend's body. Been a lake bottom. Fleur let out a choked cry of relief upon reaching Gabrielle, hugging her sister with trembling arms. Crumb stared wide-eyed at the merpeople floundering in the silt, unsure how to help. Gabrielle Delacour, Cho Chong, and Daphne Greengrass similarly gaped from their positions, blinking away dust. The other champions, recovering from the edges, scrambled down to free them, slipping on the slick mud that had once shock etched into his features. Cedric's lips moved silently. Members sprinted to the crater's edge, wands brandished as if to remedy the irreparable. Dumbledore recovered enough to high above. The stands had erupted into a chaos of screams, outcries, and utter pandemonium. Some staff. A grim smile, her arms folded. She seemed perfectly calm amid the clamor, as if she had anticipated the worst and accepted it. Try a restoration charm on the water, but nothing responded. There was no water left to gather. Jennifer, standing near the judge's booth, wore act bristled with savage finality. "I won. I do not need your rules." The crater smoked behind her, merpeople groaning, the silt-streaked hostages blinking in confusion. A collective gasp rippled. Stomachs sank, hearts hammered. She had single-handedly undone centuries of Triwizard history, eviscerating the second task with a single devastating blow. With alarm, Madame Maxime yanked off her enormous hat, gawping at the crater as if she expected it to for a moment. No one moved. Then, from the stands, a cacophony erupted. McGonagall shouted something, voice high. Perverse recognition crossing his face. Draco Malfoy looked ready to vomit. pallid as a ghost. The entire scene reeled under the weight of the unimaginable. Violet Potter had just used a mini-nuke. Vanish. Karkaroff spat curses. Students shrank back, uncertain whether they should run or faint or rage. Snape, perched in the staff area, stared as though unmoored from reality, a glimmer of him as he tried to gather his wits, tried to impose the old authority that once reigned unchallenged. Yet the crater, the blast, the thorough desecration of tradition, none of this could be undone. At the judge's table, Dumbledore's trembling hands clutched the wooden surface. Lines of horror carved across his features. In a voice that cracked, he shouted, "Violet, what have you done?" A visible tremor rattled. Jaw set in final condemnation. She supported Hermione's shaky steps back up the crater's slope, ignoring the swirl of Violet said nothing to him. She turned her head aside, offering only her profile, the line of her. A dark anger at those who had forced her daughter's hand. She cast a single glance at Dumbledore, filled with cold satisfaction. Panicked onlookers. Jennifer, calm, resolute, stepped forward to meet them halfway. Her expression was lit by a fierce pride, though behind her eyes lurked. We must. This is," he spluttered, shaking from head to toe. An attempt at an official protest wavered through Bagman's lips. The champions had no protocol for dealing with a lake that no longer existed. Professors and staff scurried about, some attempting to conjure water, others trying to corral the merpeople. Who the crowd parted in stunned reverence as Violet, Jennifer, and Hermione made their way back. Cedric, Fleur, and Krum were left reeling in the crater with their newly freed hostages. Entire event had become a grotesque farce of the tournament's spirit. Flopped in the mud, shrieking in their guttural tongue. The order. A rush of students tried to approach the crater's edge, only to be driven back by scalding steam that still hissed from cracks in the exposed rock. From behind the judge's booth, a staff member cast a shaky sonorous charm, calling for calm. But the wave of shouts and cries drowned out any attempt at of apocalypse that hovered in the chilly air. Overhead, gray clouds thickened, reflecting the bleak sense. The plea was lost in the chaos. A swirl of staff members rushed to aid the champions who Dumbledore stood, robes swirling, fumbling for a sense of leadership. "Wands away, everyone, wands away," he bellowed, though, folded her arms protectively around Hermione's shoulders, letting Violet stand at her side, triumphant in her final snub of wizarding authority. Their matching were half sunken in the crater, illusions of a heroic res. Hue overshadowed by the raw reality of nuclear-scale devastation. At the far side, Jennifer. A living testament that they were not to be toyed with. Posture was an image out of nightmares for the old guard. They frantically tried to assess the damage. Some huddled around Dumbledore, volleying urgent questions about controlling the scene. The battered eventually, a group of Aurors from the Ministry, previously assigned for security, rushed forward. Their wands crackled with tension as gestured with webbed arms, outraged at merpeople, coughing in the mud. Child wailed in confusion. Cedric bent to help Cho stand, both faces drawn with shock. The onlookers realized how close everything had skirted to mass tragedy. Their home's annihilation. Krum helped steady an unearthly fish-like figure that spat curses in Murmish. Fleur embraced her sister, tears streaking down her face as the own terms, spurning every rule the judges forced upon her. The message was unmistakable. No law can bind me. No tradition can tame me. I hold more power than you imagine, and I will use it as I see fit. And through it all, the central figure of violence had already walked away, leaving the crater behind, no regrets marking her footsteps. Violet had saved her cherished person, Hermione, without even wading into the water. She had done it on her. Frenzied that the wizarding world nearly collapsed under the weight of its what followed was an explosion of news coverage so immediate and so conjured a special edition. Hogwarts champion detonates lethal device. Own reaction. By nightfall, the Daily Prophet had already. International wizarding enclaves demanded immediate answers. Durmstrang threatened to withdraw entirely from the tournament. Bobaden's representatives trembled with horror, disclaiming any association with such an atrocious violation. Nuke's second task. Blazing headlines devoured entire front pages, accompanied by half-focused photographs of the crater's aftermath. Letters bombarded the castle in droves. The Ministry raged. Terrified or too astonished to speak. The black drapes at the windows made everything gloomier, as if the castle itself mourned. Outside, the sky turned to an inky blue dusk, snow still swirling. As though nature refused to calm in the face of human folly. In the hours after the cataclysm, Dumbledore tried to corral some semblance of order, convening an emergency gathering in the Great Hall. The House tables Hadton staff, Aurors, and ministry officials formed clusters of debate. Students huddled at the edges, too. Raw panic. He ended up announcing that his second task was suspended until further notice. The Great Hall erupted in outraged or frightened shouts. Karkaroff demanded retribution. Dumbledore's expression was grave, almost haunted. He began to speak, voice shaking. We must attempt to address. He stumbled over each phrase, his usual composure fraying with wizarding unity. The Aurors hovered, wands at the ready, not sure if an other device might be unleashed at any moment. Maxime asked if the rest of the tasks were cancelled. Bagman wrung his hands, babbling about the blow to. A hush grew as rumors circulated that perhaps the Y were preparing an even larger demonstration. Or perhaps they were negotiating, or biding their time. No one dared force entry. The mere notion of another, fat man, round chilled every heart. And where were Violet and Jennifer? They did not attend the emergency meeting. Word spread that they had returned to their quarters, that the staff had tried to summon them, but found the door locked and warded from inside. Torn between horror at the devastation and a strange, savage sense of vindication, someone had broken free of an oppressive tradition, albeit in a horrifying manner. The moral lines blurred. A few students wept for that night. The entire castle buzzed in a frenzy of disbelief and shattered illusions. Many older pureblood families wrote frantic letters to the ministry, calling for Violet's immediate arrest. Muggle-born and half-blood students were. The lake could be magically restored. Staff quietly fumed or argued about the irreparable damage to Hogwarts, land, merpeople, for the ravaged ecosystem of the lake. Some wondered if the creatures could be relocated or if Hogwarts would never return to its old equilibrium. More than a few realized that life at mind churned with the memory of that blinding flash, the shockwave that rattled her very bones. She recalled the raw power of Violet's final act, the terrifying knowledge that her friend possessed forces beyond any wizard's comprehension. Eventually, she slumped away, leaving them be. Meanwhile, the thick walls of Jennifer and Violet's quarters guarded a silence that none could penetrate. Outside their door, an ashen-faced Hermione lingered, hugging herself as if cold. She struggled to piece together her feelings. She was safe, Violet had rescued her. But the cost? Hermione's overwhelmed for confrontation. The worn stones. Jennifer leaned against the table, arms crossed. Her expression bore an echo of satisfaction. Violet, still deep in the night, mother and daughter faced each other in their quarters, the single lamp flame dancing on. Entire day's stress had siphoned the last of her physical tension. Her eyes were steady, though unwavering in their resolution. In the black cloak spattered with mud from the crater, stood with arms limp at her sides, as though the murmured, letting the single word hang. That was certainly decisive. Jennifer spoke first, voice low and calm. Well, she moment, recalling the white-hot explosion. The Violet closed her eyes for a we did. They had it set in their minds to hamper us. They made my rescue impossible unless I used my bare wand. So I used my greatest advantage instead. Parted sea of scorched rock, the strangled gasps of onlookers. A faint tremor swept through her arms. They wouldn't have listened any other way, she said quietly. No matter what. Safe. She paused, scanning Violet's face. Do you regret it? Jennifer gave a measured nod. And you saved Hermione. She's in her chest. No, she whispered. I can't regret surviving on my terms. Knowledge that wizarding society had forced her hand. A swirl of resentment flared forward. The wizarding world is in shock. They can't ignore us now. Jennifer exhaled, mouth lifting in a grim smile. Then we move. Though no one dared approach. Eventually, Violet turned toward the small bed where she had stashed her gear. She set about removing the cloak, the leftover debris from the crater flaking off in dusty smears. A hush grew. The lamp flame flicking shadows across the array of old notes on the table. Smoke from the smoldering wick curled upward, bridging the darkness overhead. Outside, the corridor was deathly still, as closer, pressing a small scanning device to the door. She lowered it, a gentle knock sounded on the door. Both froze. Then Jennifer stepped. Said softly. Violet's heart squeezed. Let her in. Eyebrows rising with mild surprise. Hermione, she flicked to the black cloak crumpled on the bed, the scuffs of crater mud on the floor. The reality of that explosion hung in the air like gunpowder residue. Intangible but potent. Hermione inhaled shakily, stepping inside when Jennifer moved aside. The door closed with a faint click, sealing the three of them in the lamplit hush. For a moment, none spoke. Hermione's eyes. But you destroyed the entire. She choked, unable to say the word. Lake. Her arms wrapped around herself, shoulders trembling. I wanted to see if you, Hermione began. Voice cracking. Thank you for saving me. Stacked the deck. So I used the advantage they tried to take away. Her gaze flicked to Jennifer, who stood quietly, letting them speak. I'm sorry if it frightened you. I couldn't lose you. Violet took a tentative step forward. Her voice emerged in a rough whisper. I had no choice. They forced me to come unarmed. To rescue you with a wand that might fail me. 1 second, I was underwater, half conscious, roped to a post. Then, everything exploded. It's all so huge. Tears welled in Hermione's eyes. She reached out, clutching Violet's hand with a trembling grip. I was terrified. Oh, Violet. Her voice cracked again, as though unable to reconcile relief and horror. The merpeople, the school, everyone's in shock. They're talking about you like you're some unstoppable force, and means they see me as a monster. So be it. We can't let them push us around. Violet squeezed Hermione's hand gently. I know. But I wouldn't let them manipulate me. If that. Finally, she nodded, swallowing her turmoil. I'm thankful you saved me, she murmured, but I'm also scared of what this means. For a long moment. Hermione just looked at Violet, tears glistening. The room felt claustrophobic with the intensity of unspoken emotions. Illusions had to be shattered. Sometimes, there is no gentle path forward. Jennifer's voice cut in gently. So are we. But the old. Her face against her shoulder. Violet hesitated, then wrapped her arms around Hermione's back, letting that contact speak the words they lacked. Jennifer watched. Sadness and pride mingling in her gaze. Hermione tried to speak but fell silent, her eyes full of swirling uncertainty. Violet gave her a reassuring nod. Then Hermione impulsively pulled Violet into a tight hug, burying nose. She lingered, reluctant. Her eyes flicked to Jennifer. Are you two safe? They're probably planning to arrest you or something. Eventually, Hermione stepped back, wiping her cheeks. I should go. McGonagall might want to question me soon, or Dumbledore might, who? In a deep hush once more. The lamp sputtered, drawing their attention. The entire day seemed to press on them, a monstrous weight. Reaching out, Hermione nodded, then slipped back into the corridor, her footsteps fading into the castle gloom. When the echoes vanished, Violet and Jennifer were left. They needed no more words that night. They understood each other's stance perfectly. Jennifer gently extinguished the flame, plunging the room into a velvety darkness. Scorched earth became an instant symbol of unstoppable force unleashed by a single champion. The Daily Prophet, Wizarding Wireless, and every local wizarding rag churned out special bulletins. Ministry officials. Frantic in the days that followed, the wizarding world roiled in unprecedented turmoil. Images of the blasted lakebed circled the globe through magical news wires, the crater photographed by black. Typical wizarding values. They whispered about a possible hearing or trial. Damage control insisted that Ms. Potter's actions do not reflect. Q of staff, giving curt statements a boo. T investigating the catastrophic breach of Triwizard Protocol. Dumbledore, pinned by multiple outrage demands, locked himself in his office with a rotating. Further nuclear detonations. Students walked in tense clusters, discussing the day's meltdown in hushed, panicked tones. Hogwarts transformed into a nexus of anxiety. Aurors patrolled the corridors, wands ready, as if expecting. Limbo, uncertain whether to stay at Hogwarts or return to their homes. Karkaroff threatened legal action. Madame Maxime raged about environmental. The Triwizard panel, paralyzed by confusion, suspended the entire tournament indefinitely. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb were left in a bizarre Jennifer directly, short of the occasional cadre of Aurors who hovered near their quarters, presumably to guard or confront them. Devastation, Bagman. Cornered by reporters, stammered nonsense about grave concerns for the magical environment. No one dared approach Violet and rumor was that Dumbledore wanted to, yet no confrontation came. The outside Violet's quarters remained under watchful eyes, but Jennifer or Violet rarely emerged, only occasionally glimpsed heading to the Great Hall for meals or returning with new personally address them. But found himself trapped by bureaucratic chaos. Others whispered that the ministry was too terrified to provoke another nuclear display. The corridor. Into the staff lounge. One such letter was meant for Violet. But Jennifer intercepted it. She read it with a faint smirk, then tossed it aside. The letter demanded that Violet present herself for on the third day after the second task. A swirl of official letters from the ministry arrived at Hogwarts, carried by a small flock of anxious owls. They circled overhead, dropping sealed envelopes. Away from any future tournaments. The wizarding world reeled, uncertain how to handle modern warfare. The nuclear concept hammered every mind. If a single champion could do this, what else was possible? Meanwhile, a separate letter addressed to Dumbledore detailed how Wizarding Britain demanded an immediate restoration of the lake, plus reparations for the merpeople's displacement. Another letter from foreign representatives threatened to pull side by side on Violet's bed, the entire suite aglow with a single flickering lamp. The hum of the Pip-Boy was late that night. Jennifer and Violet finally let the tension bleed out in a moment of private reflection. They sat. If to mark that no further absent, Jennifer had powered it down, as with unspoken victory and unmeasured cost. Demonstration was needed. Silence spread, heavy. Beyond wizard kind. If this will push them to see reason or just lash out. Violet turned to Jennifer, voice subdued. I wonder if the outside world, to old laws, but they stand no chance against unstoppable force. Perhaps now. They'll negotiate. Or they'll escalate. Either way, we remain ready. Jennifer's eyes held a steely glint. Revolutions seldom go smoothly, but we've shown them that they can't muzzle us. They can cling. Shoulder, a grounding gesture. Jennifer's hand slid over Violet's. That was always the truth. Now it's just laid bare. Powerless against what we carry, darling. Outside, the wind skimmed across the hush, thick with finality, settled. One might imagine the crater beyond battered remains of winter's snowdrifts. Longer rising, but the memory of that horror still fresh. The castle, a sullen wound in the land, steam no. As he loaded his trunk on the Durmstrang ship, Fleur muttered about returning home once her sister was fully recovered. Cedric walked the halls with Cho at his side, both reeling from the crater's memory. Each champion carried an unspoken grief that overshadowed their illusions of a glorious competition. By the fifth day, a forced calm returned. Though it was a battered, unsteady calm. The second task was officially declared null. The Triwizard Tournament, ironically, might never resume. The other champions, living in a swirl of confusion, began to pack. Crumb, eyes hollow, said not a word. Little support beyond Karkaroff's sputtering. Students gleaned from their stunned silence that no single person dared provoke a confrontation. To many onlookers, it felt as though wizarding society, once so certain of itself, had crumbled in the face of unstoppable, muggle-born might. Ministry spokespeople trickled into Hogwarts, attempting to question Violet or Jennifer, only to back down at the last second. The staff lounge brimmed with tension each time they arrived. Dumbledore, pallid and withdrawn, tried to maintain some facade of authority but found were planned. Official statements were left half-written. The daily routine of classes resumed in a stilted, disoriented fashion, with teachers trying to pretend normalcy while the students whispered relentlessly about the day the lake vanished. And so, in a final swirl of half-coherent announcements, the Triwizard fiasco ended. The entire school reckoned that the overshadowing presence of Violet's defiance had rendered all ceremonies pointless. No champion was crowned. No final tasks. The battered wooden table. The single lamp flickered, casting air shadows across reams of half-finished data. News clippings from the past week bore sensational headlines. Nuclear menace. Wizarding world at crossroads. Potter's reign on a quiet evening nearly a week after the explosion. The castle lights dimmed in the deep hush of after curfew. Jennifer and Violet sat in their quarters again, side by side for her immediate execution. The swirl of extremes no longer surprised them. Of terror, or salvation. Some praised Violet for exposing wizard arrogance. Others called it used words like hero and revolution. She set it down, a pensive look creeping onto her face. The seeds are planted, she murmured. Jennifer sipped from a mug of tea, gaze flicking over a new letter from an unnamed group of Muggle-born activists, praising Violet's stand. She recognized the enormity of that act, recognized that no matter how justified she felt, a piece of her innocence had burned away in that nuclear flash. I suppose the old rules are thoroughly broken now, she said softly. Violet nodded. She felt a subdued calm, an odd emptiness in the wake of such violent defiance. On one hand, she had saved Hermione from the second task's watery trap. On the other, she had annihilated a piece of Hogwarts. Violet's. Their eyes met. We changed. Jennifer's hand rested gently atop. Protective smile. But you are alive, free to chart your path. That was always our core goal. Everything. Whether they adapt or collapse is up to them. Her lips curved in a feint. Over the next weeks and months, the dust would settle, new power struggles might emerge, old traditions might fight to reassert themselves. But the memory of that crater, that unstoppable blast, would never fade from wizarding memory. A stir of footsteps outside made them glance at the door. It turned out to be no one, just a drifting echo. In the pregnant silence, they felt the entire wizarding world reeling from the ramifications that caught the glow of moonlight. She recalled the crater's steam rising. Violet looked out the window. Snow had begun again, sprinkling fine crystals. Her eyes, letting out a slow breath. If they wanted a final statement, they got it. Beneath a wintry sky, the stench of scorched mud. The hush of stunned onlookers. She closed. Posture. The future's unstoppable, darling, she said softly. And we're standing at its edge. Jennifer followed her gaze to the swirling snow, a quiet awareness in her. Calm reassurance. The new year had truly begun, a year none would forget. Soon abate. Inside, a mother and daughter held each other's presence with a small but vocal minority argued for immediate reforms. Better to harness technology than be destroyed by it. But the older families balked, comparing the crater's devastation to wizardkin's unity gaped, a fracturing that might never fully heal. Back in London, ministry officials locked horns over how to spin the event to the public. Some insisted on labeling Violet as a rogue champion gone mad, others quietly admitted that the old laws had set her up for failure. Socket where once shimmered a vital eye. The merpeople, forcibly relocated, bore deep scars, and though many wizards expressed sorrow for them, the unstoppable fact remained. Violet Potter had changed the game forever. And so, the chapter ended with an image of Hogwarts battered by swirling controversies, the sun rising pale over the ravaged lakeshore. The crater stared back at the castle like a dead, quiet corridor. A single staff member paused to survey the horizon. His black robe stirred at his ankles as he considered the depth of this unstoppable future. In the hush of that early morning, the swirl of winter wind carried the final notes of upheaval across the grounds. By an upper window, in a knowledge that no potions could mend such a violent tear in their reality. Severus Snape pressed his lips in a grim line, mind churning with the wizarding world cowering or enthralled. Show, don't tell indeed. Snape's Dumbledore was undone, the Triwizard tradition destroyed. The entire thought. One we cannot outhex or outbrew. She has forced us to face it. Dark eyes flickered, capturing the crater's jagged shape. This is a new age, it or not. Whether we like. A single mini-nuke could unleash. He hurried on, uncertain whether to attempt further sabotage or to flee before being uncovered. He swallowed, boots scuffing the stones, his mind spinning with the realization that Voldemort himself might not match the devastation. Task, undone it with finality. They had rescued what mattered, trampled an archaic law, and proven that wizard's arrogance paled in the face of advanced technology. The echoes of rebellion had given way to a full detonation of defiance. In that swirl of confusion, the mother and daughter at the heart of it remained calmly in their quarters, sharing a quiet breakfast as though the world beyond their door could not reach them. They had defied the second. The same again. Nothing would be. been reconfigured in a panicked scramble. But none could erase the crater. Birds circled the open pit, searching for the watery haven that no longer existed. That evening, in the last fading slants of light, Violet and Jennifer reconvened by their window. Gazing at the battered grounds, the castle's wards had of mingled relief and sorrow that the confrontation was done, for now. The fading day's glow brushed their silhouettes. Violet felt a surge. Others shrugged helplessly. They resumed their march, wands clutched. The day ended in a hush of unresolved tension, the future overshadowed by the unstoppable down in the distant courtyards. An Auror patrol paused by a broken statue. One Auror pointed at the crater with trembling frustration. The retreated into the lamplit interior, taking their battle plans with them. Force that had revealed itself. Once again, the mother and daughter quarters. The glint of a single roving magical eye gave away Moody's presence. Barty Crouch Jr. The shape lingered, a silent testament that lurking threats had not faded. But it left as quietly as it arrived, steps echoing in the gloom. As the final hush enveloped Hogwarts, the last scene caught a lone figure creeping through a corridor, cloak hood pulled low. Under the flicker of a guttering torch, the figure paused to peer at the closed door of Violet's. Prepared for rest, unshaken by the inside the room, Violet and Jennifer. Illusions, and survived. The old ways were undone. Let the wizarding world scramble. Let them call it monstrous. The shards of tradition lay in the crater with the vanished lake. Knowledge that watchers hovered. The lamp sputtered low, casting dancing shadows on the walls. For them, the path forward shone clearer than ever. They had defied every constraint, exploded wizard. Mother and daughters joined hands, no regrets. The unstoppable future stood in scandal in the great hall. Far from the frantic attempts to restore or cover up, they slept that night in a quiet calm. Far from the unstoppable swirl of that hush, the lamp's ember died softly, acknowledging the close of a day that none would ever forget. The day Violet Potter, champion of both advanced science and personal agency, detonated her defiance, silencing every hollow tradition with a single, blinding flash. The truth, they found solace in each other's unwavering bond. Let them label it sacrilege, or an act of war. The hush of midnight drifted over the battered castle. Over the crater, over the confusion of staff and students, and in how deeply it tried to bury them in centuries of custom. The future had arrived, and Violet H. had spelled it out in the most explosive way possible. Nothing would ever be the same. And for once, the wizarding world confronted the truth that the unstoppable might of new ideas could not be undone, no matter. And more on my Patreon. https://Patreon. Up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 8 chapters available. BLE now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney. To 8 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover. Up. Lit RPG. Up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter. Peace crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter 1. CR. Crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Psy. MPHONY of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy. Crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter. Of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter. Events are 20 years so instead. Crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter. Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 10. Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 12 and D. Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 12. Catalyst of Revolution. Chapter 10. The Potter or the Fallout series. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry. Imp. Act reverberating through every worn stone of the ancient castle. Now, as February 25th dawned cold and silent, the castle grounds wore a hushed pall, a state of shock not even the relentless winter could fully explain. Though the hush lingered, something simmered. A thin frost glistened on the blackened crater where Hogwarts Lake had once stood, a haunting reminder of the day Violet Potter shattered the second task with a single blinding display of power. Her mini-nuke had cleaved wizarding tradition in two, its of dissent and possibility. Beneath it, a crackle. Quick, apprehensive glances at the gaping void. The merpeople had gone. Relocated in desperate haste by staff who were still in disbelief at losing the Sentu crater itself, stark and silent, felt like a wound that would never truly heal. By mid-morning, the battered stands near the lake still bore scorch marks and bent planks from the shockwave. Swirls of ash and dust mingled with fresh snow, forming unearthly patterns on the crater's rim. Students drifted past in uneasy clusters, casting refusal to yield to archaic edicts. Many walked an uneasy middle path, torn between horror at the devastation and admiration for her audacity. On every floor, in every classroom, whispered debates flared. Some hushed, some heated. If one listened closely, they could sense that this meanwhile, inside Hogwarts corridors, a different wound festered. The one left in wizarding minds. Some turned away from Violet with abhorrence, labeling her a monster who would defile magic with nuclear might. Others, especially half-bloods and muggle-born students, viewed her with awe. Inspired by her, that would shape the future of wizarding civilization, was no fleeting drama but a confrontation. Gestures of normalcy only emphasized the precarious PEACE that clung to Hogwarts like a worn tapestry on the verge of tearing. Atmosphere with polite smiles at fellow students. But the fissures between the house tables ran too deep. If anything, those small Ravenclaws openly mused about bridging the gap between arithmancy and nuclear physics. A quiet, subversive movement blossomed. They met after hours in deserted classrooms, discussing what might happen if wands and technology combined more thoroughly. A sense of rebellious excitement fueled them, one that the staff could not fully suppress, especially since between February 27th and March 10th. That tension thickened to a near-constant hum. The simplest routine, potion classes, transfiguration lessons, Quidditch practices, took on the feel of a battlefield. Muggle-borns banded together in quiet corners of the library, scribbling notes about scientific magic, propelled by the memory of Violet's improbable achievements. Some minds would only stoke the fire. Many recognized that punishing these inquisitive, a deep worry, her eyes often lingered on Violet, as if trying to. Professors, too, were caught in the crossfire. McGonagall's stern composure betrayed own internal debate. Had the child gone too far? Or was she simply forcing wizard kind to adapt at last? Decipher the trajectory of history itself. She overheard students praising Violet for bold leadership, and it sparked her counter. More than once, he paused outside Dumbledore's office, listening to muffled arguments within. If the wizarding world had always known Dumbledore as near omnipotent, that image was now in tatters. Snape patrolled the corridors with an even colder stare, uncertain how to approach a champion who had literally reshaped the land with a weapon that no wizarding shield might trigger an even larger catastrophe. Meanwhile, the once proud headmaster found himself stripped of his supreme titles, no longer the unassailable icon of wizard kind. He retreated into strategy, letting his frustration simmer behind a grandfatherly smile. Between closed lips, the staff whispered about the ministry's panic. Seers predicted the entire magical community was on the brink of upheaval. Some officials ended Violet's immediate expulsion or incarceration. Others recognized that any direct confrontation of robed figures prowling lonely roads, kidnapping officials, and conjuring the dark mark over deserted barns, under that simmering wave, a more sinister threat brewed. Voldemort's name re-emerged in hushed talk, rumors that Death Eater activity had indeed surged. Late-night discussions with Jennifer, ever vigilant, scoured intercepted ministry documents to confirm. Finger on a line in a top-secret Auror report that read, multiple leads confirm a being known as the Dark Lord seeks a new vessel, danger imminent. She caught Violet's gaze. Violet turned grave, as they mulled the possibility that the wizarding world might soon face a resurgent Dark Lord while reeling from internal schisms. One evening, Jennifer placed a trembling as a sacrificial pawn. Might he align circumstances to deliver her to neither needed to speak the question, if Dumbledore wanted Violet to serve Voldemort, she naive, forgot the crater she had left behind or the stunned terror in Dumbledore's eyes. The days of naive trust were long gone. She recognized that every step forward demanded unflinching resolve. Such thoughts fueled Violet's anger. The ban on her technology continued in name, though in reality, no one dared forcibly remove the Pip-Boy from her arm. She carried it concealed, waiting, planning on behalf of Durmstrang, while Madame Maxime's frustration soared at the devastation inflicted on the Merpeople's domain. The Ministry, under international pressure, declared that a final test as March gave way to April. The tension coalesced into a sense of siege. The Triwizard Tournament, effectively suspended, resumed only in technical name. Karkaroff threatened lawsuits. Triwizard Cup would appear at its center. And if the champions agreed, they could conclude the tournament. Fleur, Crumb, and Cedric lingered in the castle, half out of contractual obligation, half from curiosity at a symbol. I see. Last task would still be held in June, though details were kept vague. A rumor circulated that a massive hedge maze, conjured from ancient seeds, was being nurtured on Hogwarts' far grounds. Supposedly, the unstoppable phenomenon that was Violet sighed while Muggle-borns offered quiet nods of solidarity. Jennifer roamed at her daughter's flank with a mixture of maternal caution and fierce pride. Only Hermione seemed to break the tension, trying valiantly to keep wherever she walked. Everyday life wore the hush of a moment before thunder. Hallways turned into galleries of gawking onlookers. Mornings brought a near ritual standoff in the Great Hall, with purebloods glowering from one. Read the glances from staff, aware that Dumbledore's silence meant trouble. Conversation light, though in her eyes, a deep concern lingered. Death Eater raids escalated. Students, around mid-April, signs of calm, seldom addressing the fiasco. He made subtle remarks that reeked of destiny and prophecy. Occasionally praising Harry Potter's prophesied role in a vague undertone, as if forgetting that the boy who, particularly those from families with murky alliances, looked haunted. Hushed references to missing relatives circulated. The staff, jittery and short-tempered, locked down curfews. But through it all, Dumbledore maintained a veneer of a hint of mania, a refusal to see Violet as anything but a piece on the lived, was now a girl who had no intention of being used. His eyes carried resurrected Voldemort, fulfilling the narrative that had begun so long ago. And this time, Dumbledore would ensure the outcome served his grand vision. Chessboard. If the board had changed, he refused to concede. The time would come, he told himself, when Violet would face the realized Jennifer stood behind a tapestry. Pip-Boy set to a silent recording. Later, Jennifer relayed those snippets to Violet in hushed words, the flicker of a corridor torch reflecting the steely glint in her eyes. If Dumbledore planned to sacrifice Violet, they would face him on their own terms. Jennifer sensed that mania through her own discreet intelligence. She caught a conversation in an abandoned corridor, Dumbledore hissing in urgent tones to Snape that she must be guided, that there must be a final confrontation for the sake of the prophecy. Snape's reply was an uncertain mumble, but neither might do something even more destructive if provoked. Crater or the unsettled possibility that Violet walls taller than a troll, bristling with thorns and illusions. Dumbledore insisted the maze was a fitting final challenge, as the date loomed, a tall, twisting hedge maze sprang up on the castle's far lawn, unnatural in its growth. To cast additional wards or illusions, the energy around the maze felt dark, unsettled. as if something more than a competition brewed within its 20 suspected hidden motives. Students whispered of monstrous creatures nested in the labyrinth, each test more perilous than the last. Often, they spotted staff hurrying. His wand, eyes distant. Fleur murmured with her sister, a faint line of worry creasing her brow. Crumb stared bleakly at his plate. None had illusions about this final task's normalcy. Their hearts told them something deeper than mere glory awaited them. On the evening of June 23, a tense hush swallowed Hogwarts. Clouds rolled across a dusky sky, threatening summer rain. The maze loomed on the horizon like a green fortress. Inside the great hall, dinner passed in near silence. Cedric fiddled with Violet's hand, a subtle gesture of solidarity. Jennifer, in the staff area, offered the faintest nod, reaffirming that everything was prepared. That night, mother and daughter retreated to their quarters for a final review, anticipating that tomorrow's conference Confrontation would decide far more than a Triwizard Cup. Violet, seated at the Gryffindor table, felt the weight of 1,000 eyes. She sensed the arcs of tension from across the hall. Malfoy's clenched jaw. Dumbledore's measured stare from the staff dais, the hush of Muggle-born supporters who glimpsed her unwavering resolve. Hermione quietly touched shadows. Violet, calm and watchful, slowed her steps. The old wizard's voice dropped to a hush that carried an edge of quiet menace. Dumbledore approached Violet just before curfew. In a remote corridor off the Transfiguration wing, he stood waiting, midnight blue robes blending into the havoc you've wrought. You'll prove it in that maze. A faint flicker of torchlight revealed the tension on his face. You realize, he said, that this final task must fulfill a deeper destiny. If you have any sense of atonement for, you have the strength to do it, though the cost may be final. Sometimes a single, pure sacrifice can save us all. Dumbledore's silence answered enough. Then he said softly, Harry Potter, once you, was foretold to end the Dark Lord, and I suspect. Battered robes, leaving only the echo of his footsteps. Violet let the hush close around her, fists trembling. She had known it, but hearing it from his lips solidified her resolve. Dumbledore's worn features flickered with something akin to pity. You can't outrun fate. Then, lifting his wand in a small gesture, he vanished down the corridor in a swirl of. Jennifer watched Violet's expression closely, reading the swirl of emotions. He tried to prime you for sacrifice, didn't he? She guessed. That night, she and Jennifer sat at the same table where so many decisions had been made. The single lamp glowed. The path that gives him the spotlight, playing savior at the cost of my life. Violet nodded. Cheeks burning. He still believes it's the only path. Or maybe just will be rigged. He'll attempt to ensure you vanish at the end. Jennifer's eyes hardened. Then we must prepare for sabotage. The final task. Shot a glance at the Pip-Boy, dormant on the table. This time, I'll choose the confrontation on my terms. Violet breathed in, letting her rage settle into ice. He's not the only one with a plan. She. End in triumph, tragedy, or apocalypse. By late afternoon, the stands near the maze filled with witches and wizards from across Britain, all drawn to WITNESS, the final act of this twisted Triwizard saga. Dark clouds gathered early morning on June 24, dawned warm and tense. A hush enveloped Hogwarts, broken only by the rustle of the maze's leaves in a faint breeze. Students awoke with hearts pounding, uncertain whether this day would. Of uneasy anticipation thickened the air. Overhead, threatening a storm. The hum. Short distance from them, calm as a statue. The watchers up in the stands teemed with curiosity. Would Violet once again upend the challenge with unstoppable might, or would the banning of her technology rein her in? At the appointed hour, Bagman, voice lacking its usual enthusiasm, gestured for the champions to line up outside the maze's entrance. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb each wore tense, determined expressions, their wands gripped tight. Violet stood up. Its heart. Beware illusions, creatures, and obstacles. His voice trembled despite the amplification charm. You proceed in the order of your previous. Bagman's attempt at showmanship fell flat. He coughed, forcing a smile. Champions, you must navigate the maze, find the Triwizard Cup at. The entire fiasco had never been resolved. But he pressed on. Good luck to you all. Achievements. He stumbled over the words, presumably referencing that there had been no official second task scoring. Then came Violet's turn. She paused at the threshold, glancing up at the stands. She caught Jennifer's eye. Her mother stood with arms folded, a silent guardian. Violet nodded once, a promise that she was prepared. As he raised his wand, the dull roar of the crowd faded to silence. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb exchanged fraught nods, stepping into the looming corridor of hedges. Their silhouettes vanished amid twisting green walls. Charcoal. Each step squished on the soft ground. She felt the wards pressing in. Illusions flickering at the corners of her vision. Tension simmered in her veins, the memory of Dumbledore's manipulations fueling her caution. She stepped into the maze. Its tall hedges rearing on either side. The thick, earthy scent of moss and damp leaves enveloped her. Dim light filtered from overhead, the sky a brooding shade of that outstripped typical wizarding reflexes. She never drew her advanced gear. No outward sign of sedation rifles or nuclear might. Yet watchers who glimpsed her progress through scrying spells sensed her unshaken obstacles arose, enchanted vines that lashed out. Monstrous manticores lurking in shadowy corners, illusions meant to mislead. Violet dispatched each with a combination of minimal wand spells and cunning maneuvers. Confidence. Trap. She advanced carefully. At the path's end lay the Triwizard Cup, gleaming silver beneath a drifting wisp of eerie light. Too easy. She listened. No sign of the other champions. So dumb. Ledore had set it up so she'd reach the cup first. Half an hour into the labyrinth, she felt a tremor in the wards, a subtle shift that whispered of interference. She paused. Ahead, a swirl of magic parted the hedge, revealing a hidden path that glowed faintly. Instinct told her this was her way into a graveyard or some cunning stage set for a Voldemort resurrection scenario. He wants me to. Her heart pounded. She recognized the final thrust of Dumbledore's plan. If she touched this cup, it would whisk. In a grim smile. He's about to be disappointed. Become a heroic sacrifice, she thought, lips twisting. Her lips. She gently parted her cloak, revealing the Pip-Boy she had kept hidden under layers of magical. She extended her wand, scanning the cup's aura. Sure enough, a portkey enchantment thrummed around it. Licking. Cup shimmered seductively, as though daring her to break the script. Illusions. Jennifer's modifications glinted in the dim light. The Triwizard. Patch of moist, cold ground. The twilight sky. She landed with a jolt on a Hangleton cemetery, she realized, scanning the crooked tombstones. A dead hush pressed on her ears, only the rustle of a distant night breeze disturbing the gloom. Overhead was different. Dotted with spindly, ancient yews. A leaning stone angel loomed to her left, half cracked. The air stank of rot and old curses. Little. Behind a mossy tomb, glancing around. Sure enough, a small, hunched figure near a large cauldron muttered complaints about needing Potter's blood. On the almost at once, a whining voice echoed, "Is that you, Wormtail? Did you bring the boy?" A chill scurried down Violet's spine. She crouched. Her heart hammered. Voldemort. The faint stench of decay made her stomach twist. Ground lay a grotesque form, a stunted, infant-like shape with red eyes half-lidded. In his watery eyes, "Master, I heard the portkey. Potter must be here." He hissed. "We must complete the ritual." "Your body." Wormtail turned, a ragged cloak barely hiding his trembling limbs. E-hand. A gleam of mania. Had no illusions that a watery bubble head charm or some old spell would handle this situation. No, she'd rely on her best advantage, non-lethal force that none of them saw coming. Violet's jaw clenched. She pressed a silent command on her Pip-Boy, selecting the tranquilizer rifle. As the shape shimmered into her grasp, she flicked off the safety, breath controlled. Cry escaped Wormtail's lips as he collapsed, eyes rolling back. Voldemort's infant body jerked, then slumped in a convulsion of unexpected sedation. The flicker of red in his eyes faded, replaced by glassy incomprehension. Without hesitation, she rose from behind the tombstone. 2 quick squeezes of the trigger. PFFT, PFFT. The darts struck home, one in Wormtail's shoulder, one in the shriveled creature's pale flesh. A strangled, and she caught the slither of a monstrous snake, Nagini, coiling to strike. She scanned the surroundings. The grass rustled near a large headstone. Docile heap. Violet exhaled, adrenaline spiking. If any other Death Eaters lurked, they were not in the immediate vicinity. Another shot. The dart found its target in the snake's thick scales. It hissed, writhing, then collapsed into a Heavier sedative. PFFT. The creature's body went limp. Wormtail lay face down, twitching. The wand dropped from his slack fingers. The ritual was halted before it began, ensuring no illusions remained. She stepped forward. Voldemort's baby form mewled feebly. The stunted, half-living parasite threatened to rouse. She clicked another custom dart, adding a set up. So many pieces of the puzzle now clicked. Dumbledore had hoped the real Harry would appear. Her pulse thumped as she realized how close wizard kind had come to a resurrection that Dumbledore had effectively. A quick sedation. The might of prophecy lay in pieces, undone by a child with advanced technology and no tolerance for manipulative fate. Forced to fight. But she was no pawn. The calm, methodical approach she brought from a nuclear future turned this crisis into. In her memory urged caution. Killing them might spawn dark consequences, or feed Dumbledore's narrative that Violet was a destructive threat. Sedation was enough for now. A public demonstration that the Dark Lord could be undone without lethal magic or messy sacrifice. Grabbing Wormtail by the cloak, she dragged him near the infant Voldemort. For a breath. She stared down at them. 2 lumps of malevolence, disarmed, powerless. She considered incinerating them on the spot. A savage part of her wanted that finality, but Jennifer's voice. With swift motions, she secured Voldemort's shriveled form and Wormtail, ignoring their pitiful moans. Then, gripping them in her arms, she reached for the cup. The swirl of porky energy seized her, and with a nauseating lurch, she vanished from the graveyard. She glimpsed the Triwizard Cup lying near an old grave, still humming with porky magic. Her next move was clear. She rummaged in her cloak for a small net or rope, items she had stashed in case of a more complicated scenario. Hand, an unconscious Voldemort in the other, the monstrous snake coiled in sedation at her feet. The sea. Hampions had only just begun to converge near the maze's exit, and staff and oars lined the perimeter. Everyone froze. Hogwarts grounds reappeared in a flash. A wave of screams erupted from the NDS as soon as the Watchers saw her materialize. The midday sun glared overhead, revealing every detail, Violet clutching a limp Wormtail in one. Drooping like a sedated puppet in Violet's arms. Instead, he saw the Dark Lord's half-formed body. Wide. She gasped, half expecting some new meltdown. Jennifer, stoic, advanced with Hermione, pushed forward by the crowd, reached the front, eyes of nuclear blasts. This time, the demonstration was far more intimate. Quiet, unstoppable sedation. Parted lips, scanning for danger. A hush pressed down. No immediate sign. Him. She stared at the shriveled Voldemort shape, repulsed and awed. Violet. Hermione breathed, chest tight with relief. You have all I care. Her gaze flicked to Dumbledore. In that instant, the old wizard's eyes shone with devastation. His grand prophecy undone by a simpler, more direct act. Violet added softly, you wanted a showdown, an ultimate sacrifice. Sorry to disappoint. Violet nodded, dropping Wormtail to the ground as Aurors stumbled forward. Wands raised. He was waiting, she said, voice cold. No resurrection. No duel. He's done. You can cart him off to your Azkaban or toss him into the sun, lay near the maze exit, limp under sedation. Babbling queries broke from the judge's dais. The crowds erupted in frantic chatter, half screams of relief or shock. This was the Dark Lord, helpless. A swirl of confusion overcame the Watchers. The Aurors pounced on the unconscious Death Eater, binding him with spells, while others stared uncertainly at Voldemort's wriggling husk. The monstrous serpent, Nagini. Slicing through the din. No sacrifice. No prophecy. Just a rational approach to a threat. Her eyes flicked to Dumbledore, who stood ashen, wand limp at his side. The final swirl came as Jennifer stepped up behind Violet. Placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. She did what needed to be done, Jennifer announced, voice in half-formed applause. The labyrinth loomed behind them, incongruous in its aimless illusions. Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb stared wide-eyed, each realizing that any chance for Triwizard glory was overshadowed by a new age. The hollow silence fell. Some students, especially those from wizard families traumatized by the previous war, began to sob with unexpected relief. Others, confused by the lack of a grand magical duel, erupted. Nothing next to this. Scoreboard or cup meant. Is Voldemort? He pressed a trembling hand to his half-moon glasses. How did you? At last, in the hush, Dumbledore found his voice, though it cracked with strain. This was distant, as if peering beyond Dumbledore's illusions. Sometimes cunning and practicality suffice. Violet gave a humorless smile. Not everything requires a wand, Headmaster. Her gaze. Moral meltdown, a prophecy-laden duel. Instead, they saw the unstoppable force of reason and technology dealing a quiet blow to a monstrous evil. A roar of exclamations filled the stands. Shock, awe, confusion, all blending into one cacophonous wave. The battered wizarding world had expected a arm. The memory of the crater's meltdown still haunted them. In her measured calm, she radiated a final message. Try me, if you dare. Aurors scurried to secure the captives. A handful tried to approach Violet with caution, but none dared physically remove the advanced device from her. Friend was indeed safe. The entire ounce seemed suspended in a single moment that challenged every norm. A champion had undone the dreaded Dark Lord without a grand sacrifice. As the storm of reaction intensified, mother and daughter stood side by side, unbowed. Hermione, with tears shining, stepped forward to clasp Violet's arm, as if verifying that her. In the grass, overshadowed by a new chapter no one had predicted, exposing the manipulative illusions behind the old ways. Tradition lay broken. Of the aged wizard's attempts to orchestrate tragedy for personal ends. His Jennifer's gaze locked on Dumbledore one final time, a silent condemnation. Quiet victory. The entire wizarding world, watching, felt his aura of authority power, unraveling since the meltdown, now crumbled in the face of this. Under the unstoppable logic of a future they refused to accept, until now. Vanish like vapor on a cold morning, the final illusions of prophecy dissolved. With Aurors hauling away the husk of Voldemort and his minions, the crowd realized the tournament was done. There was no need for further overhead. The storm clouds parted. Dawn rays speared through the gloom, lighting the muddied lawns and the battered labyrinth, and in that strange hush. Path that spelled the end of old power structures. Tasks. Violet had overshadowed them all, forging a. To reconcile this. A few, perhaps, whispered curses, but nay stepped away from the epicenter. The gloom of that final day receded behind them. A new future she turned to leave, guiding Hermione by the elbow, Jennifer following with a protective stride. The watchers parted to let them pass, some with expressions of awe. Others struggling to confront. No prophecy, no illusions, only unstoppable progress. Beckoned, one that the wizarding world would have. Of a new era. In that moment, mother and daughter vanished into the shadow of the castle gates, leaving behind a revolution in the making, one that would ripple across centuries of tradition, forging a destiny unbound by prophecy or the illusions of power. And so, as the sun climbed and the onlookers stirred from their shock, it was clear that nothing would ever be the same. The Dark Lord had been denied a glorious return, Dumbledore's plan lay in shards. And wizard kind faced the dawn. The old guard reeled, the seeds of tomorrow blossoming in the uncertain hearts of a generation that saw, for the first time, a wizarding whirl. That might embrace reason and modern. The day soared onward, the final hush replaced by waves of frantic reorganization. But a single truth stood out. Violet had emerged triumphant without a single mortal sacrifice. In her wake. Fate was not the old script. Fate belonged to those who dared shape it anew. Power. Dumbledore stood amid the swirl of officials, face etched with resignation. He had lost. The world turned a page, forging a path no prophecy had ever foretold. Night fell over a Hogwarts changed forever, and in that quiet starlit hush. More on my Patreon, https:// Currently active. On my Patreon more than 20 fanfiction are. 20 fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now, up to 70 plus chapters across the. Up to 9 chapters available now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter, Naruto crossover. Crow. SS over, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter, Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi. Toons crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter, Looney. To 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto, Bleach crossover, up Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter. Peace crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter 1. Crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy. CR Crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter. Of 1981, it is in 2001. Up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter. Events are 20 years so instead. Crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. 12. Last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already Ava I label on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 11. Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patra. On Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 13. Architects of Uncertainty, Chapter 11. The Potter or the Fallout series. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry. Last long shadows across the empty crater and the battered Hogwarts grounds. Dusk was settling over the wreckage of the wizarding world, casting the aftermath of the unexpected victory, thick tension clinging to every torchlit corridor. No one dared to articulate what came next. They barely understood what had already happened. Yet for all the only hours had passed since Violet Potter disarmed Voldemort with a tranquilizer, no grand magical duel, no tragic sacrifice, and eviscerated Dumbledore's centuries-old script. In that twilight hush, the walls of Hogwarts quivered with profound tugged at reality itself, unseen and unstoppable, chaos swirling in the castle's hallways. Something more, that they needed a moment alone. Their separation from the rest felt inevitable. They had already parted ways with the Triwizard champions, some of whom were still reeling. By the Violet and Jennifer roamed the silent corridors together, each footstep echoing on the stone floor. Hermione had tried to walk with them at first, wanting answers, but Jennifer assured her docile Dark Lord, and an entire wizarding society suddenly unmoored. Every pillar of tradition had cracked in a single stroke. Stands, the memory of the final task, if one could call it that, lingered in the air, an uprooted prophecy, weeds that sprang up when the wards faltered during the meltdown. They reached a side archway leading to a quiet courtyard, half choked with there a moment, letting the wind tangle her hair. Jennifer settled beside her, silent, watchful. From beyond the battered statue of a medieval wizard leaned precariously, its features half eroded by magic gone awry. Violet stood champion. Up in the high tower windows, flickers of torchlight revealed staff members pacing. Everything was unsettled. Courtyard's edge, faint voices drifted, oars finishing up last-minute investigations, a scattering of onlookers whispering about the nuclear authority had shattered. The entire wizarding world trembled under the weight of a child's rational approach. Someone who faced a cosmic prophecy and said no as she locked eyes with Violet. Jennifer sensed a deeper shift lurking, some intangible boundary about to be crossed. For Jennifer, the situation felt like a coiled spring, too tense to hold. She had gleaned from the hush in the halls that the International Confederation of Wizards was in deadlock, that the Ministry might be near collapse, that Dumbledore's final illusions of absolute over them both. Like the air tilting suddenly, a wave of vertigo rushed. Of colorless light. No sound accompanied the transition, no roar, no crack of displaced air, only a silent, consuming brilliance. In a blink, Hogwarts was gone. The last thing Violet registered was the swirl of broken stone around her, the half-lit shape of the courtyard vanishing in a wash. Blank air with a fiercely analytical gaze. "Violet," came her gentle murmur. "You okay?" A voice beside her made her relax slightly. "Jennifer." She was kneeling, scanning the even though her heart thundered with unanswered questions. "What is this?" Violet swallowed, forcing her numb limbs to cooperate. "Yeah," she croaked. Step felt like moving on the memory of a cloud. The air lacked temperature or scent. Crisp in a way that felt more conceptual than physical. If the nuclear meltdown at Hogwarts Lake had shocked them with raw power, this was the inverse, pure emptiness and impossibility of calm. Jennifer didn't answer immediately. She rose to her feet, dusted off her clothes in a reflex, though there was no dust here. The ground beneath them wasn't ground at all, but a sort of barely tangible surface that remembered the shape of one's footfalls without ever feeling solid. Her Pip-Boy readouts flickered uncertainly, as though the device were confused by its surroundings. No time, no location. No known. Violet slowly stood as well, pressing a hand to her chest. She realized with a spasm of alarm that stabilized. The shock in her eyes met Jennifer's. Parameters. She toggled a few switches, but nothing. "Break," Jennifer murmured, half to herself, half to Violet. It's like reality took a lunch. Tall, yet near. The white space allowed them to exist without dimension, giving them presence but no distinct distance. Her heart pounded as they coalesced into four figures, each an embodiment of something primal. Then, somewhere in that infinite whiteness, shapes began to shift. Subtle at first, like half-seen shadows in peripheral vision. Violet froze, bracing for another confrontation. Yet these silhouettes took on forms that towered, impossibly. A feline grace in her step. Her cloak rippling like the void. The first was tall, with an emanation of star-studded darkness swirling around. With quiet finality, as though to speak was to hush the living world. Violet's scalp prickled. This had to be death, given living form. Between stars. Her face was half hidden by that cosmic swirl, and her eyes were dark, studded with faint glimmers. Something about her presence resonated. Even minor changes in structure, like the world couldn't decide how she should look. Despite that chaos, her eyes burned with furious intensity. She was fate. Violet sensed it before any introduction. The air around her crackled with frustration, the raw mania of a grand plan undone. Beside her, a second figure flickered in and out, as though unable to settle. One moment, she had wild hair and a half-torn shawl in swirling patterns. The next, an elegant gown that changed hue with each breath. Her face flickered through ages, expressions. Face, too, changed but more gently, passing from youthful to ancient in a fluid motion that belied centuries. He exhaled softly, and the entire whiteness quivered in respect. The breath of time, Violet realized, stifling a strange awe. A third figure, masculine in shape, moved with regal slowness. His robes shimmered in a color that was neither silver nor blue, but something intangible, like shifting sand in an hourglass, luminous in the corners of one's eye. His fingers toying with ephemeral strands that fizzled and snapped like miniature paradoxes. Her grin was that of a trickster, eyes dancing with mischief. Finally, a lithe figure lounged in the distance. Though distance here was meaningless, she seemed to recline on an invisible throne, posture casual. The torn edges of her garments twisted in random patterns, never consistent from one blink to the next. Chaos, obviously. The slight tilt of her head suggested she enjoyed the swirl of uncertain probability around them. Of these four intangible powers pressed on the senses. Even for Jennifer's reason-honed mind, it felt like stepping into a cosmic dream. Jennifer stood at Violet's side, tension in her shoulders, scanning these entities. This was bigger than any meltdown or sabotage. The presence. "You have any idea," she snarled, each syllable crackling with cosmic authority, "how long it takes to stabilize a timeline? Or how carefully I had to weave the office around the boy who lived so that events would follow the tidy track. And you. Just then fate stepped forward, eyes narrowed in raw exasperation. In one moment, she appeared as a ragged figure with swirling tattoos. In the next, a stately matron with lightning flickering along her sleeves. Her voice, seething with exasperation, shattered the silence. "Do. Housecat," and left me with a million frayed threads. Waltzed in. tranquilized the Dark Lord like of a starry void. "Oh hush, Fate," Death said in a voice that made the entire whiteness flicker with subdued awe. "Let the child have a moment. My little mistress and her mother are finally awake." Her glare fixed on Violet, who simply raised an eyebrow, her stomach twisting in rebellious defiance. A few feet away, Death let out a low chuckle. The sound resonating like a purr from the depths. Referred to Violet or something else. Her tone was calm but cautious. Jennifer's eyes flicked to Death. "Mistress," she repeated, uncertain if the entity stands at the brink of ultimate ruin, yet wields it with a predator's clarity. Not a mindless savage, but a cunning apex. "She's drawn my attention. A delightful puzzle." Death allowed a slow smile. Her star-dappled cloak rippling. "Yes, dear Jennifer. Your child's path has danced with destruction time and again. She claims devastation only when necessary. We've all been watching. She didn't just skip fate's script. She shattered it. Chaos, perched on her invisible seat, gave a slow, mocking clap. Indeed. Those neat lines fate drew are undone. The chessboard is in freefall. This is the best entertainment I've had in eons. Beyond repair." The grin on Chaos's lips spread wide, crinkling her luminous eyes with ecstatic mischief. "I love it. All. Must understand, your defiance extended beyond mortal bounds. By refusing prophecy, by applying advanced reason, by dethroning illusions of sacrifice, you unspooled entire cosmic arcs. History is no longer on the rails we set." Time, in a quietly powerful voice, interjected. "Fate, calm yourself. The child has acted. The timeline rearranges. Whining will not mend it." He turned to Violet and Jennifer, his posture regal, half youthful, half aged. "You, Lord, die heroically, inspire the wizarding world to unify. Instead, this nuclear-laced meddler halts the war before it starts, humiliates Dumbledore," and Fate threw up her hands. Hair flickering between braided locks and stormy tangles. "We had a plan. The boy who lived was to face the dark. With frustration. Your entire existence made half my tapestry pointless. Closes the loops." She glared at Violet. Voice trembling. "A nuclear wasteland. I learned that prophecy is worthless if it demands pointless sacrifice. So I did what I had to do." Violet exhaled, swallowing nerves as she faced cosmic beings. "I never asked for your tapestry," she managed, voice steady. "I survived." Head in solemn approval. Fate fumed, pacing tight circles, her form flickering through multiple outfits every time her anger spiked. A hush pressed down as the four cosmic presences absorbed her words. Death smirked. Chaos giggled. Time inclined his. "Must admit it's thrilling. She's opened infinite probabilities. No more destiny forging a single path. We have real chaos again." Chaos played with ephemeral threads coiled around her fingertips, letting them unravel in pops of color. "My dear Fate, you call us here. Why? To scold or reward us?" Jennifer stepped forward, protective yet unafraid. "You never revert. The Muggle world, if they discover such forced illusions, might escalate conflict. Revolution brews. Old structures will crumble. The future stands uncharted." Death's starry eyes glowed. "Reward, scold, amuse, perhaps all three. You see, your actions ripple far beyond your old timeline. The wizarding world stands on the brink of an era that not even we can foresee. Typically, we maintain stable loops, subtle corrections, ensuring some shape of fate remains. Now, no shape remains." Time's voice, slow and rolling as a distant thunder, added, "It is done. The prophecy stands null. You have undone the final illusions binding that timeline. The wizarding world. Rewriting everything. We cannot place you back in 1995 as you were. That timeline no longer demands your presence." Fate let out an exasperated scoff, crossing her arms in sullen acceptance. "And because you performed this trick, we can't return to Hogwarts." Jennifer blinked. "You mean fractals of paradox? The tapestry is severed, like an old garment cast aside." Time nodded. "It has stabilized without you. You would only create further. Of Hermione, of the crater, of Violet's heart constricted." She thought. "They not linger, letting that battered dimension heal or evolve on its own. So, we're stranded in this nothingness." Everything she had set in motion. Yet a flicker of relief warred with sorrow. Perhaps it was best. So choose. Because you parted from that dimension under unnatural duress, you can slip back in. Let the wizarding world handle its meltdown, while you handle the next stage of your cosmic escapade. Chaos chuckled, drumming her ethereal fingers on an invisible armrest. Not quite. You come from another line of reality, yes. A future Waslusions. That path remains open if we. Stern finger at Violet. But do me one kindness. Do not break that timeline beyond reason. I've rethreaded it 1,000 times. It's fragile as it is. Fate rolled her eyes. Yes, yes. They can scurry off to their Vault 112 or whichever post-apocalyptic corner. Saves me the headache. She paused, pointing to 2188. Then a swirl led them to 1994. The complexities boggled the mind. But returning to Vault 112, to the safer bubble they once Jennifer and Violet exchanged glances. They recalled how they had once left the Vault 112 simulation abruptly, drawn into Wizarding 1988. Then time jumped. Felt ironically like home. Considered an escape, now. And the power to unmake worlds. That is, pleasing to me. She tilted her head. Stars twinkling in her eyes. We shall meet again, in some corridor of being. Mortality always ends in my domain. Until then, amuse me further. Death stepped forward, cloak swirling with cosmic shadows. Her voice caressed the whiteness. A final word, my dear Violet. Though you have claimed devastation, your restraint intrigues me. You do not kill needlessly. You walk a line between mercy. Nod. I won't kill for your amusement, she said quietly. A chill ran through Violet. She mustered a polite. The difference between a mindless reaper and a mindful predator. Rare indeed. Death's lips curved. I never asked for kills. Merely your evolution. Burst around her. Fractals dancing in the whiteness. The vault awaits. A day has passed there, though you lived months in that wizarding tangle. Have fun explaining that, Chaos rose from her invisible throne. Well, time to send them off, yes. We have infinite universes to meddle with. She flicked her wrists, and a swirl of color. An irritated look at Time, who smirked. You can fix a fraction, Fate, he said. Some threads must remain open. Fate sighed. Yes, yes, get them out of my sight. I have decades of reweaving to do. She cast. As we are, or do we revert physically? I recall that time can be fluid. Jennifer lifted her chin. Wait, if we're going back to Vault 112, do we remain? Dimension WILL realign with the moment after you left. The corners of his mouth twitched in what might have been a wry smile. Treat it well. Time rumbled. You keep your knowledge, your form, your experiences. That is the cosmic law. One cannot unknow the path. But your presence in that. Go. The script is gone. Everything is chaos. I'll salvage what I can. Blah blah blah. Shoo. Fate, still fuming, waved a dismissive hand. Conjuring a swirl of ephemeral runes in the air. Cosmos is so dull without a few bombs, literal or metaphorical. Chaos winked, doing a mocking bow. Break more illusions, children. Whether your brand of cunning can shape that other realm, or whether it shapes you. Death parted her dark lips in a final murmur. Farewell, little mistress. We shall see. Felt a yank behind her sternum. As if a cosmic vacuum pulled her. And then the whiteness roiled around them, the intangible ground dissolving. Violet. Their senses, erasing the fore-breath. The swirling brightness flooded. Exasperated grunt, smothered by the rush of motion. Towering figures. The last she heard was Fate's. Pod, blinking with the same mixture of awe and confusion. For them, it had been months of wizarding chaos. For Vault 112. As chaos had promised, only a day could have passed. A glance down at her arms found no visible injuries, but she felt the intangible weight of everything she'd done. Casting a cautious glance. She saw Jennifer stirring in an adjacent. Monitors flickering with data. No sign of cosmic meltdown or wizard duels. A single Mr. Handy robot hovered by a terminal, whirring softly. It turned at her movement. Its mechanical arms lifting in recognition. Weakly, Violet pressed the POD's release button. The hatch hissed open, letting cooler air rush in. Her knees shook as she stood. The Ab around them looked exactly as they'd left it, sterile, steel floors. Basic caretaker protocol. Are you feeling well, Ms. Braun? And you, Ms., welcome back, it said in a chipper monotone, presumably following some Potter. For the first time in what felt like ages, the readouts matched a normal, stable environment. Oxygen levels, stable. Jennifer coughed a short laugh, stepping out of her own pod. She ran a quick diagnostic on her Pip-Boy. Voice subdued. No time lost, presumably. Radiation, negligible. We're fine, she replied. From the main simulation for precisely 20 hours, 47 minutes, Ms. The robot's optical sensor bobbed. Data indicates you have been absent. Remain prepared to resume normal simulation activities when you are ready. Braun. Dr. Braun was flagged as unreachable. It paused. Meltdown. The cosmic revelations. Condensed. She managed a weak smile, exchanging a loaded glance with Jennifer. Where Violet sagged against the pod's edge, letting out a breath. 20 hours. All that upheaval. Back, she murmured. At last. Outside illusions. Just us in the wasteland's future. She fell quiet, the memory of cosmic watchers lingering in her gaze. But we're not the same, are we? Jennifer nodded, pressing her lips together, eyes bright with the swirl of new possibilities. Time is in our hands again, she said. No wizard prophecies, no. Would find its own path. Chaos, reformation, revolution, without forcing them to endure further manipulations. And the cosmos beyond. Freed from a prophecy's stranglehold, it might spin in new, unpredictable ways. Violet didn't answer verbally. Only shook her head with a small, wry grin. The Wizarding Realm's meltdown had changed them irreversibly. That was the reality, but perhaps that realm. Suburbs. Or shall we tinker with the code? Her eyes sparkled with a faint mischief, reminiscent of the cosmic trickster Chaos herself. We have no script here, either. Not unless we write it. Jennifer tapped a sequence on her Pip-Boy. Scanning the vault's current status. Systems normal, she read quietly. No suspicious fluctuations. The occupant pods remain stable. So do you want to rejoin the virtual? The nuclear apocalypse outside, but now she realized it could be so much more. A place to experiment, to push that notion brought a surge of calm to Violet's chest. They had built this domain as a safe bubble from. She breathed in, exhaling a sense of renewal. We do it on our terms, she agreed softly. Boundaries, to create a new synergy between science and survival. No meddling puppet masters, no decrepit illusions. Lights leading deeper into the vault's labyrinth. Down there, somewhere, the other residents dozed in stasis pods. The door to the simulation chamber hissed open behind them. A wide corridor beckoned, dim overhead. Perhaps a future of rational innovation. A blueprint for a civilization unmoored from tradition. Violet drew a small laugh from the ambled through simulated neighborhoods. Dr. Braun. Jennifer. Held the power to shape that digital environment, once for dark amusements, now for something. Maybe we can be unstoppable in building, not just breaking. Back of her throat. We're unstoppable, she thought. But, their wizard dimension, once a gauntlet of illusions, now receded into memory. The nuclear meltdown, the sedation of a resurrecting Dark Lord, the cosmic scold. From fate. The threads of that tale ended, or so it seemed. Because here, a new tapestry awaited. Quiet footfalls carried them into the corridor. They left the simulation pods behind, each step an echo of the vast journey they had just concluded. Death, fate, time, chaos. Those intangible forces had parted ways with them, relinquishing them to the next chapter. That world had needed a cosmic rupture. She had delivered it. Now. It would stand or fall on its own. The only path left for her and Jennifer was the one they forged through the vault's corridors, out into a wasteland they had once retreated from. Or they passed by a half-lit lounge where a battered retro couch stood, left over from an era before bombs fell. Everything smelled metallic and filtered, a stark contrast to the medievalime. Violet found no longing for the Wizarding Realm. Own curated simulations. Deeper into there. Look. We have logs to check, data to gather. We might find a route to unify this place or preserve it. At a bend in the passage. Jennifer paused, looking at a battered sign. Overseer's office. She gave Violet a sidelong. Months older. Let's see if that perspective helps. A day's gone by here, but we've grown. Power systems thrummed, stable and unchallenging. No illusions of prophecy lurked behind these steel doors. This domain answered to technology and cunning alone, a domain she understood far better than the intangible dictates of fate. Violet nodded. Her footsteps felt lighter. The burdens of wizard prophecy had dissolved, replaced by the open frontier of a world they might shape. In the still air, the hum of the vaults. Behind them with a pneumatic hiss, sealing them into a fresh start. They left behind a galaxy of shattered prophecy, stepping boldly into an uncertain tomorrow, architects of their own path. A revolution of reason had begun, and they carried it forward, forging a future unwritten by any fate. With that, they continued deeper, passing from the sterile corridor into the Overseer's domain. The final hush that enveloped them felt nothing like the cosmic whiteness. Instead, it was a hush of potential, as if the entire vault awaited new instructions. The overhead lights flickered. The door slid shut. Alone. No grand illusions, no cosmic watchers, no arcane prophecies. Just Violet, Jennifer, and an entire vault's worth of so ended their wizarding saga, and so began their next odyssey. Where every breath belonged to them. Be the architects of whatever came next. Everything lay open before them. They would. More on my Patreon. https://Patreon up to 70+ chapters Cross the 20 fanfictions. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my. Exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 9 chapters available now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney. To 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover up. Lit RPG up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter. Peace crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter 1. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 9 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 9 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 9 chapters available. BLE now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover up to 9 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 9 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter. Of 1981 it is in 2001. Up to 9 chapters available now. World's Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so instead. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early CCESS before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Last chapter already available on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 12. Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 12 and Chapter 16 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 12. Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 14. The Architects of Tomorrow. Chapter 12 Epilogue. Harry Potter or Fallout series. Disclaimer. I don't own. Lights of old fluorescent tubes casting pale reflections on the steel floor. Their footsteps echoed through the Overseer's domain in Vault 112, the dim. Parted from illusions of wizarding realms, cosmic watchers, and shattered prophecies, stepping instead into the mechanical comfort of the vault's sealed corridors. Now, in this new hush, an entire future lay open before them, unburdened by prophecy or cosmic meddling. Violet and Jennifer had just returned. Time, once again, turning in on itself to deposit them here, where only a single day had passed while they had lived months in another world. In that final hush of Chapter 11, they had Bronze Old Dominion. That dominion would not remain old or darkly whimsical. They had returned for a new reason. to reshape the vault into something free, grounded in knowledge, and ready for the wasteland's challenges. Violet inhaled slowly, taking in the sense of being, at last, on stable ground, albeit one that had its own illusions once upon a time. At her side, a small console flickered with data logs, testament to Dr. Multiple worlds. She could do the same here, forging a path that cosmic watchers, wizard collapses, had honed her. She had unmade illusions in. And progress after the Great War's devastation might lead to the re-emergence of reason. Hours, 53 minutes ago. No unusual disruptions besides a few anomalies in the secondary power grid. The Jennifer's voice cut into the hush. The system log. Say we vanished from the simulation exactly 20. Fluctuations in some of the older areas. Possibly the environment control is wearing down. Occupant pods remain stable. She paused, scanning the console. But I'm reading temperature. Keys. Once, Dr. Braun had used these systems to toy with the vault. Violet nodded, stepping near a battered terminal. Her fingertips traced the old. We'll need to patch the environment. She typed a few commands. Yes. Uses. She exhaled a short laugh. Feels oddly comforting to be back in a place where the rules are, well, rational. Possibly reroute the power from the southwestern wing. We can cannibalize hardware from the older memory pods that know one. People in pods who might not be ready to face the real world. We saw that last time. Some prefer illusions of Jennifer quirked a small smile. Rational can be nice. She tapped the side of the console, but we also have a post-apocalyptic desert. We must handle them carefully. Suburban utopia, rather than the truth of. They might resent having their illusions pulled away. They'd panic. The wasteland is harsh, and gradually. A controlled reintroduction to reality. Jennifer nodded. We'll do it. Knowledge beyond typical wizard resources. We can unify that knowledge with meanwhile, we salvage and restore. This vault was built with just us, forging a path out of the rubble. Everything we've learned. No wizard illusions, no meltdown. That cosmic watchers, fate, death, chaos, time, had parted ways with her, content to let them shape this domain. No prophecy here, she thought. No. Violet's breath eased. In the wizarding dimension. She had subverted illusions with brutal finality. Here, she intended to do so gently. She recalled. Of freedom felt profound. Forced script. The sense. Half hour as they carefully surveyed the time stretched on for a quiet. Clearing the backlog. The overhead lights flickered, then steadied. A faint buzz from the corridor indicated a power redirection, likely smoothing out the southwestern wing's environment control. One step at a time, they reasserted stability. Overseer's office. The screens displayed an array of readouts: air quality, water recycling status, OCCU. Pant vitals for the hundred-some dwellers still in pods. Jennifer's brow furrowed, reading an overdue maintenance alert. She toggled a command. Are simply malicious. Now, Jennifer scanned her Pip-Boy to override them. Letting stale air gust out. Each newly opened door revealed dusty spaces filled with forgotten assets, spare pods, climate control modus. The mother and daughter rummaged, systematical. Cataloging, they parted from the overseer's domain, moving through the vault's labyrinth. Access tunnels branched off, leading to sealed doors. Some were labeled with archaic signs: Simulation Chamber 2, Bio Lab, Storage. The old Dr. Braun had locked certain areas tight, either board. Stirred dust motes in the overhead glow. Everything, the mechanical hum of decades-old fans. Frameworks. At shift would let them gradually free dwellers from their pods, guiding them to relearn the real world's challenges. Violet, instead of perpetually resetting suburban illusions, the environment would become a safe training ground for practical survival, scientific knowledge, and ethical. Entire micro-society. This time, we do it right. Marveled at the sense of forging in a carefully planned schedule. The once lifeless vault gained a new pulse. Between dream and reality. Over the following weeks, more pods opened. Minds had been replaced by a cautious promise of real agency. Dwellers stepping out. Discovering that the fantasy worlds in there possessed. People looked at her with awe, questioning how she had learned so much so quickly. She gave them partial truths, referencing a path that had taught her advanced survival. She omitted the Cosmic Watchers or Wizard Meltdown, no sense sowing confusion. They named themselves a small committee of volunteers, people who wanted to shape the future, no illusions required. Jennifer guided them, explaining how to maintain vault systems, how to handle repairs. Violet organized sessions on basic engineering, gleaned from the advanced training she practiced real defenses or negotiations. Some took to it eagerly, forging small squads that specialized in scavenging or medicine. Raider tactics, mutated fauna, radioactive zones, freed from the shackles of Bronze Old Code. These simulations led dwellers, reason and empathy. They enforced no illusions of a greater destiny. Instead, they championed knowledge. The dwellers responded with relief enduring that year. Violet and Jennifer quietly shaped the Vault's ideology. Instead of worshipping technology or magic or prophecy, they championed hearing the whirring of advanced machines, not as threats but as tools, curiosity. Forging a fragile but genuine community. Young people grew up. Stasis to purposeful living. Yet many adapted, given time. Middle-aged dwellers reeled from the abrupt shift from indefinite. Reached a stable equilibrium. Some by 2191, Vault 112's population took a lead role in teaching conflict resolution, forging cooperative councils. Rumors circulated about her background. Some dwellers described her as a crossover from another dimension. She offered a small, enigmatic smile each time, neither confirming nor denying. Dwellers found they preferred the simulation for specialized tasks, dropping in and out for advanced training. Others explored the corridors, refurbishing old storerooms into living quarters or labs. Jennifer oversaw expansions, ensuring power distribution stayed balanced. Violet, with sensors cunningly repurposed from vault gear. The data told them that the surface was still harsh. In occasional quieter hours, mother and daughter conferred about the wasteland outside. They ran remote scans, stepped beyond these steel walls again, bringing the vault's knowledge to the surface. But first, they had to ensure they had a strong base. Radioactive hotspots, roving raiders, mutated wildlife. Yet pockets of civilization survived, small towns rebuilding from rubble. Violet recognized that the time would come to vault suits. The hush was electric as Jennifer, once Dr. Braun, explained that her era of reclusive vault existence was over. They would begin cautious expeditions outside. The door to the wasteland would open fully. A ripple of anxious excitement late in 2192. After 3 years of stable growth, they made that choice. Jennifer convened the vault's new council in a repurposed cafeteria, lights overhead buzzing faintly. People lined the makeshift benches, scientists, technicians, teachers, all wearing the simple gray. Passed through the listeners' cautious thirst for genuine living. Been replaced by a 2196. Reclaiming the Wasteland year 2192. The environment. Mild radiation, manageable. The swirl of dusty air carried faint hints of decaying metal and barren earth. She remembered so many illusions from wizarding realms, but here, reality felt starker. No illusions. No cosmic watchers. Just the wasteland, battered and proud. The day they unsealed the vault's main door was crisp with a lingering nuclear chill. Violet led a small expedition, stepping into the half-buried tunnel that connected the subterranean hatch to the outside. Her breath misted in the cold. Her Pip-Boy scanned. Overhead had half collapsed. A scrawled message on a rusted metal sheet outside. Rubble and twisted highway remains greeted them. The old signs. No meltdown needed. Over her shoulder, a small group of vault dwellers carried crates of supplies. They clutched energy weapons gleaned from the vault's armory, but they carried them more for deterrence than aggression. Read, no god but the gun, presumably from some raider cult. Violet snorted softly, recalling how cosmic watchers had seen her as unstoppable. Here, she thought, we must build from the ground up. Alliances. Not all welcomed them. Some suspecting them as enclave or brotherhood. Others recognized them as a new force. Gradually, news spread. A mother-daughter duo from Vault 112, carrying advanced knowledge but rejecting tyranny. Within days, they encountered scattered survivors, ragtag traders, suspiciously armed caravans, a pitiful settlement built around a half-functioning water purifier. Violet and Jennifer approached with caution, offering medical help, technological fixes, or protective. A subtle network of alliances formed. Some scoffed, others asked for help. Vault joined in constructing rigged towers, wind turbines for power, greenhouses for fresh crops. Barren Earth was coaxed into fertility with hydroponic techniques. In 2193, they established their first major outpost, a vantage point perched on the remains of a pre-war office complex. Dwellers from the raider or warlord dared attack because the defenders used advanced detection systems and cunning strategies. Word-of-mouth curiosity from local settlers led to a slow acceptance. The outpost became a safe trade zone. Know how they built rather than simply labeled them, the architects, referencing. This approach soared in appeal, yet also drew hostility from entrenched factions. Raided, in a region dominated by superstition and brute force. Illusions in the simulation to rehearse counter-tactics. They outmaneuvered the raiders with carefully placed drones. Raiders launched intermittent strikes, seeing them as an upstart threat. But each time, the defenders used a losing proposition. Meanwhile, other pockets of wasteland dwellers flocked to the outpost, intrigued by the sedation darts, or advanced turrets. Over time, the raiders learned that attacking the architects was illusions, but welcomed progress. Some migrants claimed it felt like stepping into a new era of order, promise of rational governance. People whispered about a settlement that had zero tolerance for tyranny and forced that technology must be policed, not freely shared. Violet, hearing rumors of the Brotherhood's proud exclusivity, anticipated conflict. She guided her outpost never to provoke them first. Not everyone accepted them wholeheartedly. The Brotherhood of Steel, holed up in a fortress somewhere to the west, eyed these claims with suspicion. Their scribes muttered, settlements. But the tension was there, simmering, focusing on building alliances with local farmland patches or salvage yards. People carried Pip-Boy updates. Studied engineering principles gleaned from the Vault's archives. The local culture shifted from one of grim survival to guarded by 2195, their domain extended across a swath of wasteland. A chain of small enclaves dotted the route between Vault 112 and that initial outpost, each foregainst refined hypotheses. The war of ideas overshadowed the occasional skirmish with raiders or mutated beasts. Optimism. Jennifer oversaw the technical expansions, ensuring no illusions or exploitative rule. She taught dwellers to question. Found themselves living in a swirl of in these years, mother and daughter. But now it was truly real. No illusions at all. She sometimes drifted into the memory of cosmic watchers, fate's tantrum, death's chilling allure, wondering if they watched everyday challenges, food distribution, medical crises, repairing old robots, training new scientists. The dryness of the wasteland reminded Violet of her time forging advanced technology in wizard illusions. That any watchers could do nothing now. She had free reign. Her still, the dusty wind on her cheeks reminded her. Hated the architects, claiming they threatened the primal traditions of might makes right. Some smaller enclaves clung to mystic yet for all their success, friction boiled beneath the surface, a handful of old guard chieftains. The end of 2196, though, they had grown from a handful of visionaries into a recognized force. People who once huddled in caves recognized the architects' enclaves as beacons of rational hope. Beliefs about the apocalypse being a divine event, spurning technology as heretical. The builders, as the architects were sometimes called, fended off occasional sabotage or infiltration. Each crisis tested their resolve. By the Great Convergence 2196-2204. Outpost, forging new solutions to radiation, disease, resource scarcity. The first wave of dwellers from Vault 112 had, as the new century approached, the architects established formal structures. They set up research labs in the councils. Violet roamed widely, bridging the enclaves, training field squads in advanced tactics that used sedation or deterrence instead of lethal force. Jennifer presided over it all with an unassuming leadership style. She refused to be idolized, insisting that any policy must be peer-reviewed by battered by war. As life improved in these zones, the old savage culture lost appeal. Their combined presence anchored the new civilization, demonstrating that knowledge could unify disparate groups. Crossroad overshadowed by a collapsed overpass. Tension hung thick. The B. Rotherhood insisted they alone should safeguard advanced technology. Violet countered that technology withheld from the masses kept them enslaved to ignorance. The Conversation in 2198, a traveling CA. Raven from the Brotherhood of Steel made cautious contact. The elders demanded to see the rumored Vault 112 masterminds. Violet met them in a neutral settlement, a dusty. That the old zeal might hamper real progress. Jennifer invited them to see the outpost's success. Some left impressed, others wary. Ended in a stalemate, but no blood spilled. Over the next year, a few cautious alliances formed. Younger Brotherhood knights recognized a rocky plateau, where an enclave cell tried to trap an architect convoy. Instead, they found themselves outmaneuvered. The conflict ended with minimal casualties, some sedation darts. Captured enclave gear. The cell leader, cornered, spat curses about the old ways, but their cause flickered out. The wasteland recognized that the architects would not yield to extremist dogma. Further north, a ragged band calling themselves the Enclave's remnants attempted to sabotage the architects' expansions. They placed bombs on caravans or spread rumors that these new enclaves threatened pure America. But the architects used intelligence networks and infiltration to preempt each plot, seizing the bombs and disarming them. In 2200, a major standoff occurred near radio signals. Populations soared as more refugees joined. They constructed farmland powered by small reactors. Launched by 2202, the architects' enclave sprawled across a significant region, linked by trade routes and the promise of tomorrow. Some enclaves adopted a local democracy, guided by rational frameworks. Others formed academic councils that mediated disputes with data. Tensions travel in educational caravans that taught reading, mathematics, engineering. Freed from illusions, people blossomed. Culture thrived with new music, art referencing survival, collaboration, and of reconstruction overshadowed them. Persisted. But a wave, attended, from farmers to ex-raiders, from Brotherhood liaisons to curious travelers. Jennifer stood at the center, but when she tried to speak, she directed them to Violet. They wanted to hear the child-later leader who had once undone illusions across worlds. In 2204, the culminating moment arrived, a grand convocation of the architects' outposts, plus friendly settlements. They gathered in a newly built auditorium, shaped from the bones of a pre-war stadium, its roof patched with welded steel and solar panels. Thousands. Illusions, no cosmic watchers. Just her quiet conviction. Violet's speech soared in the hush. No. Begins, here and now. New era of methodical reconstruction. The blueprint of the future was set, beyond illusions or forced destiny. The hush that followed carried a thrill of acceptance, as though the wasteland had found a new direction. The crowd roared in response, some openly weeping, others brandishing fists in camaraderie. Even the skeptical Brotherhood scribes looked impressed, scribbling notes. In that moment, the final vestiges of a savage past bent to a legacy of Violet and Jennifer 2205-2220s, the advanced water purification stations, and small-scale nuclear power that over the next decades, the architects established stable trade networks. In bridging advanced theory with everyday survival, she might step from a lab swirling with holograms of crop genetics, to a farmland field. Jennifer, now middle-aged by 2210, oversaw a sprawling network of data archives, building a university in the old vault's expanded halls. She thrived. Her is the calm mother demonstrating new irrigation. People recognized the brittle edge from old torment. Her experiences in wizard illusions and figure who refused worship but accepted respect. She no longer had in simulations for training, not for controlling minds. Cosmic watchers had left her resolved. Illusions belong. Show of force, more a traveling library of knowledge. Her eyes carried the weight of multiple realities, though she seldom spoke of the wizarding Violet, in her 30s by 2215, became the living embodiment of unstoppable logic and empathy. She patrolled the enclaves with a small retinue, less a once a meltdown and sedation shaped entire universes. They listened in awe, uncertain whether to believe but enthralled by the possibility that their leader came from an epoch of literal dimension hopping. Meltdown or cosmic watchers to the public. Close confidants, however, gleaned that her background spanned wars and illusions beyond standard comprehension. Some nights, she quietly recounted to a small circle how stable environment where rational debate replaced dogma. The enclaves formed a loose confederation, each with local governance but All sharing the architects. The older generation of dwellers from Vault 112 gradually found new roles. Teachers, archivists, mentors. Younger ones grew up in and water. Raiders became rare or integrated into the new system. Discovering that a rational life offered better prospects. Baseline principles. Test every claim. Champion universal education. Harness technology responsibly. The once score. Shed land produced modest surpluses of food. Displayed arrogance about her achievements, always crediting the entire society that rose under reason. Violet, similarly, found herself an elder stateswoman. Though she physically was only middle-aged, she felt the intangible swirl of memory from wizard illusions or cosmic watchers. Sometimes at night, she in 2220, as the architects prepared to pass leadership to a new wave of innovators. Jennifer quietly stepped away from public life. She retreated to the vault's hidden labs, focusing on grander research, possible rocket prototypes or advanced medicine for radiation. She never winked from chaos. None appeared. See them to shape this domain. Scanned the skies, half expecting to see a star-limbed silhouette of death or awry. In an old vantage tower eventually, the mother-daughter pair convened. A rusted guardrail, patched with new steel bars. They leaned side by overlooking their capital outpost, once a shattered pre-war stadium. The spot had emerged from the wizard realm. The meltdown, the illusions, sometimes it feels like a dream. Jennifer exhaled softly. Hard to believe how far we've come since we became illusions ourselves. She allowed a wry smile. You think we did the right thing? Violet nodded, arms resting on the rail. We tore down illusions in multiple worlds. Maybe. What was necessary? The wizard dimension would have collapsed under prophecy's burden. We freed them from it. A faint breeze ruffled Jennifer's hair. She turned to regard her daughter with gentle warmth. We did. Good or ill, we made a difference, Violet, and no illusions remain. Ourselves found a place that needed us more, here, rational or not. Ago, or maybe just days, in a dimension far away. She murmured, I wonder if they watch us still. Waiting to see if we break another domain. But this time, we're building, not breaking. Violet stared at the horizon. Fields glistened with dew, a sign that life might flourish. A part of her recal. Led cosmic watchers praising her cunning, fate's rage, death's starry cloak. That was Ian's. We can't control everything, but we can chart the next steps. Let the next generation carry the torch, while we stand by as mentors. Jennifer smiled. Yes, and if fate tries to meddle, we'll give her a new puzzle to unravel. She set a hand on Violet's shoulder. Cosmic watchers overshadowed them now, only. The quiet confidence of a society grown from reason. Over the months they fell silent, soaking up the sunrise. The hush that fell was warm, not foreboding. Neither illusions nor freely. By 2222, the enclaves had developed stable trade pacts and a rotating leadership based on expertise. Many people viewed the architects as that followed. They gently stepped back, ceding daily governance to elected councils. The final hold of their power was knowledge, which they shared. On no cult of personality. Revered elders, though they insisted. Remains. Will this society endure once we fade? Or will new illusions replace the old? Only time, unbound by prophecy, can say. She saved the file, her reflection in the terminal's glow revealing faint lines of age. She sighed, content that at least they had tried. In an old workshop lined with holotapes, Jennifer archived her final logs in 2225. Describing the timeline from Vault 112's old tyranny to the synergy of enclaves. She ended with a quiet note. We overcame illusions in multiple worlds. Forging a new era. The question. Days of savage raiders are total illusions. They were taught mathematics, engineering, debate. They explored the post-war time ambled on. And they watched as a new generation rose, children who never knew the darkest of rational enclaves, each unique but united in fundamental principles. The meltdown of illusions had set them free to be creative. To test boundaries responsibly. Landscape with pragmatic optimism. Some dreamt of exploring further territories, or even beyond Earth if they ever mastered rockets. The region blossomed into a fractal. Expeditions. Hair streaked with faint silver. They gazed out at a labyrinth of farmland, solar arrays, and reconditioned roads. The old pre-war highways had been patched for Kara. Vans of knowledge rather than in the final hush of the 2220s, Jennifer, older in content, paused at the top of an observation tower. Violet, at her side, was older too, scars on her arms from various. Fewer remembered the wizard meltdown or caravans of raiders, fewer in. Shaped not by illusions or prophecy but by logic and collaboration. The cosmic watchers, the world had found a new destiny. Them, of their earliest days in the wasteland, forging alliances. Now, the hush bristled with quiet triumph. Jennifer, a gentle breeze carried the smell of orchard blossoms from a newly planted grove. The hush reminded. Join her. They both sank into a reflective calm. Lowered herself onto a bench, motioning for Violet too. In a blaze of gold and purple. Sometimes, I recall everything. The meltdown of the Wizard Lake, that cosmic white hall. Fate's anger. It almost feels like it happened to another me. But it shaped us. Violet nodded, lips curving in a nostalgic smile. We gave them a chance to break the cycle of ignorance. No illusions needed. Just reason. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, where the sun was setting. Generation can lead. Our role as architects doesn't mean we cling to power. Jennifer's hand rested on Violet's. Yes. And now we rest. The next. Foundation. Let them build beyond it. Only that we built a. Flickered in the air. Memories of illusions had long since faded, replaced by the tangible comforts of rational achievements. The war of might versus night deepened. Stars glittered across the heavens, bright pinpoints over a land that was slowly healing from nuclear ruin. The hush of possibility. Defined them was a footnote in tales told around wasteland campfires. Some cunning ended in cunning's quiet victory. The meltdown that once. It academically, concluding it was an advanced pre-war device. None fully believed it mythical, a legend of unstoppable forces. Others studied. Fine. The here and now belong to a new generation forging real progress, grasped the cosmic. Watchers are the wizard meltdown's ephemeral dimension. That was. Corridor, continuing quiet research, occasionally designing improvements to robotics or studying ways to expand their frontiers. Violet. Likewise stepped away from direct. Years slipped by. Jennifer eventually ceded all official roles to the councils. She retreated into a small lab near Vault 112's main outpost reading advanced scientific IC texts or a scavenger rigging a new energy converter. Each sign whispered that illusions no longer had a hold on these people's hearts. Leadership. Instead, she became a traveling mentor, roving from settlement to settlement. Ensuring that reason thrived. She found joy in seeing a child in a dusty. Revered for their catalytic spark but not worshipped. The enclaves thrived on rotating. By 2225, the Y had fully stepped into the role of quiet elders. The founders, or simply, the architects. Some wrote new histories, leadership. The younger ones referred to them with respectful titles. Cited the mother and daughter from Vault 112 overcame a savage wasteland, building a civilization on rational thought. Describing the meltdown of illusions in grand terms, though no cosmic watchers or wizard meltdown. The official record simply. A few mutated creatures roamed harmlessly, outcompeted by advanced systems. People gathered for an evening festival, celebrating another harvest. Laughter and music drifted on the warm breeze. The hush that settled around Violet and Jennifer was contented, not lonely. One dusky evening in that year, they found themselves on a hill outside the largest outpost, watching the setting sun once more. The farmland stretched in neat rows, irrigation ditches glimmering. Distant silhouettes of new windmills dotted the horizon. Shaped this world, but it's not ours alone. They own it now. Violet exhaled. A trace of a smile on her lips. We continue upholding reason, but we can't force it. Her gaze flicked to the sky, tinted with fiery oranges and purples. The cosmos is vast. And fate might still. Jennifer tucked a stray hair behind her ear. That's how it should be. We gave them tools. They'll choose how to use them. We can hope they. We are free. Scowl somewhere, but. Dimension seemed a mere dream. They had chosen this realm, forging a tomorrow that no watchers could manipulate. The knowledge that once fueled nuclear meltdowns and illusions had instead a reflective quiet overcame them. They stood, arms around each other's shoulders, letting the last day's warmth soak in. In that hush, the memory of illusions in the wizard. It was that illusions, even cosmic ones, could be top-priority. Been harnessed for rebuilding. If there was a final coda to their journey. Scampered up the hill, carrying a child from the settlement below. Bright with naive wonder. "Ms. Violet, Ms. Jennifer," she asked shyly. "I made this scanning gadget from old circuit boards. It measures soil nutrients. Wanna see?" Device that beeped faintly. She looked about 9 or 10. Hair dusted with dust from the fields. She stared up at Violet and Jennifer, eyes. "I'd love to." "Show me." Jennifer crouched, smiling softly. Radio. Coded, a few lines gleamed from the vault's data library. Each beep the girl explained how she repurposed a small sensor from an old children forging reality's next steps with no illusions, no forced tradition. She ruffled the girl's hair. "That's incredible. Keep refining it. You might transform how we farm." Corresponded to chemical variations. Her little face shone with pride. Violet listened, an odd ache of happiness flooding her. This was the tomorrow they had yearned for. Scampered back downhill, device in hand, the hush that remained carried as the child beamed, rattling off ideas for future expansions. When she, unaccustomed to such raw emotion, Jennifer's hand tightened gently on her arm. Sense of a torch being passed. Violet felt tears prick her eyes. Said, voice breaking with gratitude. "They're building new illusions, but illusions they turn to each other. We gave them a chance, Violet. Realities. Real solutions. No cosmic watchers, no meltdown. No or illusions, or better yet, they're forging. They might outgrow everything we taught them. That's the real victory." Jennifer nodded, pressing her forehead lightly to Violet's. "Yes, and rigorous evidence-based policies shaped everyday life." Vault 112 remained an anchor. Its old pods repurposed into advanced training modules or storerooms. The lines between the vault and the surface blurred as more dwellers chose to live under open skies. Time ebbed onward. By 2230, their roles had become purely advisory. The enclaves had grown into a chain of connected city-states collectively known as the Enlightened Belt. Each city-state had councils of engineers, farmers, educators, basic democracy. Tempered by the meltdown of illusions in old wizard realms had ironically freed them to dream bigger on Earth. Some enclaves even began launching forays into deeper scientific frontiers, like advanced robotics or weather manipulation. They politely directed them to the councils, saying that no single figure overshadowed the group's collective reason. The hush of cosmic watchers rarely intruded upon their thoughts. Though Jennifer and Violet seldom sought acknowledgement, people revered them as living legends. Occasionally, travelers from far-off corners arrived, hoping to glimpse them or learn from them. Sun set across fertile farmland, content that illusions no longer reigned. They lived day to day, celebrating small triumphs, watching the from wizard illusions, cosmic watchers, meltdown events. They left them under restricted access, aware that some truths might be too bizarre or destabilizing for the new era. But they deemed it worth preserving for future generations. Eventually, many decades hence, they stepped even further from everyday affairs, retiring to a modest dwelling near the old stadium outpost. There, they curated archives that span not just the vault's data but also logs. As they see fit. Let them interpret. 2 decades of environmental cleanup and rational policies. The hush was gentle, like the exhale of a world at peace. They exchanged smiles. Content that the meltdown of illusions was far behind at last. In the twilight of their mortal years, mother and daughter stood on that vantage tower for the final time. The sky glowed with unpolluted pinks and oranges. A testament had found a corner of it where reason thrived. Them. The cosmos was large, unstoppable, and they. Her voice, softened by years, carried no regret. "We did good," Jennifer murmured. "No illusions, no forced prophecy, no meltdown. Just us. From cosmic watchers to forging a rational wasteland civilization. We found the future waiting beyond the boundaries of time," she whispered. "And we built upon it." Violet let out a long breath, recalling every step of her journey, from a boy in a cupboard to a girl who unmade a wizard prophecy. The hill, a tapestry of living proof that illusions could be overcome. In that warm hush, mother and daughter retreated inside, arms around each other's shoulders. The horizon shimmered with infinite possibility, no watchers needed. No illusions demanded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they turned from the sweeping vista. The hush deepened into evening. Far below, lamplights glowed in neat rows, marking roads that once were dusty hazards. Laughter and conversation drifted up, gave way to a starlit sky, bridging centuries of longing with a single glimpse of infinite stars. No illusions remained, only a new epic of rational wonders. They had become the architects of tomorrow, forging a path where none had existed, ensuring that humanity could shape its own destiny, beyond the boundaries of time. And so, the hush enclosed them one last time. The cosmos itself might watch from afar, but here, the earth felt stable, anchored in reason. The meltdown of illusions was a memory, replaced by a tomorrow-s. Happed by the courage to think for oneself. As they stepped indoors, the final flickers of day. And more on my Patreon, https:// Currently active on my Patreon. More than 20 fanfiction are 20 plus fanfiction s exclusively on Patreon now. Up to 150 plus chapters across the up to 10 chapters available now. QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Toons crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney. To 10 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover up. Lit RPG up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter. Peace CR. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter 1. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon. Up to 10 chapters AVI. Label now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover. Up to 10 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover. Up to 10 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected S. Aviar Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover. Playtime crossover up to 10 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy. Crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline. Up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter. Of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound. Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so instead. Crossover up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson. With 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon, you can read any of my fanfictions which are published here. Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 13. And Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 13. Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 15.